잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 지식재산
May I have your attention, please? The International Forum on IP Finance will begin shortly.
참석해 주신 기빈
Distinguished guests,
자리에
please take your
참석해 주시면
seats.
감사드리겠습니다. 또한 개회식을 시작하기
Before we
전
begin the opening
통역
ceremony,
채널을
please take a moment to set up your interpreting
한국어는
device.
채널 1번,
Korean for
영어는
Channel 1 and
채널
English
2번.
for Channel 2.
아울러 원활한 행사 진행을 위해 소지하신
For smooth
휴대폰은
proceedings,
무음
please switch your phone to
또는
silent or
진동
vibrant
전환해
mode.
주시면 감사드리겠습니다.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming to today's forum. Today's forum provides simultaneous interpretation service. So please tune to channel number 2 for English. Thank you very much. 네, 여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
금융국제포럼 개회식에 온라인과 오프라인으로 함께해 주신
Thank you
모든
for
내빈
participating in the
여러분
International Forum on IP Finance, online and offline.
지식재산 금융국제포럼 진행을 맡게 돼 영광입니다.
I am Kim Sun-woo, your host for today's opening ceremony of the International Forum on IP Finance. It is indeed an honor to be here with all of you. In today's world, there is fierce competition among numerous companies and nations to secure valuable intellectual property rights. Intellectual property, such as patents in the field of science and technology and copyrights in the domains of culture, arts, and content, has become a source of competitiveness. It creates new markets and values. To enable various businesses based on intellectual property to innovate and grow, we need an active system and support for IP finance. The Korean Intellectual Property Office, KIPO, has organized this forum to bring together experts from around the world and share insights into IP finance policies, as well as success stories from Korea, particularly in the context of K-content, which has gained global recognition. We hope that through this forum, we can contribute to building a sustainable IP finance ecosystem worldwide. Today's forum is also being live streamed online, so you can join us through the official KIPO YouTube channel. Please stay with us until the very end of the event. We are extremely honored to have experts from 5 different countries joining us, along with representatives from Korean government agencies such as the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism and the Korean Intellectual Property Office. Additionally, we have participants from academia, industry professionals, and more than 200 legal experts actively engaged in the field of IP. Thank you all for your valuable presence and keen interest. Now let me introduce our esteemed speakers and distinguished guests who are with us today. Please give them a big round of applause as I call their names. We're honored to have Chairman Baek Man-gi from the President Council on IP, the organizer of today's forum. Thank you. Next, we have Director Choi Dae-sun from the Presidential Council on IP, who is here with us. We're honored to have Mr. Mok Sang-ho, Head of the Industrial Property Policy Division at the KIPO, joining us today. Next, we have Ms. Kim Kyung-hwa, Head of the Cultural Industry Policy Division at the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, here with us. In addition, many other guests have also joined us today, but I apologize for not being able to introduce each one of you individually due to time constraints.
We will now listen to the opening remarks for this conference. I give you Chairman Baek Man-gi from PCIP for his opening remarks. Please welcome Mr. Baek with a round of applause. Good morning. I am Baek Man-gi, the chairman of PCIP, the Presidential Council on Intellectual Property. I extend a warm welcome to all of you for joining us at this forum today. First of all, I would like to thank WIPO Director General Darren Tang for proposing this joint project during his visit to Korea in February and delivering his congratulatory video message from far away. In addition, I express my gratitude to the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, the Korea Intellectual Property Office, and the top-notch experts in IP finance from both home and abroad who will be delivering presentations. I'd also like to express special appreciation to the speakers who graciously participated from afar, notably Martin Brassel and Lally Rementella representing the UK and Canada respectively, along with Michael Kaus from WIPO and Ueda Yushi from JPO, Amanda Tay from the IP Office of Singapore. In addition, I extend my sincere gratitude to President Seung Woo Son of the Korea Institute of IP, who will deliver a keynote speech on the topic of role of IP finance and innovation-driven growth, as well as Director General Song Tae-ha from the Korea Invention Promotion Association and Director General Yoon Ok-yu from KOCA, as well as Managing Director Jin Young-choi from Bridgepole Investment and Senior Director Soo Young-ho from Union Investment Partners. The world is entering an era of transformation marked by the rise of groundbreaking technology represented by LLM and AI. Globally, innovation-driven companies are actively competing to secure a foothold in the future. The economic and social values of IP has been increasing day by day. But the reality is that companies holding valuable IP face challenges in securing finance for their growth based on these assets. The content industry in Korea that has been garnering significant attention globally is currently facing challenges in attracting new investments by leveraging high-quality source IP. At the 58th Invention Day ceremony, President Yoon Suk-yeol of Korea stated that the government would establish the institutional foundation to foster a chain reaction of innovative thoughts. In such an innovative ecosystem, I believe that a key element would be financial support for innovative enterprises. In terms of the financial scale of IP disclosed by KIPO for 2022, the balance of IP finance is on the verge of reaching 8 trillion won. And this indicates that IP finance is becoming a key funding mechanism for innovative businesses. According to the data of the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, to address the financial constraints faced by the emerging powerhouse of key contents in the export sector, policy financing of 790 billion won was supported in 2023, and this will be increased to 1 trillion won next year to propel the K-content industry forward. As such, IP finance is actively provided based on the valuation and guarantee for companies, but it still has a limitation in that it leans more toward policy financing than private funding. I believe this is a result of policy efforts to address uncertainties through credible assessment regarding high-risk IP as collateral and investment destination. Today's forum was organized to share various countries' approaches to IP financing, as well as methods of IP evaluation, thereby exploring ways to create a sustainable IP ecosystem. At this conference, WIPO will present its vision for IP finance through the presentation on IP Finance Action Plan. There will also be interesting presentations on content financing for the content industry, which is massively growing in Korea. The PCIP is pleased to interact with WIPO in discussing IP finance issues in preparation for the upcoming era of intellectual property. I hope today's forum provides a platform to exchange the latest trends and cases with experts from abroad, fostering collective wisdom to address the pressing challenges in IP finance to ensure a fair and proper assessment of the value of IP. In closing, I would like to express my gratitude again to everyone present here. It's my sincere hope that today's forum serves as an opportunity for IP to be properly recognized for its value. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank
국가지식재산위원회
you,
김만기 위원장님께 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Another big hand for Chairman Beck, please.
네, 위원장님께서는요, 이 무형자산인 지식재산의 가치가 점차 높아지고 있고요.
That the rise of value of IPs and intangible assets and the importance of IP financing policies to support enterprises. And he also emphasized supporting K contents, as well as building a sustainable IP ecosystem and the potential contribution of this conference to that ecosystem. Next, we will hear from Sung-ho Mok, Head of Industrial Property Policy Bureau at KIPO, for his welcoming remarks. Please welcome Mr. Mok with a round of applause. Good morning. I am Sung-ho Mok, Head of Industrial Property Policy Bureau at the KIPO. I'd like to extend my sincere congratulations on the International Forum on IP Finance. I'd like to thank Chairman Baekman-gi of PCIP for hosting such a meaningful event, and the speakers and attendees who traveled a long way to participate in this event. IP created with innovative ideas and long-term R&D is the driver for business growth. However, quality IPs do not always guarantee business success. You need funds to commercialize IP, to enter and preempt the market. There are in fact cases where companies with quality IP failed in business because they could not secure investment or loans. This has given rise to the importance of IP finance that bridges IP and capital. Until now, KIPO has been supporting businesses to secure funds from banks or investment institutions backed by their IP. We devised the IP finance system based on IP valuation, based on which SMEs with advanced IP gained funds by utilizing their intellectual property. Since then, Korea's IP financing has continued growing, providing 8 trillion won to companies as the end of last year. Given the figure was 2 trillion won in 2018, we have achieved remarkable growth in only 5 years. But to ensure the quality of IP financing, not just the size, we need to reflect on our current practices and find ways to improve in the future. Today's forum will mark that beginning. Discussions on challenges and expertise on IP finance from each country will drive us a step closer to a better IP financing ecosystem. And I hope our discussions today continues in the future to share insight globally. Before closing, let me thank the speakers from home and abroad and experts from the field of IP financing for joining us, and organizers for making this event possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mok. A big round of applause for him again. Thank you.
네, 국장님께서는 이 지식재산은 이 기업의
Mr. Mook
성장 동력으로
said
굉장히
IP
중요한데요.
is the
그러나
growth
이를
engine
이
for
현실에 의한
enterprises,
자금
but in
조달이
order
어렵기
to
때문에
enable
무엇보다 이
businesses,
IP 금융이
we have to
중요하다는
make sure
말씀
that
주셨습니다.
financing
이
is
또한
easy
오늘
and
이
available for
포럼을
them.
통해서
That's
IP
why
금융이 양적
IP
그리고 이
finance is
질적으로
important.
더욱
Through this
발전하기 위해서
forum, we'll have an
많은 이
opportunity
포럼에
to
참여하신 분들과
see
함께 이
growth
현안을
in the quality
얻어가시길
and
바란다는
quantity
말씀
of IP
주셨습니다.
finance.
다시 한번 감사 말씀드리겠습니다.
Thank you very much for the
네,
insightful
다음은
speech.
지식재산권을 진흥하고 이 보호하는
Next, we have a
유엔
congratulatory
산하의
message from
전문
Mr.
기구죠.
Darren
이
Tang,
세계
Director General of
지식재산위원회
WIPO, the
다른
specialized
탕
agency of the
사무총장님의
UN that
축하
promotes and
말씀이
protects
있는데요.
IP
영상으로
rights.
전해드리도록
We'll now hear
하겠습니다.
his message
여러분,
through
큰
a
박수로
video.
스크린을
A
향해 영상을
big round
보겠습니다.
of applause for the screen, please.
Mr.
Thank you.
Pipe Monkey, Chairperson of the Presidential Council on Intellectual Property, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Around the world, asset creation continues to shift from tangible to intangible assets. Today, intangible assets are worth almost 75 trillion US dollars, up more than 25% since 2019, to much more than the world's 10 largest economies put together. And increasingly, it's brands and designs, technology and know-how that shape business growth in all parts of the world. And this is certainly true in the Republic of Korea, where brands worth over $300 billion and intangible assets make up 2/3 of the value of top Korean companies. Yet, despite this growth, enterprises and entrepreneurs still face barriers in unlocking the full financial potential of their intangible assets, including intellectual property. WIPO is working to close this gap and to move IP finance from the margins to the mainstream. And your country is key to these efforts. In the Republic of Korea, we have one of the most mature IP finance markets in the world, with transactions of 2.2 billion US dollars last year. Fully 80% of IP secured loans in Korea go to businesses with low credit ratings, showing that high quality IP is not just a legal right, but a critical business and financial asset. Korea's push has been backed by strong public sector support, including from the PCIP, the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, and the Korean Intellectual Property Office. I saw an example of this in July with the opening of a new Kipo Center to help strengthen IP valuation models. This is important as accurate and reliable valuation of IP is key to moving IP finance forward. Here at WIPO, we're also taking action, forming an expert group on valuation to take a deep dive into how it is currently being deployed and to identify new opportunities for us to make it better. This work is helping to shape the next stage in our dedicated action plan on IP finance. Through the plan, we are already creating practical toolkits to bring providers and seekers of IP finance closer together. We are developing country reports, including with the Republic of Korea, to share best practices and to review what is really happening on the ground. And earlier this week, we held our second global dialogue on IP finance, where policymakers, investors, industry leaders, IP professionals, and others spoke of growing momentum in this area in all parts of the world. As one of the leaders in this area, the Republic of Korea has an important role to play in unlocking the power of intangible assets at home and overseas, with this forum a timely opportunity to share ideas and experiences. WIPO stands fully behind these efforts and looks forward to continuing to work together to move the dial and create new opportunities for innovators, creators, and entrepreneurs everywhere to use IP, not just as a legal right, but also as a business and financial asset. Thank you very much and best wishes for a successful forum.
네, 여러분 축하 말씀 주신 다렌탕 사무총장님께 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 사무총장님께서는 이 스케줄상 직접 참여하지 못하셨지만요, 이 영상을 통해서
Director General Tang couldn't be with us due to his schedule, but through his message, he emphasized how important IP finance is for intangible assets.
IP 금융이 더욱 많은 기업에 활용할 수 있도록 도움
He
주시겠다는
stated that WIPO will continue to put forward efforts to strengthen IP finance for as many businesses as possible. We'll have a photo session before we dive into the main session. All keynote speakers, please come forward for a photo session.
Before we begin our forum, we are going to take the group photo session first. So please come up the stage, all the presenters for today's forum. Thank you very much. our presenters for today's forum, please come up the stage. We are going to take group photo session first. Now we are going to take the group photo session to two different positions. Firstly, we are going to take the official photo. Please make big smile on you. 네, 큰 웃음으로 함께 공식 행사
Big
사진을
smile on your
먼저
face,
찍도록
please.
하겠습니다. 카메라 봐주시고요.
For the official photo
하나,
of the
둘,
forum.
셋.
1, 2, 3.
네, 감사합니다. Now we are
Thank
going
you.
to change the posture for today's successfully forum to begin. Shall we make this the fighting posture? 네, 오늘의 이 본 포럼이 성공적으로 개최되기 위해서
For the
모두
success
파이팅
of the
포스처를
forum,
취해 주시면 감사드리겠습니다. 제가 3, 2, 1을
please
하면
have
모두
a
파이팅
fighting
해주십시오.
posture.
3,
3,
2,
2,
1,
1.
파이팅! 여러분 큰 박수
Big round of
부탁드리겠습니다.
applause for them, please.
So shall we make our big clap? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. 대단히 감사드리겠습니다.
Thank you very much.
So they'll be very appreciated if you return to your seat. Thank you. 네, 자리로 돌아가 주시면 감사드리겠습니다.
Please return to your seats.
네, 여러분 다시 한번 이 추운 날씨에도 불구하고 이 많은 분들께서
Thank you everyone for attending this forum
주셔서 이
despite the cold
굉장히
weather.
열기가 넘치는데요.
The venue is
이
packed, as you can
여러분의
see.
열화 같은 이
We can all
열기와
feel the
함께
passion.
본 포럼의 본격적인 포럼
Let's
세션을
then dive into the
진행해
main
보도록
event.
하겠습니다. 네, 세션 진행에 앞서 이 행사
Before we
프로그램북에 대해서
begin,
말씀을 드릴
let
텐데요.
me explain
행사는
this
이
program
프로그램북을 별도로
book.
제공을 해드리고
We
있지는
do
않습니다.
not provide a
여기에
program
등록대신께서
book
나눠드린
for this
프로그램
event.
안내서에
So please
QR 코드를
refer
통해서
to
다운받아서
the
보실 수가
leaflet that
있으니까요.
we provided on the
QR 코드를
registration
이용해
desk,
주시면
and you can scan the
또한
QR
오늘
code on that
포럼은
leaflet to
대한변리사회
refer
전문
to the
연수
presentation
인정이
materials
가능합니다.
and agenda.
등록데스크에 배치된
And you
이
can
출석부에
also earn
오죠.
credits
그리고
for
오후
the
이렇게 총 2번
patent
설명을
attorney
해주셔야만
course,
하니까요. 잊지
and you need
마시고
to
모든 분들께서는
sign a
참여해
sheet
주시면
in the morning and
감사드리겠습니다.
afternoon
또한
twice.
다시 한번 통역
Please
서비스
make sure to
채널을
do that,
안내드리도록
and
하겠습니다.
simultaneous
한국어는 1번,
interpretation is
영어는 2번.
provided throughout the
And
event.
today's
Korean
forum
is channel
provides
1 and English
simultaneous
channel 2.
interpretation service. So please tune to channel number 2 for English. Thank you. 네, 오늘 이 포럼은 이 지속 가능한 IP 금융 생태계와 미래.
The theme of today's forum is sustainable IP finance ecosystems and the future. We'll now invite President Son Seung-woo of KIIP for his keynote speech. He is professor of law in Jurong University and an advisor in PCIP. He will give a keynote speech on the role of IP finance and innovation-driven growth.
무대에 와 계시는데요,
Please
여러분. 저희
welcome
손승우 원장님께 큰
Mr.
박수
Sung with a big
부탁드리겠습니다.
hand.
네, 반갑습니다.
Good morning.
방금 소개받은 지식재산연구원의 소속입니다.
I am Son Seung-woo, the president of Korea Institute of IP. Thank you for inviting me to this important event.
세부적인 사표를 가지고 전문가들께서
Detailed discussion on IP finance will be held after this keynote speech, so I'm going to focus on the role of IP in boosting innovation in businesses.
세상이 이제 변화하고 있습니다.
Indeed, the world has been changing rapidly, especially with the advent of artificial intelligence that has brought about innovative economy. So there are concerns and opportunities. In the 18th and 19th century, with Industrial Revolution, the economic leadership was in the UK and was transferred to the US. In the past, growth was driven by capital and labor, and nowadays we see the rise of knowledge and technology as important factors. In fact, in the 18th and 19th century, why did industry bloom in the UK? Of course, there was the invention of the steam engine, but there's something else. While in London, there's the hub of finance.
꽃을 피우기 위해서는 산업으로 나와서
For
꽃을 피우기 위해서는
technology to be commercialized, you always need funding and finance. And in the 17th century, the Netherlands adopted the modern financial system. So the Netherlands was the leader of the world at that time, and the same system was transferred to the UK, combining technology and finance to lead the world.
미국도 마찬가지입니다. 19세기에
The same goes with the US in the 19th century. It led entrepreneurship as well as energy, steelmaking and oil, infrastructure and technology, and also invested in its financial market and the securities market to fund capital.
꽃을 피우게 됐습니다. 사실 이제 이 4차 산업혁명 시대에
In the age of the fourth industrial revolution, to utilize IP, we must enhance the IP finance to provide funds.
자, 특허 성장이 이제 GDP 성장을 유도한다는 연구는
There are a lot of studies showing that the growth in patents lead to GDP growth, especially in G7 states that are relatively well-off countries. When there is 1% patent growth, per capita GDP growth was 0.65%.
이런 이제 좀 선진 국가들 같은 경우는 이제 기술적으로 앞서
In advanced countries, the level of technology is very advanced, so their registration and patents is very high, especially with quality patents. The contribution to GDP is even larger according to some studies. And in this case of startups, comparing when they have patents and don't have patents, their corporate value showed a gap of 35-fold. So, IP in terms of business and industry growth is a key pillar.
자, 최근에 이제 지식재산에 대한 의존도가 높은 산업을
Recently,
IP 집약 산업이다 이렇게 이제 정의를 하고 있습니다.
we call
저희 연구원에서도 이제 과거에
industry with large numbers of patents IP-intensive industries. And in the US and Europe, we looked at the contribution of IP-intensive industries to economy under a 5-year cycle. And IP takes account for about 41% in GDP and 33% in employment. In the case of Korea, IP-intensive industries take account for 37% of GDP and 25% of employment, which is similar in European countries. And I believe there are participants from IP service industries, and at the center of IP are service industries, for example, researching or analyzing IP information or providing translation services, trading and assessing IP value, as well as financing services. The IP service industry, compared to other sectors, have 1.4-fold higher added value and also 1.4-fold higher contribution to local economic growth. I believe this chart is familiar for you. There's a company called Ocean Tomo in Chicago evaluating IP and providing market research. I've actually met the CEO when I was in Chicago. And according to Ocean Tomo's S&P 500 index, well, in 1975, the share of intangible assets was 17%. Recently, it has soared to 90%. So this is driven by big techs like Apple, Microsoft, Facebook, Alphabet, Amazon, and Google. And in Asia, compared to Korea, China and Japan, Korea has a larger share of intangible assets that take account for more than 50% of corporate value. So this chart shows that from 1985 to 1995, the share of intangible assets skyrocketed. And during this time, especially in the US and the UK, there were pro-patent policies led by the government. And in the late 90s, theories for IP-backed business management emerged. So this pro-patent environment gave rise to this figure, I believe. And in terms of the royalty market, as of 2013, the amount of the economy was $297.6 billion. That rose to $445 billion in 2022, up by 16.6% annually. And we also announce IP trade balance every year. And Korea has been succeeding with BTS, Squid Game, a lot of K-contents and K-pop on the global stage. So copyright has been gaining a lot of exports, leading to a surplus. And the share of IP commercializing has been rising from 66.7% in 2016 to 74% in 2021. And the revenue per transaction has been gradually increasing from around 20 billion won. So why is IP important? Let me take around 2 examples to explain this. So the number of litigations by MP toward Korean companies has been rising. On the annual average is around 130. Mostly the litigations take place in the larger US market than the Korean market. Leading NPEs include Unilock, Livebuster, and Melvino Technology and Seedlane Technology. They're not filing a lawsuit against only Korean companies. They're also targeting Apple and Google, the big techs. And I saw that Samsung is the company that received the second largest number of litigations, followed by LG. And the litigations has been increasing against SMEs as well. So mostly in Korea, we call MPs patent trolls. There's a negative image, but there are quite advantages in terms of playing the role of a bridge to provide funds and also fix a value on IP. And in the US, already in the 70s, they have adopted IP securitization. The patent and copyright and other assets were used to issue securities. One interesting company in Korea is Music Cow. Copyright royalty in Korea has been gradually increasing, and Music Cow actually securitized this. So there are popular music, especially beloved by the baby boomers, and they have securitized the royalty revenue from these popular music, and they've actually went through with a company called Kium Securities to do this, and Kium had to hire a patent or IP securitization expert to support Music Cow. And this is a well-known economic growth model by Solo. So for a national economy, capital, investment, and labor, as well as innovation system of the country are key factors for growth of a country. And there was also for Lomer, who won the Nobel Prize for Economics. And other than capital and labor, advanced technology, and manpower, and the protection system are indeed significant for economic growth. For Korea to overcome depopulation and maintain economic growth, despite depopulation, we need to focus on advanced technology and securing more IP. To build an innovative national system, we need to raise efficiency of R&D activities and also provide support for commercialization and the creation of added value. And thirdly, there should be a countrywide effort to spread this advanced technology from the perspective of IP in terms of protecting, creating, and utilizing IP. We need to set up more institutions. And in terms of utilization, we need to provide IP services and finance.
So
what's the role of IP finance in driving innovative growth? There are several obstacles such as information asymmetry and also externalities and the risk of imitation, increased transaction cost, and financing. With information asymmetry, the technology holder dominates information, so supplier dominates information, and the buyers have a limitation to access to information or patented technology. In terms of externalities, there's the risk of easy imitation or going around the registered patent. So we need to devise mechanisms to protect patents and enforce the rules. In terms of increased transaction cost, there would be cost of discovering patent and also screening prospective technology and patents that consume time and money. So we would need intermediaries that provide expertise. And lastly, in terms of funding, there are venture capitals and startups that need funds to commercialize their technology. So this is directly related to the success of businesses. To overcome these obstacles, we need a IP specialized financial institutions that can provide funding and hedge against risk. So there are two players, financial institutions and brokers. Antler Korea, Spark Labs that identify and incubate startups will be the example of financial institution. They are accelerators that also secure seed money. They provide the total package of services for startups. And we also have venture capitals like the fund of funds and funds of listed firms. And the size of this market is around 1 trillion won in Korea. And there's the role of IP collateral. Around 10 commercial banks provide IP collateral loans. And the balance is around 2 trillion won. And we also have Kibo in Korea that guarantee based on technology.
투자를 상당히 해가지고
KIPO has been investing in IP valuation and currently has been using AI, which means that they have accumulated valuation data for a long time to raise the accuracy and reliability of AI. The next player are brokers, IP service companies, TLOs, technology transaction firms, and intellectual discovery firms that buy IPs, improve this, and file a lawsuit or license this. In the US, I mentioned NPEs. For NPEs to operate, there are litigation funds and another sector that provides funding for this.
So when we look at how our finance has evolved, at first we started with enterprise credit and also providing loans and credit to enterprises, and it evolved to technology finance and finally IP finance. Sometimes people see group technology and IP together, but usually when it comes to experts, we separate them. If you think about patents, they are legally recognized property rights. So they are independently tradable. And also patent valuation can provide more accurate value. Apologies. Next, IP finance. Let's look at IP finance. When we talk about IP finance, we focus on future value, and we also look at risk and return, which is a financial perspective. So it's a combination of the future value perspective and financial risk and return perspective. So that's how IP finance is defined. So there's IP asset finance, IP corporate finance, and IP business finance when it comes to different types of IP finance. For IP asset finance, the most prime example would be IP collateral. But we are not looking at individual enterprises, we're looking at technologies. Small and medium enterprises and startups who have not generated enough revenue, it's difficult to raise funds through credit. Then they can make their technology collateral. So their credit might be low, but they can provide value by collateralizing their technology. Then what is IP corporate finance? It looks at the business value of a corporation and or the technological capabilities of the company. And IP business finance, it's the activity of utilizing funds from various investors to provide IP-related services and generate revenue. It can be done either directly or through an IP specialized management company. So this slide looks at the IP finance market virtuous cycle and also risks. First, we need to raise funds. So that's when the government's role is really important. So the government backed investments and the government provides fund of funds. And with government's involvement, we can engage the private sector through matching funds. But we also need to provide them incentives to promote private sector participation. So with this created fund, IP specialized management companies will manage the fund, or we can even directly participate in financial or investment activities in the market. And how we foster IP asset management companies, that's also one of the responsibilities of the government. And earlier I mentioned the uncertainty of IP rights. It comes from informational asymmetry and other factors. Because of this, investment in IP sometimes involves the risk of default. In such case, how can we hedge such risk? Can we have a way to recover default loans? That's an exit strategy that we can provide, and that's where the government's role is also very important. And when it comes to market structure, to hedge against market failures, the government's involvement is very important. And later, when the market more or less matures, the private sector is expected to create an ecosystem and participate voluntarily. That's a sustainable way to create an IP ecosystem. If you look at the right side of the slide, IP asset management companies and IP specialized funds and IP securities and financial exchange, we see many players in the market and how they work together to hedge risk and maximize return. Moving on, let's look at IP finance and market cases in Korea. If you look at the top right side, R&D and business development. In each stage, you can see the role of finance. In the stage of R&D, policy finance provided by government is very important. In going to the business development stage, IP loans and IP investment, IP guarantees come into play. We have about 3 trillion won of newly invested IP loans. And the total amount of investment was about 8 to 9 trillion won last year. And on this slide, we look at IP finance market cases by year and by type. For the patent office, they partnered with Kibo since 2006 to provide IP guarantee loans and IP collateral loans. So these are linked loan products that we have been offering in partnership with Kibo. And moving on, we have IP policy trends and market cases in other countries. We will skip this slide for the matter of time. And for the US, it's mostly based on guarantee collateral. In Korea, we have all the regulations for IP loans, but it was difficult to raise funds from banks in reality. Then in 2010, we have a new regulation that comes up. Traditionally, in the Korean market, real estate-based loans have been very popular. So we needed some physical assets to get loans. So in order to get loans, you have to provide something physical, like physical assets of your company, to gain loans. But with the new law, we have been able to provide a part of the company as a means to finance and raise funds.
국제 유엔 국제상거래법위원회라는 곳이 있는데
We have a commercial trade agency under the UN, and
수년간에 거쳐서
the agency has been providing advice for legal counsel for the introduction of such institutions for years.
회의에 이제 참석한
I also have an experience in participating in the conference organized by them.
자, 이제 IP 금융을 이제 추진하는 데는 여러 가지 좀 제약이 있습니다. 이제 특히 이제
There are challenges in existing IP finance.
주도로 하다 보니까 좀 다양성이 좀 부족한 면이 있고
Since it has to be government-led in the beginning, there are various limitations, and also there are challenges
그다음에 이제
associated
IP
with a
금융, 특히 우리
private-led
한국 같은 경우는 이제 국내
finance.
특허 중심으로 돼 있고요.
And also in
기업이
Korea,
해외에 등록한 특허에
IP
대해서는
finance is limited to domestic
투자나
patents,
우리나라가
making it difficult for companies with
좀 한계가 있습니다.
pending applications or
그다음에
overseas
가치평가를 가고
applications
있는데
to
특허
secure
중심으로
investment.
아직 저작권 분야에서는 가치평가 모델이
And also, IP finance is mainly focused on patent and trademark rights,
그다음에 가치평가의
so
결국 이제
very
실내에서
limited in
굉장히
copyright
중요한데 이제
area.
필연적인 가치평가 체계라든지 뭐
And also,
사례가
we have limitations related to valuation, lack of market reliability, or IP valuation capacity.
지속적으로 우리가 지금 그
But this
부분을
area, we
실내에서
need to
제고하는
continue
것들을
our
정부와
efforts
같이
to increase the
노력을
reliability of valuation methods, government
자,
and private
이제
sector
IP
together.
비즈니스 금융과 IP 자산 관리 금융 사례를 이제 이렇게
Let's look at types and
보여드리는데요.
cases of IP business and management finance.
예일대학교 같은 경우는 제약 특허를 가지고 이제 유동화한 사례도 있고.
So we have a case from the Yale University liquidating with a medical patent,
유망 기술을 이제 스핀 아웃한.
and also we have a IP spin-out joint venture creation case. We see various different methods,
보험 상품들.
and also we have IP insurance product that can secure against IP-related
자,
risks.
그다음에 기업의 IP를 이제 위탁 관리하거나 또
Also,
보유하고 있는 IP를 라이센싱해서 수익을 올릴 수
There's a way
있고요.
to entrust your IP
하웨이 같은 경우에
to be managed
이제
and
이런
licensed.
활동에 의해서 상당히 제재를 받아서 이제 매출이 이제 급감을 했었습니다. 그 부족한 부분을 이제
There has been
국민들이
a
4G나 5G 통신 관련 기술이 워낙
for
강하니까
Huawei,
최근에
their
오
revenue
만
has
정도의 수익을
dropped significantly, but then with the help of their technology in 4G and 5G, they were able to raise
여기는 뭐 삼성 애플뿐만 아니라 이제
a significant amount of money
전 세계 200개 기업이 이제
through these methods.
제공해주고 있습니다.
And also we have IP aggregation and licensing services, and about 200 companies are using this service.
출연연 또는 이제 중소기업 이제 이런 데 사실 IP 전문성이 좀 떨어지는
We have IP
이런
liquidation
기관들이
model of
IP
specialized
전문적으로
IP
다루는
trust
시스템
companies.
가져다가 맡기는 거죠.
So companies that lack expertise in terms of IP management can entrust their IP to specialized companies for business development.
자, 그다음에
and
이제
revenue
IP를
generation.
통해서 펀딩할 수 있는 방법 중에 하나가 이제 IP 클라우드 펀딩인데
And another way to
이거는
raise
소셜
funds
네트워크를
through IP
통해서
is IP
플랫폼을
crowdfunding.
통해서 다수의 일반 투자자들부터 이제 소규모의
You can reach out to a large number of individual investors through social media. It offers high accessibility and allows for easy and straightforward investment, which is a huge upside.
거의 이제 마지막 단계인데요.
We are reaching the end of my presentation.
미래 가치를 측정하는
So
것이
patent technology assessment perspective, this is about predicting future value. It is very challenging. There is always inherent uncertainty associated with IP, but we want to make out the predictive power as accurate as possible.
사고적으로 계속 검증해서 이제 이 시스템을 자체를 이제 고도화시키는 작업을
It's important to
수정 보완 이걸
continue
보완 반복하는 형태로
fine-tuning the valuation
한국은
methods
상당한
as
이제
postmortem.
노하우를 그동안 축적을 해놓은 그런 상태입니다.
And
근데
Korea
이게
has
함께
seen a lot of
같이
progress in
관계돼서
this
시장을
area.
해결해 줘야 돼요.
But then the entire market, all the players in the market have to agree on the valuation method.
끊임없는 연구
So there's a lot of study investment going on and will be needed going forward to strengthen valuation methodology. It's important to also provide training and provide assistance. Post-review, evaluation, and feedback are also very important as part of the process.
가치평가의 DB 이 부분은 이제
As mentioned
평가
earlier,
정확도를 높이는 데 상당히 중요한 자산이고요.
IP valuation database is very important to fine-tune the level of prediction.
확률 분포,
If you look at the right side of the slide,
역할을 이 DB가
database really contributes to increasing the probability of the valuation model.
실제 실무 이제 우리 이제 금융기관 여신 이제 평가
And
모형에
when it comes to
이제
credit versus
반영이 돼야
technology,
되는데
valuation methodology has to be applied to the field when it comes to credit and technology
그래서 이제 정부
loans,
2014년도에
but there's still a gap there.
이제 은행권에 대해서
In
여신 모델의 이제
2013,
비재무적 모형에 기술 평가 요소를 좀 적극적으로 좀 담아달라.
the government
했는데
requested banks
사실상
to
여전히 조금 이제 어려운 부분이 있습니다. 그래서 이제
reflect these
최근에는
changes in
정부가
terms of
종합
non-financial
여신 모형을
loan
만들어가지고
products.
단계별로 도입하겠다는 정책을
Recently, the government came up with a staged implementation of integrated credit model and is going to put forward efforts to apply it in the field. So that has been my presentation, an overview of the IP finance, and I hope this forum will serve as an opportunity to gather your insights as well. Thank you very much.
네, 손수구 원장님께서 이 혁신 성장을 위한 지식 재산 금융의 역할에 대해서 기조
President
연설 주셨습니다.
Son
여러분 다시 한번 큰
gave
박수
a keynote
부탁드리겠습니다.
speech on IP finance and innovative growth. A big round of applause for them,
네,
please.
감사합니다. 이제 본격적인
Thank you
첫 번째
very much. We will
세션이
now move on
시작이 될
to
텐데요.
session one.
이 첫 번째 세션을 통해서 이 IP 금융을 위한 국내의
It
동향에
would be
대해서
an
살펴보는
opportunity
시간을
to
가져보도록
take a look
하겠습니다.
at policy trends
먼저
home
첫
and
번째
abroad for IP
발제는
finance.
한국 대명진흥회
The first
IP
presentation will be
평가관리센터의
given by Director
하성태
Hasongtae of IP
본부장님께서
Valuation
진행해
Management
주시겠습니다.
Center, in short
하성태 본부장님은
IPVMC.
이 특허청에 계시기 전 특허
Before he was
심판관을
in
역임하시기도
KIPO, he was
하셨는데요.
also a
이 오늘의
patent
강연
judge.
주제는
He will
한국의
talk about
지식재산권
K
가치
IP
평가와
valuation
IP
and IP
금융
finance
정책
policy
이니셔티브입니다.
initiative today.
여러분, 하성태
Please welcome
본부장님께
Mr.
큰
Ha
박수
with a round of
부탁드리겠습니다.
applause.
안녕하십니까.
Good morning.
지식재산센터의 하성태입니다.
I'm Ha Song-tae from IPVMC.
존경하는 백만기 위원장님,
Honorable Chairman Baek Man-gi
산업재산정책국장님,
and
해외
Mr. Mok Sung-ho
많은 분들
and participants from the IP community. It's a great pleasure to be able to introduce the IPVMC, IP Valuation and Management Center before you. When I was told to talk about the IPVMC for this forum, I wondered if it would be possible to explain what our center does in 20 minutes. And especially with guests from abroad, I wondered what the foreign guests would think about our center.
컨텐츠 순서는
This is the agenda for my presentation.
현황,
I will talk about the current status of the center, the organization, business activities, successful cases,
정책에
and IP financing policy issues.
센터 출범에
And I
따른
will conclude
회장님,
by
총장님의 메시지,
talking about
말씀을
the
드리겠습니다.
message from the president of the center.
목 국장님 그리고 손승호 원장님께서 하신
Mr. Mok
말씀들이
and Mr.
많은
Son
부분 또 제가 말씀드리려는 부분과 좀 중첩이 되고
have
있습니다.
given a great presentation that kind of overlap with what I prepared, but being very important issues, I will repeat
제가
them.
지난주 버전으로 오션토모 웹사이트에서 그대로 확인을 했습니다.
This is data I got from Ocean Tomo website last week. Ocean Tomo has an MOU with IPVMC for IP valuation.
20년도 기준으로 90%라고 하면
As of 2020, here it says 90%. And
언젠가는
this year and someday, the intangible asset may
수렴하는 현상이
take account for
일어나지
100% of corporate value, I
결국
think.
이 의미는 직선의 가치의 의미가 많은 함의를 갖고 있고
This
이러한
implies a
배경
lot
하에서
for all of us. And
이
against
특허청은
this
한국
backdrop,
진행에는
KIPO
지식재산
and
경제
IPVMC
발전에 기여될 수 있도록
has been working hard
여러
so
가지
that
정책적 역량을
IP
집중하고
could
있다고
contribute to
말씀드리겠습니다.
national economic development.
앞서 국장님께서 말씀하신 바와 같이
As Mr.
2018년도만
Mok has
4천억
mentioned,
규모의
as of
IP
the
금융
end of
수준이었습니다.
2018,
그런데
IP financing was
22년도만
around
3조
400 billion
그리고
won,
전액 기준으로
but
8조
in
굉장히
2022,
갈목할
it
만한
reached
성장입니다.
3 trillion won, and the balance
그럼에도
is
불구하고
8 trillion
이런
won, which is
외형적 금융
remarkable
확장이
growth.
반드시
But the growth and size,
중요한 이유이기도 하지만 또
of
다른
course,
측면에서
is important, but
변화가 신뢰하고 올바른 가치평가
we
시장이
need to enable a
선행되어야
reliable
한다는 당위에
and
대해서 고민이
accurate
있었습니다.
IP valuation at the same
그래서
time.
지난해 1월
So in January last year,
지식경제부 장관이신 현성훈 추 장관님 그리고
Minister Chu of Economy and Finance
의원입법 형식으로 발명진흥법을 개정해서
proposed the amendment
저희
to the
국가센터가
Act
출범을 하게
on
되었습니다.
Invention
이력을
Promotion
간단히
and
설명을
gave
드리면
rise
96년도에
to the emergence of our center.
이따가 다시 설명을 드리겠습니다만 22개의 평가 기관이 있습니다. 특허청
So in Korea, there are 22 valuation agencies designated by KIPO.
분석 평가 시스템의 스마트 평가 시스템이 구축되었고
In 2010, the Smart 5 patent analysis valuation system was established, and in 2018, the Korean government announced the IP finance revitalization plan with the National Supervisory Commission. And the center has published the IP valuation guidelines, and we also provide the valuation assessment guideline to ensure quality of valuation. There are 3 divisions under the center: IP Valuation Support Division, IP Valuation Quality Management Division, and IP Valuation Information Division. The role of IP Valuation Support Division is significant in relation to today's theme, but I'm going to explain what the division does later on. We have 31 IP valuation experts with doctor's degrees and who have educational background in this field. I'm now going to explain what each division does.
발명등의 평가기관이 현재 22곳이 있습니다.
There are 21 valuation agencies for invention. Their valuation result creates significant ripple effects in the market, so we assess the valuation result. So we choose samples annually to ensure the accuracy and reliability of this valuation. And we also carry out feasibility studies.
시장에서의 가치 평가가 올바르게 이루어지고 있는지는 저희들이 분석, 가이드,
We also carry out analysis, publish guidelines, and provide training to ensure accuracy of valuation. We also develop valuation methodologies. And thanks to the amendment of the Invention Promotion Law, the subject of valuation expanded to include trade secrets and layout design. And we also provide guidance on valuation. For your reference, next week, there are 4 areas for IP evaluation, and we're planning to complete the methodology by then. And next month, the trademark valuation model will be completed. Of course, it is uncertain how much of this will be accommodated by the market, but the center has been working hard to develop models to enable users to assess the value of IP. The IP Evaluation Information Division establishes the patent valuation system and also collects use cases. So there is an online patent rating system called Smart 5. We compare Korean patents with overseas patents to rate them in 9 different grades. So we use this to determine whether the annual fees will be paid. So this means management of patents and the performance to analyze national R&D performance. And we also use Smart 5 and its database to enable technology transfer. We invest a lot of time and resources for this system, and the result reports will be collected in the database for the users to access this. So we have been enhancing the UI. So that was about the IP Evaluation Quality Management Division and IP Evaluation Information Division that provide the infrastructure for IP finance. IP collateral, IP guarantee, IP investment are the areas of business for IP Evaluation Support Division. So IP-backed loans is very important. We provide loans from banks up to 50% of the assessment cost, and we also support companies in cooperation with Coded and Kibo. And to ensure investment based on the report by evaluation agencies, we carry out IP investment programs. We also support IP commercialization.
좀 시간을 할애해서 말씀드리고 싶은 사업인데 IP 담보 회수 지원 기구입니다.
Especially, I would like to focus my talk on the IP Collateral Recovery Support Organization. So let's assume that a company received loans from a financial institution including banks. And
좀 어려움을 겪을 때 우리 그
if there's challenges in business, the IP will be bought by the support organization and will be licensed back. So it's an SLB system.
제가 처음 이 사업을 보고
So when I first looked at this project, we had a discussion with the person in charge, and I asked, wouldn't this be an issue in the National Assembly if the performance of the project is too meager? And the person in charge said, despite that, we need to do that because it would be priming the pump. And he inspired me, and I said, then let's do this. We'll be the one taking responsibility. So this is a quite aggressive stance to IP finance. I'm going to explain one success case for this project, and I ask for your interest and support for this project going forward, taking this opportunity. This is a success case where we supported commercialization. So when you engage in financial transaction, you usually use OTP, that is two-way, but OTAC enables the user to use one-way communication to use fintech. This technology has not been validated in Korea. So the CEO had to go to Surrey University in the UK to have this technology validated and gained a registered patent and secured funding. So the value of this technology was 135 billion won after funding. And this is another case. This company develops speaker authentication software. It was successful initially, but after the pandemic, demand from China decreased and market size contracted, so it faced a lot of hardship. So it opted for the SLB system, and the center bought the patent and licensed it back, and we now have royalty revenue. So this is a very successful case.
이러한 저희 국내에서의 사업 내용 그리고 사례들을 정말 주마간산식으로 설명을 드렸습니다.
That was a very brief introduction on what we do in the center and our success cases. I took a look on what other countries are doing, and Mr. Mok also shared successful cases abroad, and this is the case in China. And as of September, China's IB finance amounts to 89 trillion won. Considering the huge size of the Chinese economy, this implies a lot.
표를 가지고 은행 입장에서 기업의 가치 평가를 판단하는 가이드라인이 9월 1일자로 퍼블릭되었습니다.
In September, published this guideline that includes this table to help banks evaluate and assess IP. So, China has this chart to use for valuation, and they assess the legal value, technology value, and economic value. So, for an IP, the value of technology is only 24%. I don't know what this means, but because China's state power is strong, I believe that they have a lower valuation for technology. And Europe has been very active as well for IP finance. I don't think they are having IP finance led by the government like in the US. According to the report from EU IPO, it seems like they are taking IP finance very seriously. I believe there is a policy goal for the EU to catch up with the US behind, but the gist of this report is to reduce the risk taken by venture capitals. This report emphasizes the role of VCs and provides this formula. So, based on dichotomy, you can determine whether to keep on funding or to withdraw. Based on trademark and patents, it shows the different stages of utilizing IPR. So as I've mentioned, the center was established in July 13th, and the commissioner of KIPO sent this message, and the employees at the center have been working hard to fulfill their mission. Before closing, I would like to share with you this message from the heads of Korea's patent system. We, the center, hope that we can go together for the fair, trustworthy, and transparent global IP valuation community. Thank you very much for listening.
네, 여러분 발표에 수고해 주신 하성태 본부장님께 다시 한번 큰
A
박수
big round of applause
부탁드리겠습니다.
again for Mr. Ha. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다. 이 다음 강연을 소개드리겠습니다.
So
다음
next,
강연은 이 K 콘텐츠 IP 진흥을 위한
we
한국의
have
정책 금융 제도라는 제목으로
a presentation under the title of Developing the Korean Financial System for K-Content IP, delivered by Ms. Yoo Nok, General Director of Content Business Hub Division at Korea Creative Content Agency, KOCA.
예, 안녕하십니까.
Hello, everyone.
한국진흥원 콘텐츠 기반부
I'm Yoo Nok, Director General of Content Foundation Department at KOCA.
예, 우선 오늘 이 자리에 초청해 주신 백만기 위원장님과
First of all,
감사의 말씀.
Chairman Beck and organizer, thank you so much for inviting me to this
앞서서
significant forum
지난 6월
today.
20일 파리에서 열린
Before I
슈퍼
dive
우주와
into my
초대형
presentation,
그 세계 박람회를 유치하기 위한 첫 주자가 누구였는지 기억하십니까?
remember who was the first party to appear at the Super Ultra 2 promotion event? It was not a policymaker, it was not
이번 주에는 K-팝 스타 블랙핑크가
a lawmaker, it was actually Psy, one of
훈장을 수여받게
Korea's
됐습니다.
representative
발표 제목에
entertainers.
붙은 저 K라는
And also this week, Blackpink received a very honorable recognition from the British government.
음악, 영화, 드라마,
Korea's music, fashion, game, drama, and webtoons are taking over the world, creating a sensation. And one of the reasons why I was invited as a presenter at today's forum is probably because of the power of K-content. I have been working for a long time at KOCA, and compared to 23 years ago when I first joined KOCA, I am still surprised by how far K-content has come. And today, I will briefly introduce the K-policy financing regime in support of content IP.
본격적인 발표에 앞서서 한국의 콘텐츠 산업 현황을 조금 말씀드리려고
So let me
하는데요.
introduce the K-content industry and where it stands today. At the As of the end of 2022, Korea's content industry market size was $75 billion, ranking 7th in the world. And also, K-content export recorded $13.5 billion, surpassing second batteries and other main export items of Korea. And also, Korea K-content generates diverse synergy effects across associated industries. When K-content export increases by $100 million, consumer goods export increases by $180 million. When it comes to general consumer goods, consumers are very sensitive to price. But when it comes to content, it's entirely different. As long as it's attractive and fun, consumers will consume the content. IP-focused value chains and OSMPs are going strong in OTT platforms. OTT platforms, Disney Plus with Casino has recorded a record amount of downloads, and same goes for The Glory on Netflix. And you probably know Reborn Rich was very popular last year with its adaptation as from web novel to drama. It has increased. The sale has increased by 230 times. In 2009, KOCA was established as a lead organization to promote Korea content industry under the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, broadcasting, games, music, fashion. In addition to supporting content production by genre, we also support global expansion, company promotion, and also talent cultivation.
기업에 맞춤형으로 지원하는 제작 지원과
We provide customized production support for content as well as K-content global expansion. And most importantly, we foster future talent for convergence and integration. We also focus on providing value-centric policy finance, as well as supporting tech-driven emerging industries and building local-driven industry ecosystem. These are three core business areas of ours. And as a result of these business areas, we have made key achievements, as you can see on the screen. Last year, 우영우, Extraordinary Attorney Woo, was very popular, and it was actually a result of our training program. You're probably not very interested in our organization chart, but I wanted to show this nevertheless because I wanted to highlight the division that I belong to. So if you look at the very right side of the slide, our division, Content Foundation division, we have a role to play in talent acquisition and fostering talent and providing funding and capital. So we provide all services for content production and building infrastructure. And also, as part of indirect services, we also provide valuation and finance services. Let me briefly touch upon the background for introducing K-policy finance regime in promotion of content IP. From 2021 to 2022, the content industry has gone through transformation. Due to the increased scale of content production costs, it's not possible to secure production funding through a single financial product. The average production cost for commercial films in 2022 was 12 billion won, and tentpole dramas reaching the 40 billion won mark. Based on a study, annual capital funding gap in content industry in Korea amounts to 3.2 trillion won. Despite this reality, content industry ratio to all industries when it comes to funding is 2%. Also, we see a widening divide in the content industry, and this is the reason why we decided to roll out the regime. In the content industry, revenue is below 1 billion won. 88% of the enterprises record revenue below 1 billion won, but 90% of them have less than 10 employees. Especially when it comes to startups or enterprises in early stages, it's difficult to secure funds from private investors and financial institutions. On the other hand, large enterprises leading platform ecosystem and generating a lot of profit can secure a lot of funds. So small and medium enterprises and startups have a hard time raising funds. That's why in starting 2016, KOCA established Content Valuation Center to promote investment and funding. Let me go into some details about policy financing programs. So when it comes to policy finance, we have investment support and loan support. We also have investment loan linkage program. If you look at the entire support structure, we evaluate the business potential of content in production based on content value assessment model, and we recommend it to the financial sector to facilitate investment loans. To go into more details, so we have content value assessment and pitching platform. So we provide a value assessment system for content in production. And the differentiating factor is that we provide value assessment for content which is already in production. Not only that, one of the main areas associated with the sustainability of policy finance is to provide IP finance. So we have Korea Fund of Funds. So investment for the Fund of Funds cultural account amounts to approximately 1.4 trillion won, and the baby fund's total amount reaches approximately 2 trillion won. And the purpose of the baby fund is to provide investment for content that has raised funds already. Also, we have at least 20% of their target amount to be supported, and we also put a limitation that the accumulated sum of a specific genre should be within 30% of the contract sum. So we have new formation of K-Value Fund, which is the largest scale in history at 33 billion won as of this year. We also have formed a investment review committee, and one of the main examples would be Dream High, which is a show musical which went through our value assessment before production, and it raised a huge amount of fund from the private sector. The entire production cost was actually funded through the private sector. Also, we have the Night Owl and the Outlaws. These are some of the successful cases of our CVA-based fund investment. We also run KNOC, which is content pitching platform. We provide education, mentoring, consulting, investor networking services to provide a customized integrated IR program. Next, let me go into loan support. We offer a customized guarantee system tailored to the content industry and to ensure stable capital management. We provide guarantees and also loan support, IP guarantee, there's a K-Content Innovation Growth Guarantee, Content IP Guarantee, and a Cultural Content Company Guarantee. You can also use Cultural Industry Completion Guarantee, which support investment attraction for production and completion of a company. We also have a loan support for Broadcasting Image Promotion Fund. We also provide interest support, which is 2.5 percentage point of a loan interest from financial institutions. So how the guarantee process works is that after the value assessment process, we recommend it to guarantee institutions, and then we help the company or enterprise to easily go through the process to secure loans. Successful cases of guarantee and loan support policy program. We have accumulated loan of 178 billion won through this program of ours. We have Millis Library and the Killing Vote and many other successful cases. Lastly, future direction, medium and long-term plan. We will continue. It is hard to continuously increase the amount of fund of funds. So with a limited government fund, it is important to raise as much private capital as possible. We will also go through legal and regulatory reforms to expand the utility of content value assessment. We also aim to establish a platform by forming an integrated content information platform to establish big data database. Also next year, we will expand globally. The pitching platform that I mentioned earlier, NOC, we will expand it globally to attract overseas VCs and productions. Going forward, through policy finance, KOCA will continue to provide IP finance and will address any gaps in the industry for insufficient product funding.
콘텐츠의 힘이
Power of
대한민국의
K-content
힘이라는
is
희망찬
power
메시지와
of Korea.
함께 발표를 마치려고
I'd
합니다.
like to leave it at
글로벌
that.
강대 굉장히 글로벌 거대 기업과 막강한 오일 머니에 맞설 수 있는
I think K-content is our unique source of power that can compete with natural resources and global large corporations. It comes from the people.
네, 발표에 수고해 주신
Thank you very much,
한국콘텐츠진흥원
Miss
유윤옥
Yu,
본부장님께
General
다시 한번 큰
Director
박수
from KOKA.
부탁드리겠습니다.
Big round of applause for her again. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very
다음
much.
강연을 소개드리도록
Let me
하겠습니다.
introduce the next
다음
presentation.
강연은 일본 특허청에서 오신
It will be
우에다
given
유시
by
사무관께서
Mr.
이
Ueda
IP
Yushi from
운행에 관한 일본의
JPO, who is going to talk
구상이라는
about Japan's
제목으로
initiatives on IP
발표해
financing.
소개드리겠습니다. 이 우에다 유시 사무관님은
Mr. Ueda Yushi from 2011 for more than 10 years has been in charge of IP finance. He's already up on the stage. A big hand, please.
Okay, good morning, everyone. This is Yushi Ueda of the Japan Patent Office. Today, I would like to present Japan's initiatives on IP financing. So, before I go into the slides, I would like you to understand that Japan's approach that I will explain here is not a mechanism to provide financing using intellectual property rights themselves as collateral. Therefore, although it may be different from what you are interested in, I would like to share Japan's initiatives as an approach to increase the asset value of intellectual property. In the past, in Japan, efforts to establish financing secured by intellectual property rights were promoted, and some financing projects were created. However, these financings have not been widely utilized in Japan to date. So therefore, in Japan, there has been a shift from measuring the value of IPRs themselves to measure the value of IPRs as a set with the business. In other words, how the IPRs add value to the business that generates cash flow. So this figure is from the Cabinet Office's IP Strategy Promotion Secretariat in Japan, which oversees Japan's overall intellectual property policy. There are two major pillars in this. The first is to make the disclosure of a company's IP investment strategy mandatory in the corporate governance code, so that not only the company but also investors can evaluate the strategy, thereby ensuring that the value of IP is properly measured. The second is to consider introducing a system that allows the entire business, including the IP, to be collateralized. The introduction of such system is being considered by the Financial Services Agency in Japan. So JPO's initiatives are responsible for the business feasibility assessment portion of this process. From here, I would like to introduce the initiatives of the JPO. So as I explained in the previous slide, JPO's IP financing business does not directly promote financing based on the valuation of IP itself. Many financial institutions in Japan are engaged in business feasibility assessment. Its purpose is not limited to financing, but also includes aspects of business and management support for companies. JPO's IP financing business is a way for financial institutions to assess the business feasibility of their clients by also assessing them from the perspective of intellectual property, so that they can understand the actual state of their clients' businesses. We believe that incorporating an evaluation from the perspective of intellectual property will enable an appropriate understanding of a company's business value and at the same time promotes the utilization of intellectual property. If the value of company's business is properly assessed and room for growth is anticipated, then financing will ultimately be necessary to realize this potential. So there is one barrier to include intellectual property, especially patents, in a financial institution's business feasibility assessment. So financial institutions are good at grasping business operations based on financial information of business partners, but are often poor at understanding technological capabilities. In Japan, and there are very few technical personnel in financial institutions. However, in order to provide business and management support to client companies, it is essential to understand the technological capabilities or intellectual properties that are the source of their sales. JPO's IP finance business is targeted at SMEs, and many of the targets are manufacturing companies with excellent technological capabilities. It is necessary to have financial institutions properly understand the technological capabilities of such companies. Therefore, the JPO is working to provide financial institutions with an IP business assessment report and IP business proposals. The IP Business Assessment Report is a report that assesses the relationship between business and intellectual property, which are the sources of management power of SMEs. It's created by experts who can judge technical and brand power. The experts include, for example, patent attorneys and management consultants. This report is designed to help financial institutions properly understand the IP of SMEs. The IP business proposal is a report that analyzes the business challenges and growth potential of enterprises based on the IP business assessment report and proposes the next action to be taken by SMEs. This action is premised on the support from the financial institutions. Financial support includes not only management support, but also financing. So I would like to explain a little more about how the IP business assessment report provided by the JPO is positioned and what role it plays in business feasibility evaluations conducted by financial institutions. JPO does not intend to cover all aspects of business feasibility assessment through the IP business assessment report. When a financial institution understands the business of a client company, it generally uses an internal corporate evaluation method, such as looking at financial statements. However, such evaluation methods used by financial institutions have difficulty in revealing a company's IP activities, such as technology and know-how. Therefore, it is expected that the IP business assessment report provided by the JPO will be used in combination with existing evaluation methods to provide a more detailed understanding of corporate activities in a way that compensates for the shortcomings of both types of evaluations. For example, if it is a patent, it is possible to evaluate the business feasibility from a technical perspective. In this way, financial institutions can be supported in their business feasibility evaluations from an IP perspective. Okay, the scheme of the JPO's actual project is shown in the diagram of the slide. So first, the financial institution selects the company for evaluation and then submits an application to JPO for preparation of an IP business assessment report. After receiving applications from financial institutions, JPO requests research firms and management experts to prepare assessment report and proposals. In the presence of the financial institutions, the research firms or management specialists conduct interviews with the company to be assessed and analyze their business and intellectual property. Then, the research firm or management expert prepares an IB business assessment report summarizing the result of those analysis. And finally, JPO provides the IB business assessment report to the financial institution, and finally, the financial institution evaluates the entire business based on the received IB business assessment report and its own business feasibility evaluation, and provides management support or financing to the company. Now, I would like to introduce how the IB business assessment report is actually utilized using an example. Let's assume that there was a company that was considering starting a new business using its technological capabilities, and it was a client for a financial institution. The financial institution knew that the company was considering a new business, but did not fully understand the relationship between the strengths of the company's technology and its business. So the financial institution asked the JPO to prepare an IB business assessment report. The financial institution was able to understand the relevance of the strengths and business from the IB business assessment report. In addition, through interviews with the companies by the experts, it became clear that although the basic technology was being established, there is still no prospect of commercialization. So the financial institution proposed to the company to proceed with joint development through industry academia collaboration with the research institution with which the company has been collaborating for some time. As a result of the joint development proposed by the financial institution, the company was able to complete the new product and successfully launch the new business. During this period, financial institutions also provided financing for joint development. In summary, in this case, the IB business assessment report played a key role in promoting financial institutions' understanding of the company's business, which in turn led to proposals for industry academia collaborations and further support through financing. So the IP financing business conducted by the JPO, which I introduced, has been ongoing since 2014, and the result of the business to date are shown on the slide. There are 219 financial institutions that have utilized the IB business assessment report at least once during the 9 years from 2014 to 2022. Since there are approximately 500 regional financial institutions in Japan, this means that about 40% of regional financial institutions have used JPO's IP financing business. The ratio of regional financial institutions to which JPO has provided IP business assessment report was 81.8% for regional banks, 44.1% for credit unions, and 16.6% for credit associations. Regional banks, which are relatively large among regional financial institutions, have a good track record of using the IP business assessment report. Although the JPO's IP business assessment report has lowered the hurdles for financial institutions to understand IP, it is still indicates that it is difficult for them to understand business, including IP, without a certain level of human resources. A total of 2,188 people attended seminars and symposiums held in the IP financing business. And the IP business assessment report has led 90 institutions to finance in 201 cases, totaling approximately 9.95 billion yen. This amount does not include direct financing to intellectual property. Although this number is by no means large, we believe that in many cases it is implemented in combination with management support for companies, so the effect for SMEs is greater than the monetary value. So far, I have explained JPO's IP financing business. So finally, I would like to introduce one of Japan's initiatives called Business Growth and Security Interest. This approach is probably the closest approach to the IP financing business you imagine, but it still is not the idea of using intellectual property itself as collateral. The idea is to make the entire business, including intangible assets such as intellectual property, available as collateral. Intellectual property itself does not generate cash flow, but it can have collateral value by considering the business and intellectual property as a set. In Japan, there has historically been a tendency to place excessive emphasis on security interests established for tangible assets such as lands and factories, and the trend has not changed significantly. Therefore, companies with no tangible assets but high growth potential, such as startups, have difficulty in setting up collateral and extending financing, and they currently rely more on investment. On the other hand, from the standpoint of startups, there is a need that they wish to flexibly combine investment and financing when planning funding. So business growth security interest is exactly what seeks to meet these startup needs. In Japan, the Financial Services Agency, which is in charge of monetary policy, is playing a leading role in the discussions and is considering legislation in the future. Okay, so I introduced some of the financial applications of intellectual property in Japan with a focus on JPO's IP financing business. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your informative presentation. 여러분 다시 한번 발표에 수고해 주신 일본 특허청
Another
우에다
big
유시
round of
사무관님께
applause
큰
for
박수
Mr. Ueda Yushi,
부탁드리겠습니다.
please. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다. 이 다음 발표도 해외 연사자분의 발표니까요.
We also have another
꼭
overseas
착용해
speaker,
주시기를
so please make use of your interpreting
채널
device.
1번은 한국어입니다.
Channel 1 for Korean.
네, 이번 첫 번째 세션의 마지막
We have
발언을
the
앞두고
final
있는데요.
presentation of the
싱가포르
session
특허청에서
1.
오신
We have Ms. Manda Tay, Director
싱가포르의
of IP Office of Singapore.
현황에 대해서 보고자 합니다.
She will present on
싱가포르
supporting
특허청의
Singapore's
만다
IP
테이
finance
과장님을
policy
큰
and current
박수로 환영해
status.
주십시오. Ms. Manda Tay, please come up to the podium.
A big round of applause for her. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very glad to be here today. I want to first thank the organizers, the hosts, and also all the sponsors, for organizing this very useful, very interesting forum. I really hope that, through these conversations, we get to have more partnerships, more collaborations, more activities together as we seek to unlock the tremendous potential that I think we have, in IP and intangible asset valuation. So very glad to be here today. So today I'll be sharing a Singapore perspective on IP financing, and also some measures that we have been taking over the years to encourage, IP financing. I'll also be sharing some of the future plans that we have in the next coming years to encourage IP and intangible asset financing in Singapore. But as a start, I thought I would share some statistics to paint the background. I know this is not new statistics, and certainly some of the earlier speakers have actually shared these statistics. But what I thought was, something that is quite fundamental. I wanted to highlight that across different markets around the world, the value of intangible assets, to enterprises has really increased over the years. And I suspect, if we look at even the 2022 numbers, which we can actually start to calculate, that increase will be even more. And this really underscores the increasing value of intangible assets and IP. And one thing that I wanted to highlight, that while market value of intangible assets is increasing, this does not automatically lead to our enterprises, our companies being able to extract value from intangible assets and IP. So even while the market value increases, our companies, especially in Singapore, our SMEs, are still struggling to really unlock the value of their intangible assets. They are still struggling to actually raise capital from their IP. And that is why, the Singapore government is trying to put in more efforts, hopefully working together with international partners to really support our enterprises. Under the IP Hub Master Plan released in 2013, Singapore has actually started our journey in actually building a conducive ecosystem for IP transactions and finance. So it's really a multi-year, similar to Korea and many other countries, it's really a multi-year effort to build that conducive ecosystem where we can have IP transactions, IP commercialization activity, and IP finance. 2 years ago, we launched the Singapore strategy, IP Strategy 2030. This is really our roadmap for the next 10 years. What can Singapore focus on in relation to building Singapore as that go-to place for IP commercialization activities, including IP finance? What do we need to do, and how can we work with international partners to really encourage more IP activities in Singapore? So let me just spend a few minutes really just introducing the Singapore IP Strategy 2030. Essentially, I think I wanted to really emphasize that IP financing cannot happen in isolation. Really, it's not. It doesn't automatically, come into place. You need to have the different enablers, including things like raising IP awareness amongst SMEs. We need to also work on building capabilities, so helping enterprises to appreciate intangible assets and IP, working to build the skills that's required, working with both enterprises as well as the workforce. So under the IP Strategy 2030, there are 3 key focus areas, which you can see in the 3 different colors, so green, blue, and purple. So the first focus area is really in relation to building Singapore as that hub for IP activities. This includes IP transaction, protection, and also things like IP dispute resolution, because we do see as companies, find that the value of the enterprise value is increasingly in IP, there is bound to be more disputes, and we want to be a place where companies can come to resolve these disputes, not just through litigation, but also through alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. So the first focus is on the hub. Second focus is all about enterprises, really helping our enterprises to better use their intangible assets and IP for business growth. This is quite key for us. And the third focus area is really on jobs and skills, right? Helping to build our workforce, providing good jobs for the Singapore workforce, and also ensuring that our workforce remains relevant and competitive in the global innovation economy. So these are really the three focuses under the Singapore IP Strategy 2030. The full report, it's quite lengthy, but the full report, can be downloaded from our website. And again, one thing that I wanted to emphasize by showing the Singapore IP Strategy 2030 is that really for Singapore, IP financing comes together with various different ecosystem measures and initiatives as well. And it's really also a whole of government effort. So the IP Office of Singapore, where I'm from, we cannot move many of the initiatives by ourselves. We work very closely with the Ministry of Trade and Industry, the Ministry of Finance, and the other, even international organizations and partners like WIPO, right, to see how we can really build that innovative and IP ecosystem in Singapore and also for the region. So today, actually, there are put very simply, three broad categories where our SMEs can actually raise capital from their intangible assets and IP. These are just very broad categories. The first one is really through debt financing. And this is where really our financial institutions provide loans to companies, right, by taking IP as collateral. Or more realistically, it's where our financial institutions or banks consider IP and IP as one part of the entire loan package. And to encourage IP debt financing, the government had actually introduced an IP financing scheme. It was a pilot scheme that ran from 2014 to 2018. To be very honest, the IP financing scheme, the take-up rate was extremely low, but I do think that, by piloting that scheme, we managed to actually identify some of the key challenges. And over the years, and I'll share more later as well, we have actually introduced new initiatives to try and address some of these challenges. The second avenue where our enterprises can raise capital is through equity financing. And here we see that actually the Singapore venture capital market has actually grown significantly over the years. Today we have one of the largest, if not the largest, venture capital markets in the ASEAN region. And while this year, 2030, has been a very challenging year for financing and funding in different markets, I think we are very pleased to actually share that actually in technology areas, in specific technology areas in Singapore in 2023, for the first 9 months, we are actually seeing an increase in funding. So areas like green tech, agri-tech, health tech, and also in food tech. So some of these tech areas and also some of the deep tech areas, we are actually seeing a growth in funding. So I do think that there is a lot of promise for IP financing, because in these technology areas, the underlying critical asset that the company has is really intangible assets and IP, your technology, your trade secret, your data, the brands that these companies have. So we are really quite excited to see some of these figures coming out. The third avenue in Singapore is really through government-backed financing. The Singapore government has actually introduced several programs, several schemes to actually support innovative startups, innovative SMEs. And one of the schemes that we have actually launched is the Enterprise Financing Scheme, the Venture Debt Program. It was launched by Enterprise Singapore, so it's an economic agency under the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Essentially, the Venture Debt Program seeks to support high-growth companies who don't have, the traditional tangible assets. So they may not have manufacturing plants or products, but they're very much driven by intellectual property, intangible assets. And the VDP program, the Venture Debt Program, essentially is a way for government to co-share some of the risks that is undertaken by our banks. So, as I mentioned, through the IP financing scheme and through the various engagements that we have had with industry, we have actually identified some of the key challenges in the Singapore ecosystem. These are not new challenges, we share some of the challenges that, that you face in Korea as well and in Japan. So these were some of the challenges that, you have already seen in the previous presentations. But just to quickly highlight, the first one is in relation to financial reporting and disclosures. Essentially, we are seeing that our companies are not able to communicate the value of their intangible assets, or what intangible assets and IP they have effectively, right, to the market, to their investors, to their board members, to their customers. There isn't that way of, communicating the value of their intangible assets consistently and comprehensively. So that's really the first challenge that we are seeing in the ecosystem. The second challenge is around the valuation of intangible assets and IP. Again, this has been mentioned. We are finding that there's a lot of uncertainty in IP valuation. There's a lack of, with this uncertainty, there's a lack of credibility. Sometimes there's a lack of trust that the financial institutions have in the valuation report that they're receiving. So where there's that lack of uncertainty, lack of trust, then it creates, reluctance by the financial institutions to actually use IP as collateral. So that's really the second challenge that we see. The third challenge is in relation to really IP financing. When we speak to the banks, we understand from the banks that the current international banking regulations or the Basel III regulations really doesn't make IP or intangible assets attractive collateral for the banks. In fact, the banks will need to actually hold more capital when they lend against intangible assets. So that's something that they have raised. And also IP doesn't have the characteristics of traditionally attractive capital. It's difficult to dispose of IP. The value changes over time. The value changes when the company doesn't do well. So there are some of these inherent difficulties in relation to financing of IP. So one of the significant developments or significant efforts that Singapore has made in the last 2 years since the release of the Singapore IP Strategy 2030 is really the development of the intangibles disclosure framework. So this was just launched actually earlier this year. It was developed together with industry working group because we knew that the government, we are certainly not, certainly myself, I'm not an expert, I'm not an expert in accounting or valuation. So we wanted to work with industry working group that comprises of representatives from the banks. It comprises of representatives from the VC, from the funds, valuers, licensing professionals. We also had some lawyers in the working group as well. And together they put together a framework that can help the whole industry to more consistently really identify and also communicate their intangible assets to the market. So if I spend a few minutes really introducing the intangibles disclosure framework, we have tried to keep it quite simple because we know that enterprises don't like to read too long, too lengthy documents. So we have really tried to keep the framework quite simple, and details can be found in the annex. And we are, in the implementation stage, we will be trying to provide worked examples, case studies, more guidance on how to use the disclosure framework. But we wanted to get the framework out there as soon as possible so that enterprises can get familiar with the framework. So essentially, there are 4 pillars to the framework, namely the strategy, identification, measurement, and management. So first, strategy. We do think that it's very critical for enterprises to really link their intangible assets and IP to the business strategy. Because ultimately, the value of your IP, the value of your intangible assets, is really how it drives the business strategy and how it drives the business growth. When we speak to enterprises and to the CEs, the heads of the enterprises, the first question that they will always ask us is, so what, right? Why do I need IP? And if they can see how IP is important to business growth, to their business strategy, that's when they really see the value of their intangible assets and IP. So the very first pillar is in relation to strategy. The second pillar is identification. We wanted to help enterprises to really systematically identify what intangible assets they had. So whether it's technology, patents, whether it's data or trade secrets, whether it's content, right, that's copyright, or whether it's brands or trademarks. So we wanted to have that systematic way of helping enterprises to identify and share their intangible assets. So the second pillar is really about identification. The third pillar is in relation to measurement. And in measurement, I don't mean to say that the enterprises need to put a value. So they don't have to disclose that value of the intangibles, but they should be able to share value-related information. So information or details that is important, right, to put a value to their intangibles. So for example, how many patents do you have? In which jurisdictions, right? If you have a patent in the US or in Korea, I think it's more valuable than, say, a patent in one of the smaller countries. So it's value-related information that the company has about the intangibles. And then the fourth pillar is in relation to management. And we do think that it's quite important for the enterprise to understand how their intangible assets, the risk factors that are related to their intangible assets. So that's really the fourth pillar of the framework. So these are the four pillars. The full framework, together with some of the implementation details, so what we will be doing in the next coming years to encourage and to support enterprises to use the framework. These information can also be found online, or I could send you the report if you would wish. Yeah. So really, in ending, because I know the next thing is lunch, so we want to end quickly as well. This is the last slide. I just wanted to share, two areas that we will be focusing on going forward. So the first area is in relation to IA valuation guidelines. We have heard that, one of the challenges is in relation to valuation. So we wanted to help the industry to have a better kind of consistency around IP valuation. So we are working with industry. We are also working with international partners, international valuation professional organizations to actually develop better intangible asset valuation guidelines. And we're happy to work with international partners as well, to better the valuation practices across jurisdictions. And it's very important for Singapore because we are such a small market. Our enterprises don't seek a valuation of their IP just for the Singapore market. It's really the international market, that our enterprises are concerned about. So if we can work with international partners, that's something that we would wish to do. The second and the last thing that we will be focusing on is in relation to really facilitating more IP transactions, more commercial activities, really through building networks, collaborations, because say for instance in IP financing, if there's a default, the banks would want to commercialize and to liquidate the IP. How and where can our banks go to? So that's why we really need to build the networks, the collaborations, international collaborations to facilitate such IP transactions and IP financing. So that's really the second area that we will be focusing on. And I think that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention and very happy to continue the conversation later. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your specific explanation of the Singapore case. 여러분 다시 한번 발표 수고해 주신 싱가포르 특검청
Another big round of applause for Ms. Manda Tay from the Singapore IP office.
네, 고맙습니다. 지금부터 1시 30분까지
From now until 1:30, we have our lunch break. Please place the meal tickets provided on your tables, and we will serve the meals shortly. So please place your meal ticket on your table to be served lunch. We have more than 200 attendees at today's forum, so the seating may be a little tight during lunch. We appreciate your understanding. I hope you have a time to network and chat with people around you. Thank you.
So please put the lunch voucher on your table, and then the lunch will be served. And the afternoon session will begin at 1:30. Thank you very much. 네, 식사는 이 장례가 정돈이 되는 대로 바로 지급이 될 예정이니까요. 준비가 될 예정이니 저희 참가자분들께서는 식권을 테이블 위에
Please
올려놔주시고요.
place your meal voucher on the table. Once we have the arrangements ready, we will serve your meals. Thank you.
네, 여러분 이 점심 식사 맛있게 하시고 이 즐거운
Ladies and
네트워킹
gentlemen, I
시간
hope you enjoyed
보내셨는지요?
lunch and had a very nice
지식재산
networking time.
금융국제포럼 두
We will
번째
now begin
세션을
with session
이어가도록
2
하겠습니다.
of the
이 두
International
번째
Forum on IP
세션에서는
Finance.
해외 IP 금융 및
We're going to
민간
listen to
투자 동향 및
presentations on
사례라는
overseas
주제로
IP finance
총
and
네
private
분의
investment
발제자분들을 참
trends.
모시고
We have 4
진행을
presentations
하도록 하겠습니다.
for session 2.
이 두 번째 세션의 첫 번째 순서는
The first
캐나다에서
presenter
오신
of session
BDC
2
캐피탈
is from
파트너에서
Canada.
이 매니징 파트너를 맡고 계신
He's the managing partner
레멘틸라님께서
of BDC
캐나다의
Capital
IP
Partner.
금융 사례에 대해
Lally
강연을 진행해 주시겠습니다.
Ramentilla will present on Canada's
발표는
IP
동시통역 서비스를
finance.
제공해 드리고 있습니다.
Please use
여러분,
simultaneous
동시통역 소식이
interpretation
1번은 한국어입니다.
and set your
네,
channel
여러분 그럼
1 for
BDC
Korean.
캐피탈 파트너의 매니징 파트너이신
Please welcome Lally
레멘틸라님을
Ramentilla
무대로
of BDC
모시겠습니다. 큰
Capital with a
박수로
round of
환영해 주십시오.
applause.
Miss Lally Ramentilla, please come off the podium.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. 안녕하세요. My name is Lally Ramentilla, and I'm here to talk about IP-backed financing in Canada. I will start by providing an overview of the Business Development Bank of Canada and the mandate that we have to support Canadian entrepreneurs. And then I will discuss how we view what it's like to be a Canadian company competing in the intangibles economy. And then I will go deeper into describing how IP-backed financing is done at the BDC. And then I will also discuss with you a new product innovation that we have, which is called an IP development loan. So let's start with an overview of the Business Development Bank of Canada, or BDC. The BDC is the nation's development bank. Our mandate is to support Canadian companies, especially small and medium-sized enterprises. We have 95,000 clients all across the country, serviced by 2,600 employees with a very high client satisfaction rate. Our services are to provide financing or debt solutions, whether it be hard asset-based, such as real estate loans or equipment loans, as well as asset-light financing. We also provide a comprehensive suite of capital solutions through our subsidiary BDC Capital, and we also provide advisory services to our clients. BDC Capital is the investment arm of the bank, and under BDC Capital, we have a variety of venture capital funds, a growth equity practice, and IP-backed financing, which is the team that I manage. BDC Capital has $6 billion in assets under management and is one of the largest and most prolific venture capital investor in the Canadian landscape. So at BDC Capital, we look at Canadian companies and find ways to help them grow. What's very clear to us is that the Canadian entrepreneurs that we support now have to look at competition in terms of the intangibles economy. This is the slide, which is, I think, we've now seen 4 times today, so I'm not going to talk about it, but I will turn you to another slide that talks about the fact that companies in major economies, such as the US, China, and Germany, see how intangible assets play a greater role in driving their value over their tangible assets. In Canada, Statistics Canada had also recently done a study showing that the ownership of intellectual property rights of SMEs lead to increased business value, more revenues, as well as strengthening the long-term potential of a company. And so these are, I'd say, the benefits that Canadian entrepreneurs should be seeing in holding intellectual property rights. However, At some times, we still find it very difficult to convince our entrepreneurs to make investments in intellectual property development and to have an intellectual property strategy. And so why should they care? We believe that the presence of an intellectual property strategy can help attract more capital to these entrepreneurs and provide them more exit options as they grow. If we couple this IP strategy with their business strategy and align these two areas, then it creates significant value for the company and its investors, and it creates competitive differentiation in the market. We also believe that as companies hold intellectual property rights, they have to invest in creating a strong IP management culture so that they can mitigate the risks of holding intellectual property. And therefore, in July 2020, we launched a first-of-its-kind fund in Canada, which is a $160 million fund dedicated to increasing the competitiveness of Canadian entrepreneurs. It has 4 objectives. One is to accelerate the growth of companies that are rich in intellectual property. 2 is to address the capital needs of underserved sectors in our economy, where we believe holding intellectual property rights and having IP-rich portfolios contribute to a company's differentiation and competitiveness. Third, it is very important for us to see that companies that we invest in, we are able to facilitate their further IP development through connecting them with the right IP advisors and expertise. And fourth, the creation of an inclusive and open IP ecosystem that benefits Canadian entrepreneurs, as well as contributes to the global discussion of IP. And so how do we do this? So let me take you through how intellectual property-backed financing is done at the BDC. We've had discussions today about what is intellectual property-backed financing, and it's a totally new way of financing companies, and there are different ways of seeing it and doing it. At the BDC, we take the perspective that intellectual property-backed financing is the attribution of value to both the tangible and intangible assets of a company, and therefore creating a more holistic view that allows us to understand how the intangible assets of a company create financial flexibility, creditworthiness, or strengthens a company's creditworthiness, and as well as provides more future potential for their enterprise value growth. Through this practice, we use intellectual property analytics and valuation techniques in order to get a better sense of what makes a company truly unique and stronger against its competition from an IP perspective. And therefore, when we answer the question of why do we invest in a company, it is not about lending to them on the strength of IP as collateral, but we take pretty much the same perspective as our colleagues from the Japanese patent office, which is that what we're trying to solve for is how do we effectively finance IP-rich companies and help make them grow. So what do we look for? We look for companies that are primarily strong and well-managed, that have an intellectual property portfolio and a strong IP strategy. We invest across all sectors of the economy and into companies that are either providing products, services, or licensing their intellectual property portfolio. What's important to us is that the companies are already commercial revenue generating, because we need to attribute value to how the intellectual property, a portfolio of a company creates either present or future cash flows for the company. The company can be profitable, or they cannot be profitable, but it's very clear to us that we need to see a path to future profitability. And then we look at what this company has done in terms of creating an IP strategy and then leveraging the different forms of intellectual property rights and assets to create a moat around their business. The type of financing that we provide is what we call growth capital. We are here to make companies that have already commercialized their intellectual property and further help them grow faster. So the investments that we make are in the range of $2 to $10 million per company. And we take an approach of customizing the financial solution for each company. We can be making a term loan or debt investment. We can do a convertible note, which is essentially a loan that can convert into equity participation. Or we can be a co-investor in a syndicate of investors that are making a minority equity investment into a company. The benefits of providing this kind of flexible and customized capital to companies is that we're able to be flexible to address the company's changing financial needs, as well as providing them with an option that's purely non-dilutive. So one wherein they don't need to provide or give up more ownership than they have to. And it is also designed so that when we look at a company, we try to provide or try to make an investment as large as we can, given the company's credit risk profile. And therefore, we're here to provide them more capital earlier in their development. When we make an investment into a company, it could be in one of three different kinds of transactions. So one is a scale-up transaction where we're helping a company grow faster based on their existing business or revenue model. The second one is an expansion, wherein we're funding a company's ability to provide new products and services to the market or to expand into another country or market. And then the third thing that we're able to provide capital for is to be able to make acquisitions, whether it be to acquire more assets, IP assets for the company, or to outright take over or acquire another company. So the hallmarks of this fund and what makes it truly differentiated in the Canadian market is the focus on having IP analytics and valuation techniques and integrating it to how we make our investments. So at the very early stage when we start the investment process, we're already talking to the entrepreneur about what is their IP strategy and how do they fare in what we call an IP maturity index. As we go and provide or do due diligence on the company, we use analytics of intellectual property rights to understand how their business works, how the IP portfolio that they have links to the products and services that they have in the market, and how do they stack up or how do they compare against their competition. And then we go through a full underwriting where we provide a real good view of actual valuation of the company's IP portfolio. And then after we make the investment, we continue to work with the company to monitor their performance as to how they're developing their IP portfolio and how they're leveraging the different forms of intellectual property rights to create, again, a moat around their business. Other than financial capital, we're here to also provide value add to our clients. So we take more of a venture capital approach of working very closely with our portfolio companies to help make them grow. So we share the results of our IP due diligence so that they can understand best practices that we are seeing in the market when it comes to developing IP portfolios. The second thing that we do is we actually share with them the monitoring of the IP landscape that we're seeing to provide them with an understanding of the risks and opportunities that their IP portfolio provides them, whether it be an ability to license out their patents or to see that there's a lot of litigation happening in a particular space. And then the third thing that we do is we help facilitate additional ways to monetize their IP portfolio, whether it be to help them create a new revenue stream through their intangible assets, or to find other experts who can help them do such. Other than providing IP-related value add, we also help companies on non-IP areas of their business. One is to help increase the effectiveness of their board of directors, and that includes helping find the right talent and expertise for the company. We have helped companies find chief executive officers, heads of sales and marketing, and independent board of directors. And then on top of that, we help facilitate future funding for our portfolio companies and bringing along and helping them find the right set of investors for their next round of financing. So let me take you through one of the case studies, and this is a company that was our first investment, a company from British Columbia, Canada, named Novark Technologies. They have developed the world's first collaborative robot that is being used by welders. The challenge for them is that they needed to get non-dilutive capital, so they did not want to give up ownership of their business to help bring the company to either a profitability situation or to get a strategic investment round. We provided a $2.6 million working capital loan to help finance their efforts, and that included hiring more executives, expanding into the Australian market, as well as helping increase their manufacturing capabilities. This is a company wherein we saw the plan, the ambition of the CEO and founder to develop a truly IP-rich company, and where we found great success in helping him get to that destination. And so under 3 years, we saw the company increase its revenues by at least 3 times. They've been able to get get a lot of recognition for the fast growth that they've seen, which allowed them to raise a $20 million Series A equity round from strategic investors from Caterpillar Venture Capital, as well as Graham Partners. When you looked at this company first, they only had 2 patent families in their portfolio, but they had, again, the plan and ambition as to how they were going to create a larger portfolio over time. And after 3 years, they've been able to increase that to having 5 patent families granted, a large amount of data that allowed them to create the next generation of their AI-driven products and services. One of the things that we've learned as we've gone through this journey is that it does truly need an IP village to support the companies that we are funding. So we've been leveraging over the last 3 years the networks that we have brought in place to help these companies grow. At the middle of the circle, we actually are, I'm showing here a collaboration between ourselves plus other government agencies in Canada that collaborate on ensuring that we've got the right programs in place to help increase IP awareness and education. And then as we go out of the circle, I'm showing to you all the other non-for-profit organizations, venture capital firms, provincial governments, intellectual property offices around the world, and private sector players that are part of the network that are actively helping us make these companies grow. And I'm looking forward to adding your logos to this list as we continue to create the conversation about IP financing. So now it's been 3 years since we made our first investment or when we launched this fund, and we've learned 3 things about the market. The first thing that we've learned is that when companies go into financial difficulties, and as we're looking at the markets right now where times are tough, investment in IP is always deprioritized. So IP budgets are slashed. Companies stop filing for patents. They stop creating or managing their IP culture to protect their trade secrets. The second thing that we've also learned is that IP is everywhere. We see it in very innovative startups, and we're also seeing it in more stable, mature companies. The difficulty that these companies have is that they need to really understand what it means to invest in an IP strategy and to grow an IP portfolio and have the right advice in order to do that. And then the third thing that we've learned is despite the fact that the Canadian government, as well as the provincial governments in Canada, have been investing in providing IP funding to help companies create and protect more of their intellectual property, it has been very difficult for them to have a more holistic view of how they can increase the rate of their protection. And so starting this fall, or as we're speaking right now, what we've started to do is to create a new financial product called an IP development loan. And what it is that essentially it's an additional credit facility, so it is a loan that we provide to our portfolio companies to essentially provide them a dedicated amount of funding to help them develop, protect, and monetize their IP rights and IP portfolio. The amount is 10% of the investment that we've made. So if we make a $2 million investment into a company, we will create a $200,000 IP development loan that helps the company fund a lot of IP-related expenses. This money is disbursed as they make those IP-related expenses, and then we take a first-rank security on their intellectual property portfolio. The benefit of this is that it produces a dedicated amount to help fund IP development, protection, and monetization for Canadian entrepreneurs. We set a preferential interest rate that provides them with an incentive to actually use the money and to further create and protect their IP. And we've made this program very comprehensive and very flexible so that they can actually claim a lot of different types of IP-related expenses. It's also timely because they don't need to do a second application. They automatically get this as part of the investments that we make. And lastly, we don't take any other forms of personal or corporate guarantees. The expenses that we're providing as part of this program is comprehensive. So it could include advisory services, that could be hiring of an IP strategist for a business, or bringing in a cybersecurity expert to help understand how a company is protecting their data, their trade secrets, and their know-how. Obviously, it would include legal expenses, such as expenses used for patent and trademark prosecution, as well as the creation of corporate documents that are very integral in protecting the company's IP and know-how. So that could include non-disclosure agreements, confidentiality agreements, and employment agreements. We're also covering, as part of this program, insurance, so that the company can avail of cyber insurance that, again, helps them protect their data, their trade secrets, and their know-how, as well as other forms of IP insurance, such as IP collateral or IP liability insurance. We're also funding ways in which the company can use IP as an asset, so IP valuation, as well as transfer price analysis for tax purposes. And companies can also use this funding to create a stronger culture of IP management in their businesses, so that they could use this money to subscribe to search tools, as well as joining IP-related groups, and also going to IP-related conferences. So it is with our hope that what we've done today at the BDC has helped Canadian entrepreneurs scale and grow. And I thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity to share with you the experiences that we have, and I look forward to discussing more for the rest of the afternoon. 감사합니다.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your great presentation. 여러분 다시 한번 이 발표에 수고해 주신
Another big round of applause for Miss Lely Rementala from BDC Capital Partner. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다. 이 다음 강연을 소개드리도록 하겠습니다.
The next presentation will be delivered by Dr. Choi Jin-yong, Executive Vice President of Bridgepole Investment, a startup investment company in Korea, who will be speaking on the topic of best practices and success factors of IP finance in Korea. Dr. Choi Jin-yong holds a PhD in electrical and electronic engineering and has extensive experience not only in technology assessment but also in the investment sector, having worked as a senior researcher at LG Electronics. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Thank you.
박수로 환영해 주십시오.
네, 안녕하십니까. 방금 소개를 받은
Hello everyone.
최진용입니다.
I'm Jin-yong Choi from Bridgepole Investment. Nice to meet you all.
발표를 할 수 있게끔 기회를 주신
I'd like to first thank
지식재산위원회 그다음에 백만기
the
위원님께
Presidential Council on IP and Chairman Beck for this opportunity to speak at this forum.
오늘 저는 이 자리가 정말 그 감회가 새롭습니다. 저희
This
IP
forum
금융에
gives
대한
me
부분들을 저도 이제 첫 IP에 대한 활용에
It feels
대한
very special for me because
활성화하기 위한 IP 금융에 대한 첫 발을 내딛는 IP 금융 활성화 대책에 대한 부분들 2018년에 아마
back in 2018, I think we rolled out our first strategy to promote IP finance. In my memory,
선진국들에 대한 IP 금융에 대한 어떤 활성화에
at the
대한
Global IP Forum,
요청을 하고
I had a chance to participate in the forum and listen to the amazing presentations that introduced global success cases, and I wondered how this could happen in Korea. 5 years fast forward, I feel very proud that I am able to share the success case of Korea in front of all of you.
저희 브리지폴 인베스트먼트에 있긴 한데요.
To briefly introduce about myself, I'm working at Bridgepole Investment right now.
작용을 했던 IP 담보 대출에 대한 부분들을 그 실제 그
Previously, I had an opportunity to work at Shinhan Bank, and I was in charge of IP collateral loans, which serve as priming pump for IP in enterprises. So today my presentation will include content about not only investment but also loans, based on my experience.
처음에 우리나라 이제 그 IP 금융 활성화에 대한 부분, 물론 우리나라가 IP 금융에 대한 부분들을 활성화하기 위한 부분에 대한
When it comes to promoting IP finance in Korea,
금융권에서 그나마 있었습니다. 바로
the basic concept
부분에 대한 키워드를 통해
was born in the financial sector at first. We came up with this concept of technology finance, which was intended to provide financial support for the technology sector with policies.
진짜 혁신 기업들에 대한 부분에 대한 도움들보다는
However, it
금융기관들에게
was not really focused on providing support to innovative technology firms. It was more for the purpose of providing loans to SMEs. It was a means to, it was used as a very passive means to provide financial support to some startups and SMEs.
저희가 없을까? 바로 이제 그때 이제 화두가 됐던 부분에 대한 것들이
And back then we started to have a more active conversation about providing financial support to technology-driven companies, and that's when IP finance came up. So collateral and loans and IP-backed finance, these are the concepts that came to surface when we started to have the conversation. And we started to wonder, can IP be used as collateral, as guaranteed to get loans for enterprises? I think that was the main question that I asked myself when I worked for banks. Fortunately, when it comes to quantitative growth, we have come a long way, as mentioned by earlier speakers. Back in 2019, IP-backed loans started to really pick up, and in 2019, it recorded 1 trillion won, and it grew to 2 trillion won, 2.5 trillion won, and last year it recorded 3.5 trillion won, which was a really rapid growth.
정말 IP 담보대출에 대한 부분들이 시장 내에서 많은 어떤 값어치를 느끼고 그렇게 성장을 했을까?
But then the real question is, did the market feel the real value of IP finance? Probably not. I think we lucked out to a certain extent because right after IP finance picked up, COVID hit. So the financial sector needed some kind of security, some kind of strategy to provide more stability, and I think IP finance was used as a means to provide an alternative to the traditional finance. I think it was the right timing.
저희 지식재산권에 해당되는 꼭 특허권뿐만 아니라
Then what is IP finance? It
포함한 지식재산권들을
includes
이용해서
patents, trademarks, design rights, copyrights. So it's a series of financial activities that utilize intellectual property rights.
여기에 대한 IP 금융에 대한 큰 형태에 대한 부분들은 이제 두 가지로 말씀드릴 수 있는데요.
So when it comes to IP finance, there are two big categories: IP-backed loans, this is about loans, and then IP-based investments. So these two big categories make up IP finance.
다만 우리나라는 좀 약간 이 IP 금융에 대한 어떤 정책적인 부분에 대한 것들이
When it comes to policy, there's a lot of policy factors when it comes to IP finance.
두 가지에 대한 금융에 대한 구조에 대한 부분들이 또 약간 패러하게 좀 약간 또 성장하는 모습을
So we have two different aspects to IP-backed loans. So the first one is IP guarantee loan, and the second one is IP collateral loan. So these two are separate concepts in Korea under IP-backed loans.
그래서 우리나라를 중심으로 해서 IP 금융에 대한 부분들의 유형을 재정의를 해보자면
So to redefine types of IP finance, largely there's loan and investment.
보증에 대한 부분에 나가는 IP 보증 대출과 담보 대출.
But under loans, there's
세 가지에 대한 형태에 대한
IP
부분들로 좀 진행이
guarantee loan and IP collateral loan.
손 원장님께서도 발표를 해주셨던 이
As President Son mentioned earlier,
좀 가장 많이 쓰고 있는 부분들인데요. 이와 같이 각
we
기업의
have
성장 단계별로 앞서 R&D가 끝난
the significant by type of IP finance. This graph is very commonly used in the industry.
담보, 투자 이 세 개 된 형태의
So IP guarantee, IP collateral, and IP-based investments, as you can see, play important roles in the growth of an enterprise. So in the early stage, policy finance plays an important role, followed by IP guarantee and IP collateral once the enterprise starts to generate revenue. And then IP-based investment also kicks in. And this is the comprehensive measures to revitalize intellectual property finance as set out by the government in 2018. What's interesting is that when we look at actual data, you can see that you will see that it follows this exact graph. So I'll have a chance to show you real statistics.
이 부분은 이제 우리나라에서 이제 그 IP 금융에 대한 부분들을 이제 실질적으로 이렇게
So you're looking at the current status of IP finance, how it has grown over the years in Korea.
2018년 이후다 보니까 2019년부터 본격적으로
From
우리나라
IP finance
성장을 하게 됐고 여기서
started to really take shape.
초기에 마중물이 IP 금융의 활성화에 마중물이 되면서 그 기반을 좀 해주었던 부분들이 바로 IP 담보 대출이었습니다.
IP collateral loans primed the pump for the ecosystem to grow.
열심히 좀 성장을 해줬고요.
And then you can see that over the years, the size of the market really grew.
살짝 꺾이면서
But then 2021, it dipped a little bit, and then 2022, you see that investment really picked up.
이 투자 쪽으로 넘어왔거든요. 그래서 혹자는 제가 여기 옮겨서
I
이런
actually
부분이 나오지
changed from loan to investment from 2021
어떻게 보면
2022.
제가
So
거기에 대한 어떤 선택과 판단을
if I may
나름대로
think that this is
결국에는
because of
뭐냐면
my
IP
change in
담보대출이라는
position
부분에
that
대한
investment picked up.
IP 금융 내에 어떤 기반을 까는 그 밑에 있는 하단을 좀 맡아주고 실질적으로 그 IP에
So when
대한
it comes
어떤
to IP
리스크한 부분들의
finance,
성질들을 제대로 금융에 대한 연계를 하려면
in order
투자 쪽에 대한 부분에
to
대한 어떤 방향성을 가야
the
된다.
initial
거기에
stages are
맞게끔
actually guaranteed
우리나라
with
금융이
loans,
제대로,
and then after it
성장하고
matures,
있다라는 걸로
IP investment
인지를
has to
해주시면
kick in
좋을 것
order
같습니다.
to hedge
그리고
more risk and then
저희
expand.
IP 담보대출에
And I
대한
think we're
부분들이
following such
줄은 게
process
아닙니다.
very well.
보시는 것 같이 2019년부터 너무
And make no
급속한
mistake,
성장을
IP loans
보였습니다.
have not
제가
diminished.
처음에 IP 담보대출에 대한 부분들을 설계를
Initially,
하면서
when I first
우리나라의
started to design IP
담보대출을 해줄
loan
수 있는
products,
기업들에 대한 수는 얼마가 될까를 한번 에스티메이션을 해봤어요.
I estimated
그러려면
the number
그
of
모집단이 있어야 되고 그 모집단에 해당되는
enterprises
분들이
and
바로
companies who
그
can give out
금융권 내에
loans
이미 금융으로 연결돼 있는
for
기술금융
IP.
차주 그 기업수였는데요. 그
And then I
당시에
looked at the
기술금융을
number of
해당되는
technology
혜택을 받고
finance
있는 기업수가
owners.
10만이었습니다.
And back then,
저희가 이제
about
금융 용어로 10만 차주라고 하는데요.
100K
10만
companies
차주
were
중에서
beneficiaries
제가
of
우리 IP 금융에
IP
해당되는
loans.
부분들로 IP 담보대출로 연계할 수 있는 기업들은
And
그 당시
among the
수준으로
100K
5%를
companies, only 5% of them were eligible, in my opinion, for IP collateral loans.
그 이유는 뭐냐면 여기에 대한 생태계를 조금 더 확산을
And my
시켜서
goal
그
was
5%에
to
대한
really
10%, 15%,
onboard
20%로
those
증진하는 부분에 대한
5,000
정책적인
enterprises
것들이
as soon as
같이
possible so that
나아갔겠다라는
they
부분이었는데
can
그
serve as the
부분들이 어떻게
foundation
보면
for the
저희 3년
ecosystem.
계획이었는데 그게
So that was my
2년 만에
3-year
달성이
plan,
되는 바람에
but the goal was
실질적으로
actually
그런
achieved
생태계에 대한
within 2
부분들이
years.
충분히 어떻게
So
성숙하지 않은 부분들로 인해서 지금은 약간의
the
그
ecosystem
그러나
is going through a little bit of a
것들도
stalemate right now
금융권에서
because it's
제도
still in the
금융권의
early stage. We have we need more time to
다시
mature.
성장하는 부분에 대한 흐름세는 분명히
But
가져갈
overall,
거라고
we
저는
are
예측을
seeing
좀 하고
an
있습니다.
increasing trend.
저는 이 지식재산 금융, IP 금융에 대한 부분들을 좀 시작을
When it
하면서
comes
특히
to
그
IP finance,
은행에서 IP 담보대출이라고 하는 부분들
IP
솔직히 말씀드리면
backed
IP
loans,
담보대출에 대한 부분들을 제가
IP
은행에서
collateral
맡을 수
loans,
있었던
the
이유는
reason
뭐냐면
why I was able to
저는 그 원래부터 은행원 출신은 아니었고 앞서 좀
be responsible for
엔지니어로서
IP
엔지니어링을 하다가
collateral
이렇게
loans
금융권으로
in
넘어가게
banks
된
is that
케이스가 됐었는데요.
I was initially an
이
engineer, but then I
정부에서
made
이
my
IP
transition
금융 활성화
to the
대책에
financial
IP
sector.
담보대출을 활성화를 했는데
The government
은행 내에
initially
있는
wanted
은행원분들이
to
아무도 하려는
promote
분들이 없었어요.
IP
그래서 제가 손을 들고
loans,
한번 해보겠습니다.
but then nobody in
이제
our bank
그러면서
wanted
저는
to do it.
뭐였냐면
So I raised my
이
hand and I volunteered for the
IP라고 하는
job.
지식재산권에 대한 부분들을 금융적인 요소로 받아들이려면 무엇이 필요할까? 바로
And then I asked
금융에 대한
myself,
이해가 첫 번째였다라고
in
좀
order
생각이 들어서
to
이 제도권 금융에 대한
appreciate
부분들을
IP as an
받아들이기 위한
asset,
부분에 대한
what
그
had to
노력과
be
이해를 좀 많이 했습니다.
done first.
그래서 저희
There had to be an
지식재산권에 해당되는 부분은
understanding
앞서
of
말씀드렸던 것처럼
IP
특허권, 실용신앙권 다양하게 있지만 이들
in the
중에서
financial
실질적으로
sector.
IP 담보대출에서 워킹하고 있는 거는 특허권뿐입니다.
Patent, utility models, trademarks, and design rights. There are many different types of IP rights, but in the financial sector, only patents used to be recognized.
워킹하고 있는 부분들을 왜 담보대출에 포함을 못 시켰느냐? 이제 그 이유에 대한 부분들은 뭐냐면
And then why were
우리
we not able
지식재산권에
to
대한
include
이해보다는
utility models,
금융에 대한
trademarks, and
이해를
design
기반으로
rights and
뭐냐면
copyrights
제도권
as
내를
part of the
받아들이려면
loans?
저희 금융에 대한 어떤 요소에 대한 부분들은 특수한 요건에 맞는
When it comes to developing financial products, it's
이
important to
부분들을
have a very
금융 상품으로 만들 수 있는
good
그리고
understanding
약간
of the
보편타당한
specific
부분에 대한 금융 상품을 만드는 게
terms.
중요했었기 때문에 그리고 또 하나 저희가
And
IP
in order to
담보지
develop
않습니까?
financial
그러니까 그
products,
담보로서에 대한
having
어떤
very
실질적
general terms
권리에
is
대한 부분들을
important.
가져갈 수 있는 부분들에 대한
And then
지식재산권이
since
유일하게
it's about
특허권뿐이
collateral,
없었기 때문에
it had to be an
우선
asset that could be used as
담보대출에
collateral.
대한 부분들은
And when it comes to
특허권으로서만
these
좀
two requirements,
진행하자.
patents were the
그래서
only thing that met the
지금
requirements.
현재까지는 좀 그렇게 발전해 오겠고
So
여기에 대한
patents
부분에 대한
are
영향을
actually the only
확장해 나가고
eligible
있는
item
걸로
for
알고
IP
있습니다.
finance,
그러다
but right now
보니
we are trying to
아쉽게도
expand
아직까지는
it to
대한민국의
other
IP 금융 내
forms
담보대출
and types of
이런 부분에 대한
IP.
그다음에 투자 쪽에서도 물론 다른 부분도 있긴 하지만 이 기술 기반 어떤 평가에 대한 부분들은
Also, IP
수도권을
valuation
중심으로
in
좀 약간
investment.
발전을 좀 성장을 하고 있다 이렇게 봐주시면 될 것 같고요.
The growth has
그다음에
primarily focused on patents as well for the
결국
same
우리는
reason.
IP 금융을 통해서 하고 싶은 부분들은 뭐냐면
Then what do we eventually want to do with
유형자산이
IP finance?
가진 자들이 많은 게 아니라 가진 게 없고 무형자산 어떤 기술력이
We
뛰어난
want
혁신
to
기업들에게
support
도움이 될 수
innovative
있는 부분들을
firms
만드는
that
게
do
중요했던
not
것 같습니다.
have something
그래서
material
그런
today
기술력
but have
뛰어난
a great
혁신
potential
기업들에게
technology
IP
or
금융, 그
intangible
당시에는 저는
assets.
IP 담보 대출이었었는데 이거를 하려면 어떻게 뭐가
Then in order
필요할
to
것인가?
provide IP loans,
그
what
부분에 대한 것들은 이제 뒤에서 말씀을
did we
드리도록
need?
하겠습니다.
So these are the questions that I will
거기에서
dive into
가장
deeper
그거를
later.
그러면 IP 자체에 대한 부분들을 금융으로 뭔가 들어보기 위해서는 바로 이 가치 평가라고 하는 부분에
And in order to include IP in include IP in the financial sector, IP valuation is really important.
모형이 이런 식으로 발전한다는 부분이 있었지만 그 당시만 해도 많은
Right now we have some concept about IP valuation, but then back then we didn't have anything to begin with. So how was the biggest question?
이런 부분에 대한
And what are some important factors for IP valuation? This is a pending question that we still have today.
우리나라에서도 그 스타트업에 대한 부분에 대한 어떤 관심도가 높아지고 그 생태계가 많이 커지다 보니까
Then with growing interest in startups and the ecosystem,
스타트업들에게도 IP 금융이 가능할까? 근데 앞서
is
보셔서
can IP
말씀드렸지만
finance be
초기 단계
available
매출이
to
나오기 직전에
startups?
대한
This was
단계에
another
대한
question
부분들은
that
IP
surfaced.
보증이란 부분에 대한 영역으로서 커버를 한다. 즉 뭐냐면 IP 담보
Initial
대출에 대한
stages of
부분들은
enterprise
어렵긴
growth can
하겠지만
be covered
이런
with
보증이란
IP
제도를 통해서
guarantee
IP 금융에
if
대한 부분들이
IP
가능한 부분에
loans
대한
are
부분들을
not
가지고
available.
있다라고 보시면 될 것 같습니다. 그리고 이러한 성공적인 IP 금융을 위해서 필요한 또
For
요소는
successful
뭘까?
IP finance,
이
what are
부분에
some of the
대한 것도
essential
한번
factors?
뒤에서 말씀을
This is
드리도록
also another
하겠습니다.
question that I'll
그리고
answer
궁극적으로
at
바로
the later
뭐냐면
part of my
이런
presentation.
IP 금융 생태계를 통해서 우리 이제 기술 기반 혁신 기업들이 잘 성장할 수 있는 어떤
And
선순환적인
do we have
구조를
an
만드는
effective
부분에
ecosystem
있어서
for
대한
financing
역할은
tailored
도대체
to technology-based
무엇일까?
innovative
이런
companies?
부분들을 좀 초기부터 고민을 해왔고 지금도
So
이제
this
그런
is the
부분에
question
대한
that we
질문에
initially
대한
asked,
답을 좀
and
찾아가는
we
그런
are still
과정입니다.
trying to find an answer to this
이거
question.
벌써 제가 네 번째인가요? 네 번째. 저희 IP 금융 지금 뭐 저희 가장 선진국인 미국의 S&P 500 기업들
I
봤을
think
때
earlier presenters all went through
유형자산에 대한
this
밸류가
information.
이만큼 올라가니까 유형자산의 가치보다는 미래의
But in the U.S. market, where intangible assets
가치가 중요하다. 맞습니다.
take up a lot of the corporate value in the market.
다르게 한번 말씀드리고 싶습니다. 실질적으로
Put differently,
그 무형 자산을 가진 어떤 기술력을 가진 기업들에 대한 관심도가 높아졌고
we have growing
기업들에
interest in
대한
technologies
기업
with
밸류가
intangible assets and
그리고
technology,
그럼
and
그 기업
these
밸류
enterprises
내에
are
우리가
valued
그
higher.
기업에 대한 구성을 하고 있는 자산들에 대한 평가,
Then
그다음에 시장에서 그 자산들에
valuation
대한
of
부분들에
these
대한
intangible
가치에 대한 부분들을
assets.
얼마만큼 인정하고 있을까? 자,
How
그렇다고
is it being
한다면
recognized
저희
in the market?
이 부분에 대한 것들은 뭐 저도 여기 그 오션 톰보에 좀 질문을 하고 싶긴 한데 결과적으로
something that I want to
제가
ask
봤을
Ocean
때는 시장
Tomo,
내에서
but
인정되고 있는 기업 밸류에 유형 자산에 대한 부분의 어떤 가치에 대한 부분들을 제외한 걸 무형 자산에 대한
let's
밸류로
say
정의하지
that
않았습니까? 이 얘기는
maybe if we look at the market
우리가
value,
무형
if
자산에
we
대한 밸류에 대한
subtract
어떤
the
가치
value of
평가에 대한
tangible
부분들이
assets, the
시장 내에서
remaining value
인정되고
will
잘
probably
워킹하는 게
be intangible
이
assets.
부분에 대한 것들을 한번 좀 고민을 해봐야 되지 않을까. 그러니까 저는 이게 어떠한
So if you look at the graph,
기업들에 대한 거품을 말씀드리고 싶었던 부분들은 아니고
I'm not saying that this is
그만큼
overrated
뭐냐면
for
이
S&P
부분들이 정말
500 value.
타당하게 인정이 되려면
In order
무형
for
자산에
this
대한
to be
가치 평가에 대한
recognized in the
부분들이
market,
명확하게 제시가 되고
we
시장
should be
내에서
able
워킹하는
to
부분들을
give
만들어가야
very
된다. 요걸 좀 말씀을 좀 드리고 싶었습니다.
clear
그렇다는
guidelines about how
IP
to
금융에서
value
가장
intangible
핵심이 되는
assets.
부분들은 바로 가치 평가입니다. 근데
Then valuation is the most essential pillar when it comes to IP finance.
실질적인 자본 시장, 금융 시장에서 인정되는 부분에 대한 가치 평가는 도대체
But
무엇일까?
then what is the
요
actual
부분,
value recognized in the
과거에는
financial
뭐냐면
market?
우리가
In the
그 모형에 대한
past,
부분들을 모델링하고 만들어가는
we create
공급자적
a model
중심에서에
and
대한
then we
부분들의
approach
가치
it from a
평가를
supplier
만들어갔다고
point of
한다면
view when it comes to
앞으로 우리의
valuation.
숙제에 대한
But going
부분들은
forward,
바로
our
뭐냐면
challenge is
이들을 활용할 수 있는
to
앞서 발표하신 글로벌 연사님들께서도 다 얘기하셨지만
utilize it.
실질적으로 그 금융
As
시장에서 인정될 수 있는
previous
부분에 대한
speakers
가치
mentioned,
평가에 대한 요소
how can we make sure that we come up with a
만들어가는 게
valuation
되게
system
중요한
that's
부분이
actually
아닐까
recognized in the
싶습니다.
market?
그래서 저희 IP 금융에서 가장 중요한 거는
What's most important in IP finance is valuation, as I mentioned many times. But more important part is that we need to make sure that our IP valuation system works in the market.
기본이 되는 그 IP 금융 구조, IP 담보 대출에 대한 구조를 하나 말씀드리겠습니다.
So I want to mention this one IP finance structure that has worked in Korea.
저는 어떻게 보면 큰 틀에서의 그림을 만드는 사람이 아니라 실제 이걸 워킹하는
I'm actually on the field
이 부분들을 받아들였기 때문에
working on the products and loans.
실제
So
금융권 시중은행에서 워킹할 수 있게끔 하는 부분에 대한 그들의 니즈를 받아들여서 이렇게 복잡한 회수까지
I came up with this very complex diagram. It's actually a 13 process diagram that details out the IP loan process.
회수 지원 기구와
In order for this system to work, IP recovery is very important, and also IP valuation is another important pillar.
기관들이 있습니다. 그래서 이 부분에 대한 부분들을 도움을 얻어서 이렇게
So with the help of IP recovery and IP valuation, this entire system composes
여기서 지금 금융권에서 해결하기 힘든 부분에 대한 것들이 바로 뭐냐면 가치 평가에 대한 감정 평가. 물론
Then valuation is an aspect that's hard to be resolved in the financial sector.
그러면 무형자산에 대한 부분들은
When it comes to intangible assets, why is valuation so hard?
실질적으로
In other words,
한 2년간 금융권 내에
for about 2 years,
혁신금융 내의 IP 담보 대출에 대한 정량적인 부분에 대한 수치가 올라가니까 제가
as the number of collateral loans increased, some actually in Shinhan what happened was the question then was, is there a way to reflect the value of intangible assets in our value system? There was no way to do that back then, but then we are starting to think of ways now.
가치 평가에 대한 부분들을 이 금융 시장 내에 대한 신뢰성을 올려서 그들의 뭔가 그 평가를 하고 반영하는 데 있어서 좀 잘 활용될 수 있게.
So we want to use this valuation system to rate the credibility of financial institutions.
대출에 대한 부분들이 지금의 우리나라의 IP 담보 대출이 이만큼 정량적으로 성장할 수 있었던 부분에 대한 두 가지의
IP loans were able to see material growth over the years because of two factors. One, there have been efforts to increase the credibility of IP valuation, and two, there have been tangible efforts to facilitate IP recovery. The primary difference between intangible and tangible assets is that when it comes to real estate, for example, it's very clear. Everyone has a good understanding of what real estate is and how the market works. But when it comes to intangible assets, many lack understanding and awareness.
그만큼 이 부분에 대한 것들이 일반인들에게 이해될 수 있는 정도에 대한 부분들이 좀
Raising awareness in the general public is important, but still lacking. That is the inherent problem when it comes to intangible assets, hence leading to problems in IP recovery. Then who's going to help this? In the past, we looked at the government, but then now we have IP recovery support organization. So this dedicated institution works with the government and banks to facilitate recovery. If the government was the only organization in charge of recovery, then we couldn't guarantee 100% credibility. But now that we have this dedicated institution that works with the government and the financial sector, recovery is working better.
그럼 여기서 우리는 이 두 가지 포인트. 가치 평가에 대한 부분들을 지속적으로 IP 금융에서 신뢰를 가질 수 있게끔 하는 부분에 대한 고민을 해봐야 돼요.
Promoting the credibility of IP valuation and facilitating even better IP recovery, not leaving it entirely to the market, but also engaging private and public sectors in when it comes to recovery. These two parts are essential tasks going forward.
각 IP 금융 분야별에 대한 어떤 취급 현황들.
Then let's look at the current status. I'll briefly go over some statistics in Korea. When I first started working on IP collateral loan, it was 2019.
어떤 얘기를 했었냐면 우리나라의 IP 담보 대출 아쉽게도 금융권 내의 어떤 그 금융 차주수들, 그러니까 금융권 내에서 각
Korea's
산업
IP
섹터별로
collateral
있는 그
loans
기업들에 대한 비중과 거의 매칭이 되는 이러한 금융으로서 가름을 했다. 그래서 저희가 저희 용어로 포대갈아엎기를 했다라는
actually
부분에 대한
matched the
말씀을 좀
number
드렸는데
of
지금 보시면
enterprises
4년이 지난
in the
부분에 대한
market.
수치를 봤을 때도 큰 변화는 없습니다.
So it actually matches the makeup of the enterprises in the market if you look at the graph, and then there's no material difference from then and now.
게 아니라 지속적으로 보냐면 숫자적으로 계속 성장을
But then
해왔고
the upside is that the
유지를 한다는 부분들은
number of IP collateral loans has continuously increased.
그 비중이 많은 애들을 가지고 포대갈아엎기 하는 것보다는 자기만의 방식에
And
의해서 그 기업들에게 IP 담보 대출을 해주기 위한 부분에 대한 노력을
we're not just
있는 거다.
blindly giving out
그러면
loans, but
이
we are
부분에 대한
making
모습이
conscious
지속되도록
efforts to
결국
giving out
IP
loans
담보
to
대출에
those
대한
in need
부분들은
in the
그
technology
금융 중심에
area.
대한 부분의 어떤 산업 섹터별로 이렇게 발전해 나가는 게 맞지 않을까라는
And then
그
I think this matches this trend matches the effort that we are
보증
making.
쪽에서는 좀 보시면
If you look at
조금
guarantees,
그 IP 보증에 대한 부분들이 조금 증가되면서 건수가 좀 약간
with the increase in IP guarantees, we see more and more loans
해가 좀 되긴
given
한데요.
out based on IP
특징적인 것들을
guarantees.
보시면 기계 섹터에 해당돼. 그렇다고 해서 제가 기계 쪽에 대한 어떤 산업 섹터를 하시는 분들이 기술적으로 낮다라는 표현은 아니지만
I'm not saying that the level of
전통 산업에
technology
해당되는
is
거니까 IP가
lower
가치가
in the
상대적으로
traditional
좀
machinery
높아지는 그런
sector,
부분에 해당되는
but
부분들인데 저희 보증 쪽에서는 그
when it
기계
comes to
섹터에 대한 부분들이
guarantees,
그렇게 비중이 높진 않았는데 점차적으로
machinery, the traditional machinery sector didn't used to take up a high portion, but their portion is increasing. This means that
대출 사이드에 대한 어떤 관점을 가지고 하다 보니까
guarantee, since it's about loans at the end of the day,
여기에 대한 부분들을 뭐냐면 그 IP 담보에 대한 어떤 트렌드에 대한 부분들. 왜냐하면 보증서를 기반으로 결국 대출이 나가야 되니까 그
at the end of the day, you have to give out loans based on the guarantee document.
이렇게 안정화돼 가고 있다라는.
So the entire market is stabilizing, as you can see, with loans being evenly distributed across sectors.
우리나라에는
When it comes to IP investment,
뭐냐면 IP 기반 투자를 하기 위해 모태 펀드의 특허
we have Korea Fund of Funds, which is very unique to Korea.
IP 투자 쪽에 대한 부분들은
And initially, IP investment was primarily focused on the account run by Korea Fund of Funds.
어떤 트렌드에 대한 부분 경향성이 크게 없습니다.
So there's no particular trend if you see
관심을 좀
here.
가져주실 부분에 대한 것들은 저희 2022년,
In 2022, if you look here, we lack data in 2021, but I think we can highlight the 2022. I think that's when investments were heavily made based on IP portfolio. I think that's when the trend of evaluating IT portfolio and giving out investment really started to take shape.
저희 기업의 성장 단계별 IP 금융에 대한 어떤 역할에 대한 부분들을
And earlier,
말씀드렸는데
we looked at the different stages of business development and IP guarantees and loans and how investment come into play in those stages. And then I said the data actually matches the graph. So if you look here, once
그 전체적인 부분들은 우리 투자에 대한 영역이 담당을 할 거다.
the collateral loans and the guarantee loans, they play a role of driving the initial revenue, but once the revenue starts to stabilize, investment kicks in.
업력이 좀 안 되는 애들에 대한 부분들이
Once your business matures,
이 담보 대출했던 보증부 대출도
investment comes into play, but until then, IP collateral loans are important.
뭐냐면 낮은 기업들이 초기 기업에 해당될 수가 있거든요. 실제 그래서 IP 담보 대출에 대한
So if you look here,
보시면
the distribution of the total IP collateral loan,
3억에서 저희 10억 사이에 해당되는 부분들로, 그러니까 어느 정도
300 million to 1 billion take up the most proportion. I think it's because these loans are mostly given out to startups and companies in their initial stages. And the same goes for guarantees. Smaller amounts under 300 million won take up the most part. When it comes to IP investment, you can't really see a specific trend in the earlier years, but
각 시리즈별로 이 투자에 대한 건수가 좀 늘어나는 형태에 대한 부분이다.
we see an overall increase. So starting 2021, IP investment based on IP valuation started to be more
기업의 이제
active.
설립 기간별로 봤을 때 당연히 말씀드렸던 것처럼 담보대출은 매출이
Obviously,
나오기 시작하니까
IP collateral loans
그래서 IP 담보대출에
are
해당되는
given
부분은 주로 7년
to
이상에
companies
해당되는
that
기업들
have generated some
중으로
revenues. So you can
주로
see that
이루어지고 있는
companies
것을
with more than
보여지고 있고요.
7
그다음에
years or 10
보증
years
쪽에
are
해당되는
taking up the
부분들은
most part
7년
when it
미만으로
comes to
그래서
guarantees.
창업기업에 해당되는 부분에 대해서 주로 IP
Companies
보증이라는
in
부분으로
earlier
IP
stages,
금융에
less
대한
than 7 years,
우리나라는
take up
좀
most part.
진행이 좀 되고 있습니다.
This matches my
그다음에
explanation
투자 쪽에
earlier.
해당되는 부분들은
And when it comes to
이거는
IP
어떻게 보면
investment,
그때 맞춰서 어떤 그 트렌드라는 부분들이 좀 있는 것 같은데요.
I think
실제
we see
앞서
some
19년,
trends
20년은 좀
here.
의미는 좀 없으니까 굳이 뭐냐면 21년, 뭐 22년에 대한
I
부분들을
think we can focus on 2021 and 2022.
특히 이제 21년부터 어떻게 보시면 약간 글로벌
Since
금융위기다
2021,
보니까
we have
전체적으로 이
entered
자본
the
시장에 대한 어떤
era of
투자도
global
위축이 되고
financial
많이
crisis.
줄어들다
We
보니까
saw contraction in the
기업에 대한
capital
투자에 대한
market.
부분들이 많이 주는 트렌드를 좀 보셨을
So
텐데
the overall
그러다 보니
investment has
여기서도 투자
fallen.
쪽에서도 실질적으로 그 트렌드에 대한 부분들이 좀
Shown here as
줄어드는
well.
부분에 대한 것들을 좀 확인하실 수가 있다.
You
그래서
see some
이 정도로 좀
drops
봐주시면 될 것
in
같습니다.
investment as well in the IP
그러면
sector.
제가 그 우리나라에서 그래도 이 IP 5년간 해왔던 부분에 대한 부분들을
So over the
좀
5 years,
그
we have
대출 쪽과
ran
투자 쪽에 대한 부분에
efforts
대한 어떤
in
성공
IP
사례에 대한
finance
부분을 하나
promotion,
말씀을 좀
and I want to
드리도록
share one success
하겠습니다.
case.
결과적으로 이 기술을 가진 어떤 혁신 기업에게 IP 금융을 통해서 이들이
Providing
뭔가
IP finance
자금
to an
조달을
innovative
하고 잘
firm
살아남을 수 있는
and
부분에 대한
helping
것들을
them
하기 위해서 제가
raise funds
그 첫 번째로
is
여기서 있는
our
회사,
goal.
네, 저희 이 모 A 회사 같은 경우는
So
초기부터
this
매출이 잘 나오긴
company
했었는데
A, let's say,
저희
they
삼성전자로부터
actually
저희
generated a lot of
베트남 쪽에 대한
revenue
공장 이전에 대한 투자를
to start
요청을
with,
받아서 이
but
회사가
then with
그 베트남으로 진출합니다.
a strategic
그러다 보니까
decision to
매출이
invest in products and
급감을 하게
facilities
됐고
in Vietnam,
좋은 기술을
their
가지고
revenue
있었으나 문제는 뭐냐면 등록된
temporarily
특허가
dropped.
없었어요. 근데 저희가
So they had
IP
a
담보대출
very solid
부분들은
technology,
등록된
but for
특허로
some time their
특허권으로
revenue was
한정한
not
부분이 있다
great,
보니까 이 회사를 어떻게 살릴
and
수
they didn't
있을까?
have
그래서
patents.
이 회사가
So we wanted to really
보유하고
help out
있는
this
어떤
company,
기술에 대한
but
부분들의
and then we
매칭되는
started to
부분에
think,
대한
what's the best
그
way?
기술을 좀 잘 찾아가지고선 기술 이전을 하고
So we
IP
helped them
담보대출을
transfer technology,
다음에 이 회사가 다시
and then with that they were able to get
잘
IP
성장할 수
guarantee,
있게끔 해준
and
그런 사례가 되겠습니다.
through that they were able
이제
to
두
raise
번째
funds.
케이스는
Next case, success case,
기업들에게도 저는 뭐냐면 IP 담보대출을 해주면 좋겠다.
is about
IP
providing
금융의
IP
당연히
finance
보증이라는
to
부분의 제도도 있지만
enterprises in
이
their early
중기업들에게도
stages.
매출이 없는 기업에게도 IP 담보대출을
I've always
해줄 수
thought it
있는
would be
부분은
great
없을까?
to provide
좀
loans
이거는
to
어떻게 보면 억지에 대한 어떤 사례가 될
startups
수도 있긴
in their
하지만
early
저희 나름은 좀
stages.
의미가 있는 코로나 때 어떻게 보면 그 바이오 기업들
During
이루어지기 힘든
COVID,
부분이었긴 했는데 이
bio
회사는 그
companies
기술력을
went through a hard
인정받아서
time, but then
그
this
IP
company
가치 평가
was
기반으로
recognized for
투자를
its
좀 받았었고요. 그
gene
투자
editing
부분에 대한
technology.
부분들을 가지고서 우리도 뭐냐면 이 기술력을 인정을 해서
And then
IP
with the
담보대출에 대한
recognition,
부분들을 그
they were
매출이
able
없는
to
기업
use
7,
IP
20억에 대한
as
부분들을
collateral,
대상해서
and
실질적으로
even without
이 부분에
revenue, they were
잘
able
살아남을
to
수 있게끔 해준 그런 케이스가 되겠습니다.
raise 2 billion won.
그리고 이게 안 되는군요. 네, 요 케이스 같은 경우에 대해서는 제가 그
And this
원래
is another case.
우리나라의 IP 금융의 종합 선물 세트.
This is like a whole package
이미 지금 최종
of IP finance.
상장했으니까
This is
말씀을 좀
probably
드릴 수 있는 회사이긴 한데
the classic example
처음에
of
이 회사를
the
만났을 때는 그
biggest beneficiary of IP finance program in Korea.
설립된 지 한 3년쯤 됐을 때에 대한 그
This was back when this company was only 3 years old,
기술에 대한 부분들이 인터커넥트라고 하는 시스템 반도체에 해당되는 그런 기술을
and their technology was related to interconnect, which is about system semiconductors.
그다음에 우리 신용보증기금에서 IP 보증부 대출. 그다음에
When I was working at the bank, I was in charge of giving out IP loans, and also I was in charge of
좀그 초기에 잘 성장할 수 있는데 좀
investment and loan linkage products with Kibo. And after I left bank and then joined startup, I wanted to invest in this company.
기술에 대한 부분들을 좀 좋게 봐서
So based on IP valuation,
작년 상반기에 한 여기 그 123억 정도에 대한 투자를 이제 프로젝트 펀드를 만들어서 투자를 좀 진행했던
actually
건데요.
created a fund
이
of
당시에 뭐냐면
12 billion
펀드를
won
만들려면
last year.
출자자들에게 이
And
회사를
back then, in order to
소개를
create a
하고
fund, I
열심히
had to
기술력을
introduce
어필해야
this
되는데
company to
그때
investors to
저는 이
raise their
회사가
funds.
기술이 너무 좋다는 거에 대한 의심이 없었거든요.
I had no doubt about their
그러면서
technology.
이 인터커넥트 시스템 반도체 기술에 대한 부분들이 너무 일반인들에게 생소하고 어려운
But then
영역이거든요.
this interconnect system semiconductor technology is too alien to the general public. Even to investors, it was hard to grasp.
저는 이걸 활용하고자 IP 가치 평가에 대해서 여기처럼 283억에 해당되는 그런 기술 가치 평가를 받았다라고
So
얘기를 했는데
I
역풍을 받았습니다. 왜냐하면
told the investors that this technology is actually valued at 28 billion won.
밸류가 1,000억이었거든요. 기업의 밸류가 1,000억이라고 기술력이 너무너무 좋다고 했는데
And then but then the problem was that I told the investors that this company's value is actually 100 billion won, but then the technology itself was valued only at 28 billion won. So there was a huge gap from the investment perspective. So because of the gap in understanding and awareness in this technology, I had a hard time explaining the gap in company value and the technology value. We were very fortunate because back then the timing was really good with the shortage in the semiconductor industry and everything. At the end of the day, a lot of investors wanted to join the fund.
상장을 시킬 수 있는 좀 좋은 제도가 있습니다. 기술 특례 상장.
In Korea, we have this really good policy program to help startups to go public.
그 기술 특례 상장을 하기 위해서는
And then I told the investors that this company will go public, and then
AA와 A 정도는 무난하게 받을 수 있는 기업이다.
I told the investors that this company will get AA or A rating for technology evaluation when it goes public.
이 가치 평가에 대한 부분에
And the investors asked, how do you know?
중복되는 부분들이 상당히 많습니다. 제가 그걸 일일이
I was confident because the evaluation criteria in this IP valuation sheet and also the criteria in the
AA와 A를 받았고
evaluation for technology when it goes public, they overlap. So this year, actually, they got AA rating for technology evaluation, and they went public very successfully. So those investors who aggressively attacked me and financial institutions who doubted me, they all apologized to me when this company actually got the AA rating.
기술력 있는 그런 기업들에 대한 부분들을 이렇게 우리 기술 가치 IP 가치 평가에 대한 부분들을 통해서 충분히 어필할 수 있는 부분에 대한 것들로 활용할 수 있는 어떤 그런 사례로서
IP valuation can be used as evidence for
그 다음
company's value.
준비하고 있는 적인데요.
As you
여기
can see
같은
in this
경우는
success case.
소프트웨어 관련된 보안 솔루션 회사입니다.
So this is another case that we're actually preparing.
만들어 온 게 지금 안 나와서 그런데 이 회사 같은 경우는
This company is a software company, and last year I wanted to raise funds for Series A for this company.
A를 준비하는 기간이 1년 6개월이었습니다.
This company prepared for Series A funding for 1.5 years.
전체적인 투자 시장이 안 좋다 보니까 투자 라운드를 클로징을 못 하고 1년
Since the capital market was really not performing well, they had to drag it out, and then they couldn't close it.
새롭게 받은 거고 작년에 받았을 때는 얼마였냐면은
Last year,
정도에 대한 그러니까 소프트웨어 회사들이 아시겠지만 이런 특허에 대한
they were valued at 17 billion won for their technology.
잘 구축을 했고 작년에는 170억. 그다음에 그래서 시리즈 A를 잘 클로징
because of the solid technology and portfolio that they have built. So they successfully closed Series A eventually, and then this time around for Series B, I evaluated their technology, and it was 35 billion won value this time around. And last month, Series B successfully closed for this company again.
소프트웨어 분야에 대해서도 뭐냐면 고성장하면서 이렇게 IP 기반 사업하는 애들에 대한 부분들을 여기 IP 가치 평가에 대한 부분들을 통해서
And even for software companies like this, we can estimate the value, we can judge a value, and then we can help convince the investors. So this was another success case for IP finance.
IP 금융에 대한 부분들이 잘 활성화가 되려면
In order to promote IP finance,
담보에 대한 부분의 회수 리스크를 줄여야 된다.
it's important to reduce the risk
투자 쪽에서는 뭐냐면
when it comes to loans. and recovery plays a part in there.
IP 가치 평가라는 부분이 있었고 그 IP 가치 평가에 대한 부분들을 이 제도권 내에서 잘 인정받고
IP valuation, setting up the system, and making sure that it's accepted in the market. That's one important aspect. Another important aspect is to make sure that investors can exit successfully.
우리나라 같은 경우는 바로 그런 기술 특례
And how
상장에
can we
대한
help
부분들이
that?
제도가 있으니
In Korea, we have the special
참조 지표로 좀 들어가면 매우 좋지 않을까. 그래서
policy where we helped startups to go public with their technology.
하셨습니다. 특례 상장에 대한 평가에
This is
대한
actually
부분들의
a news
핵심
article
요소 중에
written by the president's son that we heard from earlier.
결국 평가를 해서 얼마만큼 기술 기반
So
기업들에
technology
대한 어떤
special listing
레벨을
system
정하는 데
can be an
도움이
exit
된다고
strategy
한다면
for technology-based innovative companies.
기술 특례
And with
상장
that,
제도에 대한 부분들의 어떤 질적인 부분에 대한 부분도 해소할 수가 있고
we can
또 다른 하나는 뭐냐면 우리 IP 금융에서는
alleviate some quality-related concerns, and also we can use it as an opportunity to expand IP finance.
마지막으로 우리 그 지식재산 금융이 지속적으로 잘 활성화를 좀 하려면
So for continued activation of IP finance, like I said, IP valuation is important, but it has to be linked back to the market and the financial sector. And the correlation between IP valuation and corporate value, we have to establish a strong correlation based on solid data.
연관관계에 대한 것들을 확인을 해봐야 된다. 그리고 이렇게 고성장하는 그런 소프트 기업, 콘텐츠 플랫폼 기업 이런
and exploring various IP valuation case studies for high-growth innovation companies in the software, content, platform sectors, and seeking ways to establish an IP valuation model based on those cases is important. As Canadian, Japanese speakers of ours mentioned earlier,
이 IP를 기반으로 활용하는 어떤 기업에 대한 어떤 지원 측면에서 봤을 때 그 기술 기반 기업들에 대한 IP
important to strengthen the integration of their portfolio in IP valuation
시장에서 원하는 부분이 아닐까. 그래서 이런 부분에 대한 것들이
from a market standpoint.
더 나아가서는 결국에는 시장 내에서 인정을 받아야 된다고 말씀드리지 않았습니까?
As I said earlier, it's important to get acceptance in the market. So
자본시장, 금융시장에서 실질적으로 심사를 할 때
establishing a comprehensive evaluation assessment system that can be used in the field, in the market, that would be important. And lastly,
우리 과거에 4년 동안 해왔던 부분의 통계 자료 왜 말씀드렸냐면
why did I show you the statistics over the 4 or 5 years? I wanted to confirm if we are heading the right way, and it turns out that we are.
방향에 대한 부분들을 그러한 데이터들을 기반으로 어떤 방향성을 잡는 데
And then it also helps us set the direction going forward based on the past data. So it's important to get the data and then use it to determine our path forward.
일단은 그 생태계 내 어떻게 보면 IP 생태계 내 어떤 일원으로서 우리 IP 금융
a player in the IP ecosystem, IP finance in Korea and the global market. I hope I can play my part in contributing to great success together. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. 발표에 수고해 주신 브리지폴
Thank you,
인베스트먼트의 최진용 전문님께
Mr.
다시 한번 큰 박수
Choi from
부탁드리겠습니다.
Bridgeball Investment. A big hand, please. Again.
네, 고맙습니다. 이
Thank
다음
you.
세션은
We will
해외
now move on
연사자
to
강연이
the next
준비가 되어
presentation.
있습니다. 동시통역 수신기가 필요하신
Please use the
분께서는 지금
receiver if you need
한국어를 맞춰주시기
simultaneous
바라겠습니다.
interpretation. Channel 1
네,
is for
그럼 다음
Korean.
강연을 소개드리겠습니다.
The next
다음
presentation
강연은 영국에서
will
오신
be given
IP 서비스
by
기업인
Mr.
인갓의
Martin
브라셀
Brassel,
대표님의
CEO of
강연이 있겠습니다.
Ingot from the
이 강연
UK.
내용은 대출
It
관련
will be
IP
on
금융에
loan-based
대한
IP
영국
finance from
사례입니다.
comfort to
여러분,
collateral.
마틴
Please
브라셀
welcome Mr.
대표님을
Brassel
무대로
with a big
모시겠습니다.
round of
큰
applause.
박수로 환영해 주십시오. Mr. Martin Brassel, please come up the podium.
안녕하세요.
Good afternoon.
It's a great pleasure to be back here in Seoul again. It's been too long. I was last here in 2019. I must come back more often. I've called this talk From Comfort to Collateral, and what I'm going to try to mainly explain for you is where the UK and the US seem to be heading in a slightly different environment where there is less of an emphasis on state intervention, but the state has done quite a bit in the UK, particularly in research. And I think you'll find one or two of the graphs that I have to share with you, hopefully quite interesting. What am I doing here at all? Well, just to explain a little bit more about INGOT, what we do. We're known for two things, I think, mainly. The first one is for the research and intelligence that we've gathered over many years through a series of reports into intellectual property identification and finance, working for national offices, for non-governmental organizations, professional bodies, OECD, and most recently with WIPO. And I'm not going to say any more about the SME finance guidance because I shall steal Michael's thunder, and I don't want to do that. Probably more importantly, we have spent the last 14 years developing and refining online tools for identifying and valuing intellectual property, particularly focusing on this question of finance and on both debt and equity. And I'm pleased to say we're now in a position where we're used and recommended by some of the largest lenders in the UK, albeit not on every loan. I'm sure that day will come, maybe not so very soon. There are essentially three ways that we see that you can use intellectual property as security for lending. So I think maybe it's worth just briefly explaining the terminology. The first one I've called catch-all. Catch-all simply means that what a lender is trying to do is to include everything possible that might have value within their security net, if you will. So security is taken over intellectual property alongside any other assets that the business has, but there's no special consideration given to the IP, and there's no particular value attributed to it. And this is where intellectual property has been in the past when it's been noticed at all. What's more interesting is this move that we now see towards the use of IP to provide something I've called comfort. What that means is that lenders actively think about the intellectual property assets and the value that those contribute to the business in the credit decisions that they make. But they're mainly focused on other factors, like cash flows, like how many contracts the company has and how far those contracts guarantee or assure that future cash flows will be forthcoming. And the amount that they advance on the loan is not specifically linked to the value that they find in the IP. It can be more, it can be less. So comfort, if you like, is reassurance. Where it gets really exciting is when we start moving into the third box here of collateral, where value is attributed to the IP assets being taken as security, based on a genuine expectation that there is going to be some realizable value in those assets if it's needed. And in all of the studies that we have done, I would say responsible use of IP as collateral is the best way to drive the maximum economic benefit out of IP, both for companies and for lenders, and actually for national economies, because there is a genuine appreciation and attribution of value to these particular assets. And that's really where we ultimately want to be. Now, you'll have seen this chart before. I'm not going to use the Ocean Tomo figures, don't worry. But I am going to use this one, which you've seen twice before, in a slightly different context. So this is the familiar chart where we think about the different phases that a business that is R&D, research and development intensive, IP intensive generally goes through. And it has a period where it's investing heavily. Invariably, it is loss-making at that point in time. It then picks up. It then enters profitability. So the view in most Western bankers' minds is that that early stage is simply not financeable with commercial debt, commercial loans. And that's because it's just too risky. There's too much uncertainty over what will happen, whether anything of value will actually be developed in the process. And I think the other challenge I've seen across a number of economies is at that point in time, the IP you want to finance may not even exist because the company is still developing it. And whether you think of it as specific intellectual property assets or even the technology, it's often just not there and not mature enough. But the problem we have and that we're trying to solve is that debt has for too long been stuck right over on the right-hand side of this chart. So that box where I've marked that it's available today, that's once a business is already clearly profitable, established, mature. What we're really trying to do, I think, with IP-backed financing in its different forms is we're trying to move forward in this process. So we're trying to put debt into businesses at an earlier stage than would otherwise be possible, based on developing, generating this greater confidence in the assets themselves. And one of the reasons why we have to do that is because if we don't get more money into these promising businesses, which contribute so much to economic growth, prosperity, employment, what will happen? Too many of them will fail. This is a chart I think you may find interesting. This is some research done by the UK Intellectual Property Office and our British Business Bank, which is like our development bank. And it helps to explain why it is that intellectual property assets are actually very exciting and interesting for lenders. There are a few things that other speakers have already referred to, which you know. So IP is all about protecting a competitive advantage for a business. It's about creating barriers to entry, building a moat, if you like, as Lally said, I think. Making sure that there is freedom to be able to operate in international markets. Where it gets more interesting, I think, from a lending proposition or investment, is that it's the thing that's going to drive customer loyalty and lock-in, and therefore mean that cash flows are more likely to be predictable and solid in the future. And because of their very nature, intangibles don't wear out with use. In fact, the more they're used, the more valuable they generally become. But I think what you're seeing on these charts here, which I'll explain in just a second, is that the presence of IP is also associated with better company performance. So therefore, if you have a security interest over the intellectual property, you're more likely to be able to have a positive influence on the borrower's behavior if things don't go to plan, which is one of the most important things that most lenders are looking for. So the chart shows you research done on businesses with and without intellectual property assets. The red bars relate to what is called propensity to default, the likelihood that a loan will go bad. And broadly speaking, loans are 40% less likely to go bad across this particular sample if there are intellectual property assets present. So that's a pretty big difference. The even better news is that the losses, if they do go bad, are on average 50% less. So we're talking about a very specific difference. Now, I am not saying that there is a direct causal relationship between having the intellectual property assets and this better performance. You could just say that these are better run businesses with better, more interesting, more scalable assets, and perhaps they have shareholders who care more about what happens to those assets if the company gets into difficulties. But in any event, these are quite statistically significant and interesting differences. And in recent interviews with UK banks, it's been very clear that these have helped them make the argument internally in their credit departments that intellectual property deserves proper consideration, which is why I share them with you today. Now, there are obviously some challenges. I'm not going to stand here and pretend that intellectual property finance is entirely straightforward. We've heard about a couple of these hurdles already. I think they boil down to two things, really: high transaction costs and a lack of confidence in recoverable value. The high transaction costs are because you do need some kind of additional translation, if you will, between the owner of the intellectual property and the financier. The lack of confidence in the realizable value is because these are not commodities. These are assets that aren't regularly traded on transparent markets like cars or property. But I think sometimes we worry too much about this, because the whole point of intellectual property is that it is not a commodity. It's unique. It does something very specific for the particular business that has developed it, and if they license it, for the benefit of other businesses as well. So we should actually celebrate the uniqueness of IP and not keep criticizing it for not behaving like a commodity, because if it were a commodity, it wouldn't work as well. Now, as I mentioned at the start, unlike a number of the markets that we've studied in this part of the world, there's been very little, sometimes no, direct government support in either the US or the UK in order to try and encourage these markets. Lots of good quality research, publications, but nothing in the way of interest rate subsidies, no tailored loan guarantee schemes, and not very much opportunity to have valuation cost reimbursed. The good news is, however, that in the last few years in particular, a number of things have started to happen. And I think with some of our earlier keynotes emphasizing the desirability of moving over time to market-led solutions, you may find some of these interesting. So for the rest of this presentation, I'm really just going to concentrate on case study examples. So here is an example of a lender taking what I've called comfort. This is HSBC in the UK, a very well-known global bank. They set aside a fund of £250 million. If you want a quick conversion, nowadays there's not much difference between the pound and the dollar or the pound and the euro, unfortunately. So 250 million, recently extended to 350 million. And this is something that is distinct from the products they have that are venture debt. They're targeting high-growth, technology-based scale-up companies. They have to have a reasonable level of turnover, so for corporate structural reasons, they have to be over 7 million. They have to be growing at 20% or more a year. And they have to have raised a substantial amount of equity investment in the past to qualify for this particular product. The purpose of this product is, as HSBC put it, a bridge to profitability. It's to get the company from where it is today into profitability in the future. And in that respect, it's different from their venture debt offering, because the venture debt tends to be used to bridge to the next round of equity investment. Here, it's not. It's about getting the business standing, if you like, on its own 2 feet. So far, they have done 10 advances. They've committed around £125 million. And on every single loan, they have identified and valued the company's intellectual property. Their main focus is on what value is being generated by the intellectual property where it is, in other words, in use. And what they do is take a fixed charge security interest over individually identified assets, focusing mainly on the domestic assets, the ones that are based in the UK. And that enables them to put others on notice of their financial interest by registering both at our company's house and also at our intellectual property office. And there have been a number of deals that have been quite interesting and quite diverse. The three I've selected here, it so happens they all have patents. But we've also been involved in valuing businesses for them, businesses' IP for them rather, that doesn't have anything to do with patents and is purely in software. The first one is nanotechnology to waterproof your mobile phone. The second one is a range of different women's health and fitness devices, quite heavily patented internationally, including particularly some very innovative breast pumps. And the third one is a way of being able to protect you from cybersecurity threats by basically dismantling incoming computer files and then building them back together again safely. So quite a range. And there have been several, as I say, that are purely in software. The main thing I would say is that all of the different companies that have been financed so far all actually also have quite strong brands, either business to consumer or business to business ones. So that's comfort. What do we mean by collateral? So here's the best example we have from the UK at the moment. It's the high growth IP loan just launched, literally just in time for today, by a bank called NatWest, which is actually our biggest individual bank in the United Kingdom. Targeted again at high growth companies, so showing a track record of 20% or more growth year on year without tangible assets to offer as security. Now, what I find particularly exciting about this is you will see the minimum loan size is much smaller, all the way down to £250,000, up to 10 million. And that's because of the standardized assessment process that we provide for them. And another thing that is very encouraging and positive about this product is if you pledge your intellectual property to NatWest, they may give you preferential payment terms, so you have an incentive. The specific incentive is that you may be eligible for a repayment holiday from the capital amount of the loan, in other words, the amount you actually borrowed, for a period of 1 year at the start of the process. And NatWest's view is that that provides a bit more space and time for individual companies to be able to grow, prosper, get more established, so they're better placed to be able to make their loan repayments in the future. Again, every company's intellectual property is identified and valued, but the valuation concept that is used here is different. It's not so much an emphasis on value in use, it's on something that we would call an orderly disposal value. Not a fire sale, so not the price that you could fetch for the intellectual property if the business has disappeared altogether, but an orderly disposal process if the business can still trade but gets into some level of difficulty or distress. And the way that one of the senior people from NatWest who's been responsible for this product explained it was like this. The first option for the bank in terms of getting its money back and earning its interest is that the business generates enough cash to repay its loan. The second possibility is that things go really well, and if they go really well, then the business enters into profitability and then it has no problem paying its debt back, and in fact it may want to borrow more. The third possibility is that the business doesn't do quite as well as it would like. And under those circumstances, what generally happens first, because of the reputational sensitivities of the bank, is that an effort will be made to restructure the business or restructure the loan, refinance the business. Lots of things will happen before the bank will want to go in and take the IP away from the company. Because the company is usually, not always, but usually, best place to exploit those intellectual assets. And it's only as a fourth resort that they actually get into the business of actually having to dispose of the assets. And they expect still to be able to do that with the cooperation of the management team rather than simply pulling them out and trying to list them somewhere. So that enables them to take a slightly different view of how much value to attribute to the assets. So we have a valuation process, and then we have a separate process to think about whether the intellectual property is separable, saleable, and strong enough to be able to be used as collateral. Clearly, you cannot have collateral that has no possible resale value. That doesn't work for anybody. And what that does is it produces a calculation on an appropriate loan-to-value ratio. What do I mean by that? I mean how much of the value that's been found it is possible to leverage, to use as a basis for borrowing. Once again, there's a fixed charge security interest taken over all of the domestic assets and recorded in two places. So there are a number of examples of this in the pipeline. I can't talk to you today about any of them, although I would say that the first business going through is primarily a software business again. But I thought you might find the process interesting. So there is an initial pre-qualification step, which basically determines whether suitable assets are present and whether the business is trading, is starting to produce turnover. What then happens is that the bank takes an initial look at the company and provides it with an agreement in principle. It says, are you the type of business that we would lend to? And then the company comes back to us to have the valuation done and to have the loan-to-value calculation worked out. Why do it that way round? Well, because there is some valuable intellectual property that is not really suitable for use as collateral. An example would be where a company is successfully creating products or services, but the IP for them is licensed in from a university. If that business were to go bankrupt or into liquidation administration, that IP would revert back to the university, so wouldn't have any enduring value for the bank. And some otherwise really good collateral is just not valuable enough yet to be used. An example here is of a startup company, perhaps a university spin-out, that's just a bit too early in the trading cycle. It just can't really afford to support debt yet. At the moment, the maximum appetite for a lender is half, 50% of the value that is identified as an orderly disposal value. Over time, I would expect that that will increase, but at the moment, while we're all gathering more experience and knowledge about how this all works, it seems like a sensible starting point. The final point is that monitoring of the loan on an ongoing basis is a really essential part. And that's because, in NatWest words, this is not a lend and forget type of loan. So, paid in advance at the point of drawing down the loan, what we monitor is the status of the security, whether anybody else is trying to register anything conflicting, whether the assets are being properly maintained, whether there is anything about the company that is looking risky, and whether there's anything different happening in terms of the disposal routes, the other people who might be interested in acquiring those assets over time. So it gives an element of control, which is really important, but still gives the borrower the freedom to be able to use the assets in the ordinary course of their business. That's the area that we know the most about in the UK. I'll very quickly skip over the US. What is the practice over there? Well, it's very common to find catch-all. And that's just a factor of the way that the security system works in the US. Historically, activity has been strongest in the venture debt market. So, as I was describing earlier, where you lend specifically against an expectation that you're helping the company get to the next investment milestone. And it does achieve comfort because it's basically saying the last thing the equity investors will let go is the intellectual property. And there's been a trend to specialist IP financiers working alongside big commercial lenders, often supported by insolvency practitioners producing the valuations. The most exciting development here is collateral, full collateral solution backed by insurance policies. And there are two brokers who are particularly active in this space. One is Aon, the other one is a branch of Gallagher's called Pius. To give you an idea of the deal range, Aon deals that they have provided insurance cover for range from around $25 million to $125 million, so quite big. The Pius deals are a bit smaller, between 10 and 60 million. But what the insurance policy is doing is providing a safety net. Remember, there's no government-backed guarantees that are relevant usually. And it's if the bank can't recover the collateral value, then the insurer will pay them an agreed sum and take the assets in exchange. Deal-wise, the value of the deals that's been announced is pretty big. On the left-hand side, you can see the red bars are Aon, the blue ones are Gallagher. The only thing is that the volume of them at the moment is still quite small because this is early days. So Aon did its first deal, one deal in 2020. It's done a few in 21, and obviously we're still in 2023, so we don't know quite where that one's going to end up. I would say that the issue here is the costs of the deal structuring, the due diligence, the valuation for this particular product are proving a bit challenging in terms of really scaling it up, but we expect that to change over time. So to conclude, how do we get more collateral? Well, the thing I haven't talked specifically about, but previous speakers have referred to, is there isn't any capital relief for banks. Manda was mentioning it, under the Basel III rules. And that drives up the cost of lending and therefore borrowing. In the long term, we would expect standard international approaches to evolve so that intangible value is recognized as a default position. But we're not even close to being able to achieve that yet. In the medium term, I think there is an opportunity for lenders to secure regulatory approval for their own individual asset risk weightings based on their own recovery experience. But the problem is they have to start lending first. If they don't do any lending, they can't gather the data to be able to convince the regulator that it's a good idea. In the short term, the options for commercial lenders are either to use their existing balance sheet strength, which is essentially what NatWest and HSBC are doing, or they can utilize the safety nets that are available, the confidence building measures like collateral protection insurance or state-backed guarantees when they're available. But for any of this to work at a level that really moves the economic dial, standardized ways to describe and value those intangible assets are really essential to achieve. That's why we have this four-step process of pre-qualifying, valuing, checking for collateral suitability, and then monitoring the loan on an ongoing basis, which seems to have worked well. I think I will stop there in the interests of time. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Your informative presentation. 여러분 다시 한번 발표에 수고해 주신 영국 인갓의 마틴
Another round of applause for Mr. Martin Brussel, CEO of INGOT.
Once
Thank you
again,
very
thank you
much.
very much. 네, 두 번째 세션의 마지막 강연을 앞두고
This is the final presentation of session 2.
드라마,
Recently, there has been incredible global interest in Korean content, K-content, including music, dramas, and films. Our next speaker can be considered an expert in K-film investment. We will now hear from Ms. Ho Soo-young, Senior Managing Director of Union Investment Partners. Content IP Investment in Korea is the title of our presentation. Let's give a big round of applause to Ms. Ho. Thank you.
안녕하십니까. 저는
Hello everyone.
IP 투자에 대한 발표를 맡은 유니온 투자 파트너스 허수영입니다.
I am Ho Soo-young from Union Investment Partners. I'll be
연사분들과
presenting
조금
on
다른
content
내용에
IP
대해
investment in
발표를
Korea.
하게 되는데요.
My topic is slightly different from my previous speakers. We'll go over the overview of IP investment in Korea and how it's being done in the private sector.
우선 한국의 콘텐츠
Let's
IP
first
투자에
look
대해
at
설명드리기
Korea's content
위해서는
investment
한국
trends
콘텐츠 투자의 동향과 특징에 대해서 먼저
and
말씀드려야 할 것
characteristics of the
같습니다.
market.
첫 번째로 콘텐츠 투자 정의에 대해 간략히 정리해 보겠습니다.
Firstly, let's
한국의
define content investment.
문화산업진흥기본법에 따르면
According to
콘텐츠란
Cultural Industry
구호,
Promotion
문자,
Basic
동영,
Act,
색채,
cultural
음성, 음향, 이미지 및 영상 등의 자료
industry
또는 정보를 지칭합니다.
content refers to data or information comprising symbols, characters, shapes, color, sound, audio, images, and video, including their combinations.
복합체를 문화 상품으로 분류합니다. 한국에서
And tangible and
일반적으로
intangible
콘텐츠
goods
투자란 이러한 문화 콘텐츠 서비스
that embody
혹은
artistic, creative, and
이러한
entertaining
서비스를 제공하는
value
기업에 대한 투자를
are
뜻한다고
referred
할
to as
것입니다.
cultural products.
콘텐츠 투자자는 크게 전략적
When
투자자와
it comes to
재무적
content
투자자로 나눌
investors,
수 있는데요.
largely we have two
전략적
types,
투자자는
strategic
방송사나
investors,
혹은 제작사,
SIs, and financial
유통사와 같이
investors,
관련
FIs.
비즈니스를 수행하고
Strategic
있는
investors are
사업자입니다.
entertainment businesses or
이들은
distributors who are involved in
혹은
the direct
M&A를
businesses.
목적으로 투자를 하는 것이 일반적이고요.
They usually invest
재무적
for the
투자자는
purpose of
제가
business
일하고 있는
development or
벤처캐피탈,
M&A.
혹은 신기술 금융사,
Financial
은행
investors,
등
on the
투자
other
관련
hand, are venture
금융사업자들로서
capital firms like
투자를 통해서
Union
캐피탈 개인의
Investment
목적으로
Partners
투자를
that I came from.
집행합니다. 한국에서 재무적 투자자로서 콘텐츠 분야에 가장 많은 투자를 하고 있는 기관은 벤처캐피탈인
Venture
창업투자회사이고요.
capital companies are
펀드를
the
결성해서 투자를
biggest
집행합니다.
investor
펀드는
when it
잘
comes to financial
아시겠지만
investors,
정부기관,
and
연기금,
usually
민간기업의
funds
출자와
are
펀드를 운영하는
created.
벤처캐피탈의 자금을 모아서 결성을 하고요. 일정 운용 기간
Funds
동안
are
투자 후
created
투자
with
원금과 수익을
contribution
회수,
from the
자금을
private
투자자에게
sector.
배분하는 일종의 투자 집합 기구이
So
있다고 할 수
investment funds are
있습니다.
formed with funds from the domestic government agencies and private companies and fund managers. And after a certain period of operation, the invested capital and profits are recovered and distributed, and funds are dissolved. In Korea, Fund of Funds (FOF) accounts for the largest contribution to content-related funds. Let's briefly go over what Korea's Fund of Funds is. Korea's Fund of Funds was established in 2005.
관광부 등 총 12개 정부
There's a total of 12 government agencies.
정기적인 출자 사업을 통해 한국의
contributions.
펀드 운용사가 결성, 운영하는 펀드의
And it's
출자자
run
역할을
by
하는
general partners in Korea.
홈페이지를 보시면
If you look at the slide,
구조에 대한 그림
you can
설명을
see
보실
the
수
entire structure
있는데요.
of Korea Fund of Funds
22년 말 기준으로
as
8조 2천억이 넘는 운용
of the
규모를
end of
자랑하고 있습니다.
2021. It has
펀드는
the fund size of
산업의
8 trillion
분야를
won.
계정별로 나누어 출자 사업을 하고 있는데요.
Under Korea Fund of
이
Funds, we
가운데
have different accounts.
체육관광부에서 마련한 기금으로 구성된 문화계정이 콘텐츠 펀드에 출자하는
Ministry
계정이며
of Culture,
최근
Sports and
기준으로 대략
Tourism
펀드
runs
경영
cultural
총액의
accounts,
60%를
and
출자하고
this
있습니다.
actually makes
모태
up
펀드
60%
문화계정의
of
출자
the
규모는
cultural
자료에서
accounts
보시다시피
investment.
매년 증가하고 있는데요.
As you can see,
2024년에는 올해보다 1,000억 원 이상의 규모가
in
증가할 것으로 예상됩니다.
2024, we are expected to see a growth of 100 billion
한국에서
won
콘텐츠
in
투자
cultural
형태는
investment.
프로젝트 투자와 기업
In
지분 투자로
Korea,
나뉩니다.
we have two forms of
프로젝트 투자는
investment in
투자사가
Korean
특정
content. One,
프로젝트에
project
자금을
financing, and two,
투입하고
equity
투자
investment.
지분을 확보하여
Project financing is when an
확보한 후
investment firm
제작사가
allocates
프로젝트를
funds to a
제작,
specific
판매하여
project,
얻은
secures an
수익에서
investment stake, and the
확보된
distribution
투자
of profits is based on the
비율만큼
proportion
수익을
of the
분배받는
secured
형태를
investment stake
말합니다.
from the revenue
예산 대비
generated by the
얼마나 많은
project.
매출을 올릴 수 있는가를 기준으로 투자 가능
The
여부를
feasibility of
판단합니다.
investment is determined
기업
based on how
지분
much additional
투자는
revenue can be
일반적인
generated
지분 투자의
compared to the
형태와
budget.
동일하며 보통주, RCPS,
When it comes to equity
CBBW
investment,
등 종류 주식이나 사채 획득을 통해 회사에 자금을 투입하는 형태를 말합니다.
So it
회수 역시
involves investing in a
IPO 후
company's
자본
ownership
시장 내
stake, and
주식
later, as the
매각,
company
M&A
grows
등한
and potentially
재산과
goes
지분
public or
매각의
undergoes
방법을
M&A,
통합니다.
recovering the capital invested. It's a common form of corporate
홈페이지에서는 콘텐츠
investment.
펀드의 결성과 운영 프로세스를 정리해 놓았습니다.
Here, I provide information on the
모태펀드는
formation and
정기적인
operation of a
투자 사업을 통해
content
펀드를
fund.
운용할 운용사, 즉 제너럴 파트너를 한 개 혹은 복수로
We select
선정하여
one or
투자를
multiple general
허락하고
partners to
선정된 제너럴
run
파트너,
the
줄여서
fund, the
GP라고
form the
하죠.
fund,
GP는 리미티드
and
파트너로
GPs,
불리는
general partners,
조합원들로부터 추가 출자를 받아
get commitment from private consortium members, which are referred to as limited partners,
주요 투자
LPs.
대상, 투자 방법, 운영 기준 등을 명시한 규약을 체결하고 이를 조합원들로부터
After the approval of the
승인받은
agreement
후에
with
펀드
terms
운용을 시작합니다.
stipulated,
펀드 운용은
we start to
일반적인
run the
투자
fund.
펀드와 유사한데요. 다만 규약상의 정해진 기간 내에 정해진 비율에 따라
The fund
규약에
sets an
명시된
overall
주요 투자
operating
대상에
period
대해
and
투자를
investment
집행해야
period, and within the
합니다.
stipulated
문화
period
계정의
defined in the agreement,
펀드의
it invests
경우는
in the primary investment targets
문화산업진흥기본법에
according to the
명기된
specified
문화상품
ratio.
서비스나 관련 기업이 메인 투자 대상이 되고 이 가운데서도 콘텐츠 IP,
And then
혹은
targets
콘텐츠 기업
involve
M&A 등 세부 투자
content
분야가 별도로
enterprises or
설정됩니다.
IP enterprises depending on the
전체 운용
characteristic
기간
of the
내에
fund.
투자가 가능한 투자 기간을 별도로 설정합니다. 투자 기간 동안 투자 집행을 완료한 후 남은 운용 기간
After the
동안에는
fund's investment
투자
period is
자산 회수를
completed, efforts are
집행합니다.
made to recover the
회수를 통해
investment
발생하는
assets during the
수익과
remaining
투자
operating
원금에 대한
period.
배분이 완료되면 펀드는 청산됩니다.
After the completion of the investment asset sales and distribution among consortium members, the fund's liquidation is considered complete. Let's look at Korean content investment trends. According to the data from the Korea Venture Capital Association, investments in traditional content sectors experienced some contraction in 2020 due to the severity of COVID, but there was a rebound in 2021 and 2022. Investment in the content sector accounts for approximately 10% of the total venture capital investment in Korea, amounting to about 600 billion won range. We are expecting to see growth in investment in this sector with the support from the government. I'll go over content IP investment status.
콘텐츠 산업에서 인텔렉추얼 프로퍼티, IP의 중요성이 부각되고 있습니다. 대표적인 원천 IP
There is an
콘텐츠라고 할
increase
수
in IP
있는
demand and market
웹툰,
expansion
웹소설은 최근 몇 년간
across
큰 폭으로
different
성장을 하고
industries. We have
있습니다.
seen a great
할리우드,
increase
중국뿐만
in
아니라 국내에서도
source
웹툰,
IPs
웹소설을
such as
영화,
webtoons
드라마,
and
게임
web
등으로
novels,
확장하여
and they are being
성공하는
adapted
사례가
to
많아지고
movies
있습니다.
and dramas,
원천
which
IP를 확보하여
we have a lot of
다양한
success stories in
2차
Korea.
콘텐츠의 개발, 비즈니스적 가치를 더 확장시키는 것은
And when
콘텐츠
these
산업의
original
큰
IPs are
흐름이라고 할
adapted to
것입니다.
secondary content, they
콘텐츠 IP
have great
투자에
potential.
대한 관심이 높아진 배경에는
And when we look at the background on growing interest in investing in content IP,
고도화가
the
심화되면서
expanding market and also
비즈니스적 가치가 증가하고 소위
the
말하는
growing
슈퍼
value of
IP가
IP and the birth of
탄생하면서부터라고
super
할 수
IP
있습니다.
all contribute to
슈퍼
this growing
IP는 자료
interest.
설명과 같이 지속적으로 변주되면서
Super
확장되는
IP, as defined in the
세계관
slide,
속에서 강력한
refers
팬덤을
to
구축하는
IP that builds a
IP를
strong fan
이러한
base in an
IP는
ever-changing and
강력한
expanding
팬덤을
world.
바탕으로 다양한 장르로 확대되면서
Super IP can
지속적인
expand across
수익을
different genres,
발생시킵니다.
generating
산업화가
continuous revenue.
심화되고 콘텐츠의 종류와
With
수가
advancement in
급격히
industrialization
증가할수록
and
흥행성
with
있는
an
IP에
expansion
대한 가치는
of
높아지고 있습니다.
the market,
이러한 IP를 활용한 비즈니스의 성공
popular
가능성과
IPs are
규모가
becoming more and more
확대되면서
important.
IP 투자에 대한 매력도가 상승했다고 할
So IPs are
것입니다.
attracting a lot of
간단한
investment as a
예로
result.
마블은 수년 동안 지속적으로
A simple
세계관을
example would be
확대하면서
Marvel.
수조의 가치를 창출하였고
Marvel continuously
마블을
expanded
비롯한
its
훌륭한 콘텐츠
universe
IP를
over the
보유한
years,
기업,
generating
보유한
lots of
기업인
revenue.
디즈니는 전 세계적으로 가장 가치
And
있는
Disney
콘텐츠 기업이라고 할 수
is
있습니다.
one of the most valued content companies in
그러면
the
투자
world.
대상이 되는 콘텐츠 IP가 무엇인가에 대해서 보다 자세히 알아보겠습니다. 자료에
Then let's look
세계
at content IP
지적재산권
investment
기구에서
target.
정의하는 IP에 대한
According to
설명과 함께
WIPO,
국내 콘텐츠
there's a
산업
definition
내에서
of
정의되는
IP
IP에
and
대해서 정리해
also
보았습니다.
there's a
콘텐츠 산업에서 IP란
definition of IP in the context of content industry. In the context of the content industry, IP is defined as a portfolio of related IP rights that enable various genre expansions and ancillary businesses based on
최종
content.
창작물이 아니더라도 아이디어나 시놉시스 형태로 얼마든지
Even if
다른
it's not the
콘텐츠가
final
될 수
creative
있는
work, it includes source
원천
material that
소스를
can be
포함하는
transformed into
것으로
different
정의하는데요.
forms of
즉,
content,
타
such as
장르로의
ideas or
확장,
synopsises.
다양한 사업화
So expansion
가능성에
to
보다
other
중점을 두고
genres
있다고 할
and
수
business
있습니다.
development potential are the two main
이러한
factors that we
정의를
look at
기준으로
when we
하여
look at
앞서
IP in the
말씀드린
content industry.
문화계정 콘텐츠 펀드에서는
So in the
콘텐츠
context of
IP
cultural
투자
investment
대상을 크게 세 가지로
funds,
구분하고 있습니다.
we have three
첫 번째는
targets.
소설, 웹툰
One,
등 타 분야로 활용이 가능한
projects
1차
that utilize source
창작
content
콘텐츠 및
IPs
이러한
and
1차
IP rights for
콘텐츠의 저작
primary
재산권을
creative
활용하는
content that can be adapted
프로젝트입니다.
for use in
예를
other
들면
fields.
웹소설이나
For
웹툰과
example,
같이 원천 콘텐츠의 제작 및 판매뿐만 아니라
movies and TV series based on original novels.
원작을 바탕으로 한 영화, 드라마 등도 투자 대상이 될 수 있습니다.
These can be
두
targets for
번째는 콘텐츠
investment.
원천 IP를
Second,
소유 혹은 확보한
content
콘텐츠
SMEs or startups that own or
중소벤처기업입니다.
have secure source
웹툰
IPs for content
제작기업이나
production.
웹툰을 원작으로
For
하는
example,
드라마나
webtoon
영화를
production
제작하고
companies or
이에
original
대한
video
저작
content
재산권을
creators.
확보하고 있는 제작기업들이 투자 대상이
So
됩니다.
these can also be
세
another
번째는
target for
콘텐츠
our
원천
investment.
IP를
And
유통
three,
배급하는
SMEs involved in the
중소벤처기업으로
distribution and
웹툰
dissemination of
플랫폼
source
등이
content
대상이
IPs.
됩니다.
For example, webcomic
정리하자면
platforms
IP
and
자체를
similar
생산하는
platforms.
것에서 IP를 활용한
Simply
2차
put,
부가 사업과
not only IP production but also distribution and adaptation are included in our target for IP content investment.
포함된다고 할 것입니다. 다음으로 구체적으로 콘텐츠 IP 투자를 위한 발굴과
Next,
투자
categorizing
포인트,
investments
투자 시
by
검토
content
사항 등에
IP
대해
expansion.
설명하도록 하겠습니다. 우선 콘텐츠 IP 확장 단계별로 투자를 구분해
So we have three
보았는데요.
phases here.
IP는 원천 IP 개발에서
So the
시작해
first phase is
2차
source IP
콘텐츠
development,
개발,
and phase 2 is
광고나
secondary content
커머스
development,
부각
and the phase 3 is
연관
scaling the
산업과의
business
결합
to
등을
add
확장하게
commerce
됩니다.
and other
그리고
areas.
발생하는 매출의 종류와 규모는 점차 커지게 되는데요.
And the size of
각
revenue
단계별로
and
투자 대상의
types of
형태,
revenue
성격,
continue to
매력도에
expand.
따라 프로젝트 투자 혹은 기업 지분 투자를 집행하고
And depending on the attractiveness of the project or the size of the project, investments are made differently. Then how
투자
are
대상은
investments being
IP
made?
홀더 네트워크, 투자 기관이나 유관 기관 네트워크 등 다양한 네트워크를 활용하거나
So we use
해당 분야의
producer or
top-down
IP holder
approach를
networks,
발굴합니다.
or even top-down approaches are used to
다양한
discover
방법을 통해
investment
발굴한 투자
targets.
대상은 투자 가능 여부에 대한 면밀한 검토를 거치게 되는데요.
And these potential
투자의
projects go
형태와
through
해당 기업의
evaluation
성장
for business
단계별로
potential.
주요하게 검토하는 포인트들은 조금씩 차이가 있습니다.
So based on the stages, we look at
우선
different
프로젝트 투자는
areas.
개별 IP 자체의 흥행 가능성과 프로젝트
For
완성
project
가능성이
investments, we
주로
look at
판단 기준이
IP success
됩니다.
potential,
기업의
individual IP
기업의
success
경우는
potential.
초기 단계에는 IP
For
제작 능력,
company investments,
크리에이티브의 차별성에서 점차
we
사업화의
look at
구체성과
the
연속성,
excellence of the team,
연관 분야로의 확장성을 통한
also
매출 성장 가능성을
the potential to
중심으로 투자를
expand to other
검토합니다.
areas, as well as
각 투자 형태별로 투자 프로세스에 대해
feasibility of
보다
the business.
살펴보겠습니다.
moving on to
먼저
the
프로젝트
next.
투자에 대해 말씀드리겠습니다.
I will
프로젝트
dive
투자에
into project
있어서
investment
가장
on this slide.
우선적으로 확인해야 할 사항은
When it comes to
IP의
project
소유권입니다.
investment, the first thing to
해당
check
IP의
is
소유권이
IP
명확하고 해당
ownership.
IP를 활용한 사업화 권한을
IP
확보하고
ownership has to be
있느냐는
clear,
매우 기본적인
and
확인 사항입니다.
that has to be the
콘텐츠의
prerequisite
경우는
for
이런
business
소유권자가
development.
굉장히 다양한 사람들로 나눠져 있기
Sometimes when it comes to certain content, ownership is diverse, so we have to make sure that we get the approval of the original owner.
두 번째로 확인해야 할 주요 사항은 완성 및 유통 가능성입니다.
And the second thing that we need to check is the completeness and also
제작 완성되어 구매 가능한 형태로
the feasibility
유통되어야
of
수익 발생이
distribution.
가능하기 때문입니다. 또한 IP는 무형의 자산이기 때문에
And since IP
제작과
is
사업화에
intangible
참여하는
asset,
인력의 제작 능력, 창작
the
능력에
ability
대한
of
검증도
the
매우
production
필요합니다.
crew and the team is
추가적으로
very
마켓
important.
사이즈와 경쟁 상황,
Market
예산의
size
적정성
and
등도
the
투자
competitive
검토 단계에서 살펴보아야
landscape
할
is
사항입니다.
also factors that need to
이러한
be
부분들을
considered.
검토 후 해당
After
프로젝트에서
these factors are
발생 가능한 매출의
considered,
종류,
we
수익
look at
발생 기간, 비용 등을
expected
추정하여
revenue
적정
levels
투자
in the target
금액과
market.
조건을
We
협상하게
estimate the revenue
됩니다.
generation period and types of potential revenue
기업
to
지분
negotiate
투자는
the
일반
terms.
기업 투자
When it comes to equity investment in companies, it's very similar to general equity investment in corporations.
활용하여 사업을 하기 때문에
But
얼마나
since
흥행성 높은 IP를 확보 혹은 생산하고 있는지
Since the key point lies in being able to run a business using the IP, we need to check the feasibility of producing content based on the IP and its potential for distribution and revenue generation. And also, we need to look at the cash flow, and also we need to do the financial and legal due diligence of the company, so to check how solid the business is.
동일한 IP라도 이를 활용한 사업화에는 다양한 방식이 있을 수 있으며
Even with the same IP, there are many different routes in terms of business development and also different ways to distribute profit. So it's important to have a good understanding of how the business is made up.
다음은 투자 후 사후 관리입니다.
Next,
콘텐츠 펀드를
follow up
통한
on
투자에
investments.
있어서 운용사는 투자 기업 및 프로젝트에 대한 정기적인 관리 및 가치 제고를 위한 활동 의무를
Investment
가지고
companies
있습니다.
and project management companies have the
및 제작자와
responsibility to
정기적인
follow up
만남을 통해
regularly on
현황을
investments.
파악하고 LP에게 보고하며
So the general partner will meet with a
공유돼서
business
회사의
to
부족한 부분을
check the
지원함으로써
status and then make the report to
회사의
limited
운영과 사업이
partners.
보다 효율적으로 실행될 수
The
있도록
job is to
노력합니다.
make sure that the business is
투자금에
being
대한
run in a
실사를
healthy
통해
way.
투자금이 적정하게
Due diligence
사용되는지도
is
점검합니다.
done to make sure that invested money is being used wisely.
기업의 경우는 앞서 말씀드린 IPO나 M&A 등의 방법을 통해 회수를
And
진행하게
IPO and
됩니다.
M&A are the ways to recover capital.
이상으로 콘텐츠 IP 투자의 일반적인 사항에 대해서 설명을
So I just went through some of the
다음은
general
제가 일하고 있는 유니언 투자 파트너스에서 집행했던
facts and guidelines for
콘텐츠
content
관련 투자
IP
사례 두
investment,
가지를
and next I will go through two
말씀드리도록
case studies from
첫
Union
번째는
Investment Partners
K사라는
Investments.
웹툰 웹소설
The
제작
first
기업에
case
대한 투자
is
케이스입니다.
Company
해당 기업은
K.
시리즈 A 초기 단계의 기업 투자였습니다.
So it was Series A investment.
포인트로 보았던 것은 시장의 성장성,
We
크리에이티브
primarily
능력,
looked at
IP
the market
제작 및
potential,
예제와
their
적정
creative
회사
ability of the
가치였습니다.
team,
한국에서
and the
웹툰
strength of the
시장은
IP.
2018년
The
5,500억
webtoon
원에서
market
2020년 1조 시장으로
recorded
성장하였고 웹소설 시장도
550 billion won
2017년
to
3,100억원에서
about
2019년
1 trillion won within several years.
웹소설 시장이 급속히 성장하고 있었습니다.
So the webtoon and web novel market really grew rapidly in the last few years. The CEO of Company K has a very outstanding creative ability and reputation in the market, and it has already established a studio system based on production. It had the ability to produce different content. The studio system allowed companies and writers to co-own IP and partner with various video producers and distribution companies
장점으로 판단했습니다.
in Korea.
마지막으로는 기존 한국에서 대형
Lastly,
플랫폼사 등을 통한 웹툰 기업 인수 사례를 고려했을 때
Considering the acquisition
100억
of an
원
existing
초반의
webtoon
기업
company,
가치가 매력 있다고
valuation
판단했습니다. 당사는 웹
merit
펀드를 통하여
in the early
2019년
10 billion won
투자를
range.
단행하였고 22년
So back in
해당 기업이 인수되면서
2018, we
엑시트를
executed
할 수
project investment and then we exited.
두 번째 사례는
In
프로젝트
2022
투자권입니다.
with M&A.
동사는 2018년 모
The second
웹소설 플랫폼과
investment
해당
case
플랫폼에서
is
연재하였거나 연재
Webtoon
중인
investment.
웹소설 중에 10개의 웹소설을 웹툰화하는 프로젝트에
It was a project to adapt 10 web novels to webtoons, and this project involved our investment.
인지도와 호감도가 검증된 10개의 웹소설을 웹툰으로 제작한다는 점에서 처음 시작하는 다른
10 episodes of web novels that already had market recognition and favorability made it easy for us to get initial recognition and appeal.
국내 최고 수준의 제작 기업들이
And for each webtoon, top-tier Korean production companies confirmed their participation, which gave us confidence.
매출을 일으킨 슈퍼 IP로 발전 가능한 작품이 포함되어
And also, one of the episodes included super IP that has the potential to be adapted as secondary content. So that was one of the key factors that determined our investment. In 2018, we executed our investment, and then in 2019, we started to release webtoons. And 2021, we recovered investment and started to generate net income. And the return multiple exceeded 250%.
지금까지 한국 콘텐츠 IP 투자 동향에 대해
So that was an overview of content IP investment in Korea.
콘텐츠 IP 투자에 대한 투자자들의 관심은 특정 투자 방식이
Interest in content IP investment is growing every day.
이를 통한 관련
especially
기업의
because of the
발전
potential
가능성이라고
for
할 것입니다.
the great
특히
potential
한국에서
for business
콘텐츠
development and market
콘텐츠 산업이
expansion.
계속 성장하면서 콘텐츠
With
IP의
the
산업적
expansion
활용
of the
범위가
content
넓어지고
business
있고
in
관련
Korea,
비즈니스를 통해
there are many
많은
use
기업들이
cases that
성장하고
can
있습니다.
spring from this
투자자로서
market.
한국의 콘텐츠 IP의 가치를 극대화하고
As an
관련
investor,
인력과 기업들이
it's
성장하는 데
important that
함께하는
we continue to
희망합니다.
this journey to
이상으로
expand the
발표를
market and
마치겠습니다.
also continue the investment in the K content. Thank you very much.
네, 여러분 다시 한번 발표에 수고해 주신 이 허수영 전문님께 큰 박수
A big hand
부탁드리겠습니다.
again for Ms. Hyung for her presentation, please.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you.
지금부터 약 15분간
We
휴식
will now
시간을
take a
갖고
15-minute
잠시 후인
break
3시
and resume
45분부터
at
마지막 세션을 진행하도록
3:45
하겠습니다.
with the final
참석자
session.
분들께서는요, 로비에 간단한 다과가
At the
준비가 되어
lobby, there are
있으니까요. 맛있게
refreshments,
이용해
so
주시고요. 이
please enjoy
네트워킹
the
시간
break
되시길
for
바라겠습니다.
networking.
그럼 저는 3시
See you again
45분에
at
뵙도록 하겠습니다.
3:35.
Now we will have the break time at around 15 minutes. And also we prepared refreshment in the lobby. So please enjoy. And the next session will begin 3:45. Thank you very much.
잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 오후 3시 45분부터 지식재산 금융국제포럼 세 번째 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 참석자분들께서는 자리에 착석해 주시면 감사드리겠습니다. 또한 이 세 번째 세션이 시작되기 전 이 통역 채널은 한국어 1번, 영어 2번으로 원하시는 채널로 설정해 주시면 감사드리겠습니다. 아울러 원활한 행사 진행을 위해 휴대폰은 무음 또는 진동으로 전환해 주시면 고맙겠습니다. 참고로 오늘 포럼은 국가지식재산위원회의 유튜브 채널을 통해서 생중계가 되고 있음을 안내해 드립니다. Next session will begin shortly, so please come into the venue. And next session will begin 3:45. Thank you very much. 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 다음 세션이 곧 진행될 예정이오니 아직 행사장 안으로 들어오지 않으신 참가자분들께서는 지금 바로 행사장으로 입장해 주시길 부탁드리겠습니다. 또한 다음 세션에서부터는 이 동시통역 서비스 수신기 한국어는 채널 1번, 영어는 채널 2번으로 이 원하시는 채널을 맞춰주시면 감사드리겠습니다. 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 곧 다음 세션이 시작될 예정이오니 아직 들어오지 않으신 참가객 분들께서는 이 안으로 들어오셔서 착석을 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to today's forum. The next session will begin shortly, so please come into the venue now. Thank you very much. 네, 여러분 즐거운 브레이킹 타임 보내셨길
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoy the break. We will move on to session 3 of the International Forum on IP Finance.
이번 세션에서는 이 IP 생태계를
In
위한
this session, we will talk
도전과
about challenges
과제라는
and tasks
주제로
for building an
총
IP
두 분의
finance
강연이
ecosystem.
있겠습니다.
We have two
그 이후 오늘
presentations,
발표하신 모든
and that would be
연사분들과
followed
함께
by
이
a
종합 토론회
panel
시간을
discussion
갖도록
with all the
하겠습니다.
speakers.
이 세 번째 세션의 첫 번째
The
순서는
first presentation
한국외국어대학교
of session 3 will be given by Professor Choi Chul from the Hankuk University of Foreign Studies Law School.
국제금융법을 전공함으로써
He has majored in international finance and IPR law. He's one of the top experts in Korea in this field. He's going to talk about developing a sustainable IP finance ecosystem. Please welcome Professor Choi with a round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까. 방금 소개받은
Good afternoon. As introduced, I am Professor Choi Chul from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies Law School. It's a great privilege for me to be able to speak before you in front of so many experts in this field and government officials. It's truly an honor.
제가 오늘 말씀드릴 주제가
Today, I'm going to talk about developing a sustainable IP finance ecosystem. So, if you have looked at the agenda for today, the theme is Sustainable IP Finance Ecosystem and the Future. The topic for Session 1 was related to policy, and Session 2 was about trends and case studies in private investment. We addressed policy-related issues and market-related issues surrounding IP finance, which was very insightful. And I think my role is to summarize what has been discussed and leave you with my personal comment. As we have discussed, IP is becoming a key asset class for business and financing. So I actually had the ocean tomo graph in my slide as well, but I got rid of it because we don't have time and it would be boring. So I instead put this chart in. So traditionally, IP was used to defend yourself, to protect your market. And it became a legal weapon in terms of business strategy, source of profit, and a very important key point in your business strategy. And now it's being used as financial asset. So the role and value of IP has been evolving. When we talk about IP finance, I always put this slide in. The metaphor translation is very relevant when we talk about IP finance because IP finance translates IP assets into financial terms. The two worlds have very different logics and terminology. They're very different. So I started to take interest in IP finance in 2010. And at that time, when we talk about IP finance, the opinions were divided and the participants were divided. They would be either from IP or would be patent attorneys or engineers, and the others would be from finance. Nowadays, we see a hybrid of this. In the IP world, what's most important is our rights and protection. Patents, industrial property rights, and trademarks are there to protect your IP. And in terms of finance, it's all about risk and return. It's about understanding the level of risk, which is important for financiers, and they also focus on return. So, in these two very different worlds, we need a means to translate. So it's all about translating IP assets into financial terms, and the key points would be expected return and cash flow, whether it's going to be present or future value, as well as the risk and its evaluation. So we want a cash flow, and we would need an IP business model because we need to generate actual or potential cash flow. And that would be the process to extract economic value. So we would commercialize or license IP or file a lawsuit in the form of hard licensing. But there must be diverse IP business models because We say IP finance, but IP is a very general term. There is trademark, patent, and copyright that are very different from each other. And the mechanism to extract economic value would differ as well. That's why we need different business models and a matching funding structure for IP finance to work properly. I'm going to elaborate on this later on. Sorry. And we need a market for IP transaction, and we also need the IP finance market. The financial market has always been there, but we wanted to form the IP transaction market for a long time, but due to the unique characteristics of IP, it was hard to do so. Then, in bridging the world of IP and finance, how can we overcome the huge information asymmetry? This would lead to the issue of valuation, and how can we turn this into bankable assets? That would be one of the key points for us to evolve into IP finance. That's why we talk about valuation all the time, and there would be qualitative and quantitative factors. Let me just touch upon 2 points because that's what has been extensively addressed. IP is very unique, so it's not just about science, it's kind of an art, which means that we cannot cover every element with one single formula. And the context of IP evaluation is very important, and we need to understand the purpose, motivation, and the characteristics of the user. All of these must be factored in. In this sense, as mentioned by PIPA, Korea has focused on valuation for IP finance, but we have been studying to expand the scope. And we also need to expand the scope of valuation to include a trademark and other IPR. And we need a sustainable IP finance ecosystem. And to do so, we need to look at the financial structure because IP is composed of very different rights. When you talk about copyright, a long time ago, I conducted a study on copyright finance. So when we fund based on copyright, the contents involved are diverse. There's the film industry, drama, music, game. They're all under the copyright, but the form of cash flow in their respective industries differ widely. So we need a funding structure that's able to reflect these different types of cash flow. So the IP finance landscape must be very wide. And in forming that landscape, from equity financing to debt financing, they all must be connected within the spectrum. So we heard from BDC Capital that they have equity financing and debt financing as well as the element of insuring. So from equity to debt financing, the entire spectrum of IP finance must be connected. And from the perspective IP finance, when we divide the categories, there's the traditional asset-backed financing, such as SLB and secured loans, as well as securitization. And there's equity financing going through VCs and fund of funds, or equity investment or project financing. As an alternative, we have litigation fund related to monetization. So we have a spectrum IP finance. So they must be all connected. When we talk about the structure of IP finance, well, I was an attorney in the UK and moved to Korea in 2007, and it was in 2010 when people started to talk about IP finance. And the initial finance structure that was discussed was securitization. And when I was in London, I was a securitization attorney. I was involved in billion-dollar deals. For IP securitization to work, well, here you can see the David Bowie bond from 1997 and the Biopharma Trust, Yale University case, and really useful theater group based on musicals. So from the late 90s, these were used in the UK. So I think Korea adopted this securitization concept to evolve IP finance. So why was IP securitization adopted first in modern finance? That's because we already had the asset class that generate cash flows. And as an underlying asset, securitization was possible based on the cash flow, which was predictable. And the structure, as you see in the diagram, looks like this. There's the bankruptcy remoteness. Through this, the funding cost or interest rate can be lowered, but the structure is very complicated. And the more complicated the structure, funding cost will increase. And to enable this, we need two conditions. First of all, IP asset that will generate cash flow, and secondly, we need to have the size that's enough to cover the transaction cost. And I thought at the time, in 2010, whether Korea has companies equipped with IP portfolios that enable securitization. So at that time, I think Samsung and LG were the few that were possible to do so, but Samsung did not even need securitization because it had so much cash on hand. So one problem in Korea is that we lack these companies. And in IP finance, we always talk about policy. It's because IP finance can help grow SMEs and startups, the foundation of innovation. So if we can utilize the value of their intangible assets to the least, we can help them grow. But in Korea, we don't have many companies with such an asset portfolio. So Korea adopted IP sale and license back. I'm sure you already know the structure.
이미 그 IP를 자기네들이 창출을 해놓고 그걸 쓰고 있는 회사가 이것은 컴퍼니 A죠. 회사가 그거를 매각을 한 다음에 매각 대금을 통해서 펀딩을 하고
created and has been using IP would sell this and will license this back and pay royalty. That was a brief introduction in the interest of time. So this structure has been used under the name IPSLB. So the holder of the patent will sell this, get funding, and the patent is not lost. It will be licensed back. So it's kind of a transferable collateral. This is the case of a company that developed fingerprint recognition technology for smartphones. It secured VC investment but could not use equity financing, so it used IPSLB to fund their business to grow and also gained follow-up funding. This was a patent case. And another case is in the fashion industry. In the fashion industry, there are times in each season when you need cash because you need to place an order many quarters before to prepare for the next season. So for trademark, IPSLB was used. So in the initial stage, IPSLB is very meaningful. But the structure is complicated with the involvement of SBCs. So some argued that why don't we instead have IP-secured loans? And many mentioned the challenge in using IP as security in IP debt financing, such as the issue of valuation and recovery risk. Mr. Choi explained the government support for this and the proportionality of risk and return. So under debt finance, the bank will earn an interest income. And we need to think about whether the interest income is enough to cover the risk coming from using IP as collateral. So we need a hybrid financing structure for financiers to be able to work under the market principle. When we started to talk about IP finance, Basel III capital reserve requirement was an issue pointed out, saying that the interest is not enough to cover the risk. So we need to think about the proportionality between return and risk. So we need to have financiers of different risk appetite for the sustainability of IP finance. So here we are talking about IP finance ecosystem, and I believe there are three pillars, starting with assets, and then infrastructure that needs markets. IP transaction markets, the better, which is hard to form. We need a finance market and relevant laws and regulations, and players that can play the role of a bridge between the world of IP and finance.
아마 시간 관계에서 너무 디테일한
So
거는
I don't think I can talk about IP assets for a long time because we don't have time. There are two things though.
시장 또는 서비스의 시장에 크게 비례하기 때문에
IP is relative to the market. So
이 해외 시장까지 커버하는 IP의
we need to focus on IP that can also cover overseas markets.
이제 손해배상제도라든지 보호제도라든지
And
IP가 처음에 창출될 때 저 IP의 퀄리티 자체가
the quality of IP, for example, for patents, the claim must be covered well. So we need IP as bankable assets.
요소들이 반영이 될 수 있는 다양한 형태의 스트럭처가
And we need various structures in the financial markets, as well as players and products.
좋겠죠. 그리고 그걸 연결하는 밸류에이션을 말씀을 드렸는데
And the valuation as bridge.
특히 debt financing에 있어가지고는
And in terms of debt finance, well, equity financing is high risk, high return.
그런데 debt financing은
But debt financing faces various challenges. As you've mentioned, in Korea, government provides a lot of policy support, such as valuation fee to reduce cost of transaction, and also provides various recovery mechanisms.
하나 우리가 한 단계 더 나갔던 게 뭔가 하면 초기 회수 지원 기구에서는
And
지원 기구가 마지막 단계에서
the recovery organization at the final stage will buy the collateral IP that has defaulted. And in the second stage,
회수기구 운영 기관이 요즘은 은행이 돈을 빌려주는 결정을 하기 전에
before the bank decides to lend, there would be a pre-qualification similar to the UK. So in the initial stage, there's an opportunity for an expert review on IP, which is meaningful. And in Korea, the financial market is under very strict regulation, so we need pan-governmental efforts. And when we talk about Korea's case, overseas experts say, are you really able to use IP finance under that regulation? And PCIP has become the control tower to enable pan-governmental efforts to facilitate IP finance. But we do have the legal ground. So through pilot projects, IP finance experts must be nurtured. And one thing I would like to mention, this would be my last point. In terms of IP finance, when IP is used as collateral, we would need experts to maintain the value of IP through due diligence. But I think we need a specialized trust that can manage IP collateral, because if we are going to use not only Korean but overseas IP collateral, there would be a lot of challenges. So for sustainability of IP finance ecosystem, we need to transition from policy-driven to market-driven. But I think there's one thing. In the UK and the US, as you've heard today, if IP finance wants to be market-based, they need to have a certain scale. The size of the financing must be above a certain threshold that is enough to cover the transaction cost. And you need to have assets that generate cash flow to enable valuation. In that sense, we need market-driven. But when we think about startups and SMEs that are in the early stage and see IP finance as a support to them, I think there's a meaning and significance to policy-driven. So we could use other structures such as CLO to deal with this. So IP finance is the most important infrastructure for future innovation, I think.
제임스 와트가
James Watt
그때 매튜 볼튼이라는 사업가가
triggered the
빼먹으면
first
안 했으면 아마
industrial
그렇게
revolution,
되지
and without Matthew
이차
Bolton, the
산업혁명에서는
businessman, it
에디슨이,
wouldn't have been
토마스 에디슨이 했을
possible.
때
There was
JP
Thomas
모건이
Edison
파이낸싱으로
and
백업을 하지
JP
않았습니까?
Morgan to
그런
financially
측면에서
support
봤을 때
him
우리가 미래에 있어서
in the
이노베이션에
second
있어서
industrial
IP 금융이
revolution.
대단히
So for
의미 있고
innovation,
중요한
IP finance would be crucial. Thank you very much for listening.
네, 발표 수고해 주신 저희 최철 교수님께
Thank you so
큰
much,
박수
Professor
부탁드리겠습니다.
Choi, for your insightful presentation.
네, 고맙습니다. 잠시 안내 말씀 드리겠습니다. 오늘 참여하신 변리사 분들 중에서 아직 서명을 하지 않으신 분들이 좀 많이 계신다는 말씀을 드렸는데요. 아직 서명을
I
하지
heard that a lot of you
않으신
have not
변리사분들께서는 꼭
signed the
가시기 전까지
form.
서명을 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다.
If you haven't done so, patent agents, please sign the form before you leave. Our final presentation is also an overseas speaker, so please use your interpreting device. So today's last presentation is from a globally recognized organization related to IP under the United Nations, WIPO. We will hear from Mr. Michael Kos. Mr. Kos is a financial analysis expert who has been responsible for IP finance and valuation projects at WIPO. Let's give him a big round of applause. Let's hear his presentation on WIPO's action plans for IP finance. Big round of applause, please.
안녕하세요. Good afternoon. Let me begin by thanking the Presidential Council on Intellectual Property on the invitation to speak at this event. It's truly an honor and a privilege to provide an update on WIPO's action plan at today's IP Finance Forum. Today, we will share WIPO's progress in transforming the way IP and intangibles are used to bridge the financing gap many innovators and creators are facing today. Let me begin by explaining the background of WIPO's action plan. To tackle the most pressing challenges ahead, we must empower innovators, support artists, and enable the creative visionaries of today to thrive and create jobs and contribute to economic development. However, as capital markets are tightening, strategic use of IP could become a game changer. However, we have not yet reached a point where an IP owner can reliably use these assets to unlock the funds they need to thrive and succeed. For this reason, the World Intellectual Property Organization is focused on how intangibles can be transformed into a viable asset class to support debt and equity financing. Making progress requires the work of a diverse group of actors, from financial institutions to IP offices, valuers and insurers, IP professionals, and the business community. WIPO's action plan, which we have announced last year, is about building this community of people who want to move IP finance from the margins to the mainstream. Making IP finance a reality requires political, practical, and technical considerations, and our action plan takes this into account. It includes 3 elements. First, we are raising the profile of IP finance, bringing attention to the potential for our shared prosperity. Secondly, the action plan focuses on revealing what's happening on the ground, aimed to give policymakers and the financial community the hard data they need to take decisions. Thirdly, and finally, our approach focuses on equipping stakeholders to make and enable them to make IP finance operational on the ground. In the first element of WIPO's action plan, we are working to raise the profile of IP finance. Last year's inaugural high-level conversation for the first time brought together stakeholders from financial institutions, international organizations, and the business community to reveal the potential IP finance has and explain why it is an imperative to our shared economic success. And we have just had our IP finance dialogue, the second in this series of conversations we are organizing this week, Tuesday. With IP finance still in its infancy, we recognize that challenges lie ahead. and no single entity or stakeholder group can address them alone. It requires a concerted effort drawing on the expertise of multiple sectors and disciplines. And this is precisely why convening the community and creating platforms for discussion is crucial. To facilitate a frank and open dialogue on the challenges to be faced, we decided to complement these conversations with the creation of expert consultative groups. These groups are designed to take technical deep dives on topics that have been identified as real-life changes to IP finance, such as valuation methodology, accounting, and lender engagement. During our initial conversation, valuation came up regularly as a roadblock to IP finance. Understanding how much intangible assets and IP are worth is integral to using them for the purpose of financing. But we are not yet at a stage where there is enough trust from the financial community to comfortably rely on that for the decision-making in most countries. This challenge became the focus of our first expert consultative group, which met for the first time in October this year. The discussion revolved around the central question, what is needed in terms of valuation to enable the use of IP and other intangibles for financing, with the purpose to develop concrete approaches and tackle these challenges. To facilitate the discussion, 2 expert papers were drafted. First, a practitioner paper looking at the international practice of intangibles valuation, gaps and commonalities, and differences in the profession worldwide. Secondly, a theoretical foundations paper investigating the implicit assumptions of common valuation methodologies and their strengths and pitfalls. The expert composing this group came from a wide array of backgrounds: valuation and IP professionals, academia, standard setters, accountancy, and international organizations. Each member a senior expert with first-hand knowledge or an institutional stake in intangible asset valuation or finance. And the objective of this first and each subsequent group meetings is to flesh out the reality on the ground and work on options to make progress. It is worth highlighting that these exchanges aim to create an informal dialogue. They are by no means intended to be standard setting. They are to be seen as a platform, an opportunity to be frank about the obstacles to be faced and to come up with practical solutions. The second element of WIPO's action plan deals with building the evidence base, revealing what governments, commercial actors, and industries are doing in the space. WIPO is here working to close the information gap and to provide quantifiable insights into best practices to allow their broader application. Last year, we launched a report series that delves into the different country experiences around IP finance worldwide. This initiative is aimed to offer an insider perspective and to shed light on what it will take to transform this type of financing from something at the margins to something more commonplace. Also worth noting, earlier this year, WIPO launched a survey on IP valuation practice within the ASEAN region. The project is still continuing as we are still in the process of evaluating the feedback from interviews with close to 400 practitioners, financial experts, technology managers, and enterprises from 10 countries. Last but not least, also worth mentioning, it's not on this slide here, WIPO is also pursuing more in-depth industry studies on commercial trends with a growing number of actors that are getting active in IP finance. A good example for that is a study that shows how the film industry is using IP to finance movies. Drawing from expert interviews and extensive data analysis, this project sheds light on financing practices in the US movie industry, including how IP enables deals, for example, in loans with IP assets as collateral or as completion guarantees. such as mentioned before, I think, in Ms. Yu's presentation. In addition, we are increasingly focusing on building better data. Here we are very much working together with our economics and data analytics department and are aiming to take a deeper look at intangible asset investments. An area where we particularly focused on is the country perspectives report series. Currently, we have about 20 countries participating in this project, and you can think of it as an international stock-taking exercise on what countries are doing to facilitate or enable IP financing. And we've made significant progress over the last months and expect 4 additional reports to be published before the end of this year. Maybe here to clarify, Singapore has already been published, and we are looking before the end of 2023 at the publication of the country reports for China, Jamaica, the United Kingdom, and Switzerland. Maybe at this point, worth noting also our cooperation with Canada and with the UK. We have both the country reports experts, Ms. Lalera Mtia and Mr. Martin Bressel, for these reports here on site. Thank you for the great cooperation. And of course, for Korea, Professor Chul Choi, the expert drafting the report. Thank you on that note also for the great cooperation with KIPO. And once we have reached a critical mass of publications, we plan to share that information in the form of a publication exploring trends and best practices around the world. You can think of this as a comparative format, synthesizing our work. And indeed, these reports reveal a great variety of measures ranging from subsidized interest rates to guarantee schemes to education programs and promoting good practices. Much of that we've heard before already in several presentations, also with regards to different countries. But based on our exchange with a number of countries, we can share some high-level preliminary findings on the reports that are about to come out before the end of this year. Starting with Switzerland. In Switzerland, the use of IP is primarily relevant in the venture capital for startup space. That has to do with the fact that Switzerland in general is a very liberal market economy, following a free market philosophy where government intervention is really limited only to instances of market failure. And consequently, initiatives to promote the use of IP for financing are more in the direction of general awareness building, training and education. And there's also an ongoing debate about a state-backed innovation fund, but that has not been agreed. In Jamaica, development bank grants as well as government-backed loan guarantees play a major role in fostering access to capital for intangible intense companies. Worth noting here is Jamaica's focus on partnerships with the quasi-public sector, for example, in a pilot program with the Inter-American Development Bank. And this is complemented by efforts building the valuation capacity in the country. Regarding the United Kingdom, Mr. Bressel has already given us a sneak preview. The British approach combines government-led initiatives with the involvement of the private sector, whereby these government initiatives are less to be seen in the context of direct intervention. They are more also in the context of awareness building and education. And it's also the UK approach is also characterized by the integration of different financial products into an IP financing solution, for example, IP insurance. Last but not least, China. I think we've heard it before in Mr. Haas' presentation. The Chinese IP finance ecosystem is very advanced, and so is the volume of transaction that is taking place. For 2022, we are dealing with a volume of IP collateral structures of about $68 equivalent. And the focus is primarily as using IP as collateral for debt financing. However, again, here are also other types of products and other structures that are taking place, often involving IP insurance products or even IP securitization structures. So that's an update on our work so far. And now I would like to give you a glimpse of the new products and programs we are about to launch. So we turn to the road ahead to the next steps in WIPO's IP Finance Action Plan. As a general overriding theme, our newest initiatives strive to empower participants in the IP finance ecosystem to transform the way IP and intangibles are used by IP owners with the support of lenders and investors. And this is the third element, which is really all about equipping stakeholders to move forward on the operational level. Here our strategy is twofold. On the one hand, it is about developing tools that help innovators and creators identify and describe the potential of their IP and other intangibles to financiers. And on the other hand, at the same time, we're supporting lenders to understand and better evaluate the opportunity of these assets. And therefore, we'll be launching two initiatives. The first being an IP finance pilot project, and the second, the first guide of our hands-on finance series on IP finance. I will provide more details on these two initiatives on the following slides. For many businesses, their worth primarily lies in what they invent and create. But even though their idea may be crystal clear, a lack of hard assets can still mean that they won't have the access to the financing they need to reach their full potential and contribute to innovation and sustainable economic development. And that is why WIPO is determined to unlock IP finance. And to achieve this, we will launch our IP finance pilot in 2024. And the objective here is to provide support to financial institutions and funds, enabling their beneficiaries to take advantage of the value of their IP. In this pilot, WIPO will collaborate with financial institutions to showcase how IP finance can work in real-life settings. The division of responsibilities is as follows. The financial institution should focus on development of their product offering, their assessment of the local IP ecosystem, and targeted marketing towards their customers, whereas WIPO as a partner will help the financial institution to integrate IP into the decision-making processes. Whether it's for the purpose of getting a clearer picture of the value or indeed offering an IP-backed financing solution. And WIPO here will provide guidance on how to identify a customer's IP, establishing its connection to the business plan, as well as understanding whether it indeed has standalone value. And here we can draw on the expertise we have, the toolkits we have developed, and to transfer the know-how and build the technical expertise within the financial institution. And we are now looking also for partner financial institutions for this initiative. But that's not the only challenge. Businesses, lenders, and investors often speak different languages, and that's particularly true when it comes to IP. Our hands-on IP finance guide takes a first step in narrowing this gap. The idea behind the series is to enable better conversations and improve communication between lenders and borrowers. And the first guide in the series focuses on debt financing. It's designed as an interactive toolkit that will provide examples, templates, and checklists that help businesses to firstly identify bankable IP, and secondly describe their value, the value of the assets in their portfolios to potential lenders. And the contents are pretty much about setting expectations, deal preparations, better understanding bank processes and financing structures, as well as the communication between the parties. To summarize, both of these initiatives mark a deliberate shift towards getting more into concrete action in the realm of IP finance. The IP financing pilot and the hands-on guides finance are not just concepts. They embody WIPO's commitment to enable IP finance on the ground. To summarize, at WIPO we are committed to raising the profile of IP finance, revealing what's happening on the ground, and equipping participants in the ecosystem. And it will take a community to move ahead. And so that's also a reason why it is incredibly important to convene the community at events such as this one, which, if I may say, I would like to congratulate the organizers for the great format of this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your informative presentation. 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Another big round of applause, please.
네, 오늘 이 발표를 위해서 이 세계 지적 재산 기구인 이 와이포의 마이클 코스님께서 방문해 주셔서 이 멋진 발표를 주셨는데요.
Flew all the way from WIPO to attend this forum and give an insightful presentation. Thank you very much again. Before we dive into the next session, let me briefly recap today's forum.
지식재산 금융 국제 포럼은 이 지속 가능한 IP 금융 생태계와 미래를
Today we had an opportunity to hold international forum IP finance. We had a chance to hear from experts on 3 topics. Firstly, during the discussion of IP finance policy framework and IP valuation, we confirmed that the Korean government is currently making efforts to promote IP finance. This includes not only strengthening the creation and protection of IP, but also developing innovative financial products and services based on IP in the financial sector. It was also noted that there is ongoing standardization and cooperation on a global scale to actively participate in the global IP finance market. Secondly, under the theme of global trends and cases in IP finance and private investment, and lastly, we talked about challenges and tasks for building an IP finance ecosystem. I thank all the speakers for the great and insightful presentations. Lastly, we'll have the overseas speakers, and also we have Mr. Chun Tae-won, Director of Green Content Financing Office at Korea Technology Finance Corporation. We will have a panel discussion to explore international cooperation and challenges for the future activation of IP finance.
전태한 부부장님,
So,
우에다 요시님,
Professor Checher,
레멘틸라님, 그리고 마틴 브라셀님, 그리고 마이클
Mr. Yushi Ueda and Mr. Mandate, Mr. Martin Brassel,
최철 교수님, 전태한 부부장님,
Professor Choi,
Yoshi, please come up the stage. And
Mr. Chun Tae-won, Ms. Mandate, Ms. Lely Rementela,
and Mr. Martin Brassel,
Mr. Melton Brassel, Mr. Marco Kos. Please come up to the stage.
네, 그리고 허수영 전무님도 무대로 모시도록 하겠습니다.
Mr. Hall, please come forward as well.
네, 오늘 이 많은 분들께서 이 토론에 참석해 주시고 포럼에 참여해 주셨는데요.
We have many participants here in the forum and in the discussion.
하고 있습니다.
We're having a productive discussion going on throughout the day. Professor Che will be moderating today's panel discussion. Professor Che, please, I'll hand over the mic to you.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much. So we're quite delayed, so thank you very much for your patience. And we have speakers from far away overseas. Some have flown 14 hours. So during the Q&A, please ask questions. It would be a very rare opportunity. And we also have Mr. Chun Tae-won from KIBO. KIBO and IP finance plays a very important role in Korea, and especially Mr. Chun is in charge of content-related financing. So, can you start by introducing what you do in KIBO? So first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. KIBO provides support to SMEs and startups with weak collateral capability. So we guarantee their finances as well. At the same time, we engage in technology transfer, investment, content guarantee, and many other activities. I think you have invited me to talk about content-related financing. So let me briefly introduce what I do. So related to content-related IP, we have 4 centers in the nation and 25 employees. So there are 4 different cultural content financing centers, from the development, production, and distribution of contents. For the entire life cycle, we provide financial support. So the contents that we support cover various genres, around 10. So I can answer your questions, if any, in detail. That was a short introduction. Okay, thank you, Mr. John.
콘텐츠와 관련된 여러 가지 역할들이 또 관심들이 많은 것 같습니다. 그런 측면에서 기부에서 많은 역할을 해주시고
A lot of people are interested in content IP financing. I do have a list of questions that goes up to 100 questions, but most of them have been already addressed through the presentations. So I think we can open to the floor for questions and then move on. And then I'm going to select some questions as well from the list. So anyone from the floor with a question? Yes, please. So I have mobilized all courage, and my question goes to Mr. Michael Cause.
와이퍼 입장에서 여러 나라의 그 가치평가 툴을 하모나이즈해서 그 만들어진 툴을 소위
So
dissemination.
WIPO harmonizes all the tools from the countries, and then I think the purpose is to disseminate the information. And you mentioned data.
그래서 이 데이터를 받고 그 데이터를
So when you collect data, I'm sure the data is different across the board when you compare countries. And how do you plan to harmonize the data and disseminate it? Do you have any concrete plans for that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Hart, for that question, which is actually twofold, but it's 2 times about harmonization. Maybe responding to your first question about the country reports, what we are trying to do and what we will be trying to do is we will compare the approaches that have been taken in different countries, but our intent is by no means to harmonize them, because we understand that different starting points require different responses, also depending on the philosophy of the different countries. But we'll make sure that we will be talking about these issues with the same common denominator. When it comes to data, what I alluded to was a central initiative within WIPO's Economics and Data Analytics Department, where we will be as one department looking at international data. And coincidentally, well, probably not coincidentally, but the department dealing with this initiative is indeed the same that is compiling the data also for the Global Innovation Index that has also been cited a couple of times today. So I think there we can have assurance that the data will be indeed presented in a comparable format. I hope that answers your question sufficiently well.
Sufficient enough, good answer. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okos. And next question, if there is any other questions from the floor, I'll ask that. If not, if there is some list of questions which we received, probably this question is going to Mr. Brassel. Yeah. And one of the questions is that your company, Ingot, is doing a lot of evaluations, and then in the UK especially, how to build a trust in that evaluation report. That's probably you have already addressed some point of that, but it is connected with, you said, the default given loss given default. And then with the IP collateral, you have got around 50% lower than the usual collateral. So that means it does reflect some value of IP collateral in a way. So how do you trying to enhance this trust value, and then especially in your case, your user of your valuation report, how do they respond to that?
Thank you. So I think the first challenge is, as you were mentioning in your presentation, there is a quantitative and there is a qualitative element in the valuation process, and it's balancing those things appropriately and making sure, particularly in the lending context, that you have to come up with a number, otherwise you're not really facilitating anything useful. But you also have to understand how robust that number is based on all of the quantitative and qualitative factors that you can identify. And I think really a key word that came out in the WIPO event earlier this week was transparency. And to me, I think what is most important is to be clear and honest about whether there are limitations in the data that's available, so that everybody can understand how much confidence they can have in the outputs. Because companies are often themselves not able to come up with perfect data. But some companies' data is pretty good. And so I think the way that we compensate for that within our tools, in part, is through recommending different levels of loan-to-value ratio that we think are sensible under the circumstances. So after we have calculated what I described earlier as an orderly disposal value, we'll then, using all of the qualitative factors, propose how much of that value can actually be used as a viable lending value, depending on all of the other situational factors, if you like, that the qualitative assessment has identified. I'm not sure if that answers your question. Does that answer your question?
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Right. I think next question goes to Mr. Mantilla, that your bank, BDC, is doing a really great job in terms of providing a spectrum of a financial product to the users. And but it seems like you are relying on the internal valuation. Is there the case, or you are getting some valuation from outside experts?
So we do come up with our own internal valuation, but that internal valuation may have, depending on the situation, input from external valuation partners, where we get alternative data sources. As an example, we use the same three methodologies: the income, the market, and the cost methods. We can be partnering with a firm to come up with a market method and take whatever information they provide to us and incorporate that into how we will ultimately derive the valuation that we intend to use for our underwriting.
And you said the underwriting, that means you are also providing some insurance component in there?
In the IP development loan?
Yeah, yes.
So we don't provide insurance. What we do with the IP development loan is we allow the company to take out their insurance premium or policy from an IP insurer, and then they can say that, yes, I'm drawing on that credit facility, so I'm using that IP development loan to help pay for that insurance.
Got it, I see. Yeah. Probably next question is addressed to Mr. Mandate. Ms. Mandate, yes. And sorry, would it be okay to ask a question in English? Or, yeah, I think everything is translated now. So in Singapore, we have got this disclosure framework, and it is more like from the need of this industry side. And for that disclosure, sometimes the company do not really want to disclose it, want to keep it confidential. then there should be a bit of inconsistency in terms of disclosure, scope of disclosure, how you can make it a bit harmonized or consistent.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think this is certainly very relevant, and indeed many of our companies have asked the same question. Right, is the disclosure framework mandatory? Do I have to do all 4 pillars? Do I have to, have a very comprehensive, detailed report? At the moment, what we are trying to encourage companies is we are providing a lot of flexibility. So it's not prescriptive. Depending on the stage that your company is in, depending on the sectors, perhaps you might want to focus on certain pillars. So it's not prescriptive. It's really voluntary and flexible at this point. But we do think that it's a step up from the current state, because right now our companies have no reference. They might not even be identifying their intangible assets. They might not know how to communicate their intangible assets and IP in a systematic way. So they do not have any guidelines at all. So we do think that the framework is a first step. Right, so that companies are able to follow a certain systematic flow of identifying, having that strategy, sharing measurement, value-related matrices, and also thinking about some of the risks and opportunities that are related to their intangibles. So it's a first step. And hopefully with that framework, if you look at the framework, well, the 4 pillars are very general. In the annexes, there are actually guidelines, other references that the company can look at in relation to the disclosure of the intangible assets. So there are more details in the annex, but as a broad frame, we do think that 4 pillars should help to guide companies in disclosing their intangible assets. And hopefully, actually, over time, we actually built up that database of information that we have of companies' intangible assets, because today there isn't that database, there isn't that information out there for the market to look at. But hopefully over time, as more companies make use of the framework, we will have more details, we would have more reports, we would have more data from which we can then take the next step. Yeah, so that's really the intent of the disclosure framework at this point in time. We hope, in a few years we can actually better the framework. Maybe working with partners, taking some lessons that we have in the implementation, and then we can look at maybe version 2 or an enhanced version, or maybe a version that is more suitable for certain purposes. For listing, you might want to be very detailed if you're actually listing on the stock market. But maybe more internal, like to your board members, you may not need such a detailed report, for instance. So that there are different possibilities in relation to the future.
Yeah, thank you very much. And then you mentioned that there is a gap between the book value and market value with regard to this IP intangible assets. And that disclosure, do you think it can complement this gap? I think that was one of the purposes. But on the other hand, by disclosing it, some people may think that it's maybe a confusing effect, because it's a bit different from the book value.
Yes, indeed. So I think that, obviously when you see the market value and then when you look at the book value of companies, there is a big gap. So for investors, even for board members, they're asking, where is that value? So that there is that information asymmetry and information gap. I want to be very clear that the framework cannot fully plug the gap. It's really a first step. It's not meant to plug to address that gap between book value and market value. But certainly it's a first step, and we do hope that it provides more information than what is currently available on the balance sheets. I think, some of the speakers mentioned that the current financial regulatory standards, right, doesn't even allow for the companies to put some of these intangible assets on the balance sheet. And as a result, that information is lost, right, when it's communicated to the market and communicated externally. So we hope that, with the framework, if the company wants and chooses for certain purposes to actually disclose the value and the relevance of their intangible assets to business business growth, there is a framework for them to do so. There's some consistency around that information sharing. Yeah, but it won't fully plug the gap. I think we need to wait for quite a long time.
Right. Thank you very much for the answer. And I think one or two questions we will continue. If there is any question from the floor, please do not hesitate to raise your hand and raise your question. Yes, please.
네, 저는 앞서 좀 질문을 많이 받아주신 저 만다타이 부장님께 좀 질문을 드리겠습니다.
I also have a question for Ms.
IP 생태계에 대한
Mandate.
난관에 대한 부분들을 가지고 얘기를 하실 때 일단
So when it comes to challenges to the IP
규제법에 대한
ecosystem,
얘기를 해주셨는데
you talked about financial regulations.
실질적으로 이제 금융권 내에서 이걸 담보로 인정하는 부분에 있어서 바젤스에
So
대한
recognizing IP as collateral, there are regulations in the financial market because of Basel III.
회계 기준에서 이 무형자산에 대한
From international accounting point of view,
부분들을 실질적으로 반영할 수 있는 부분에 대한 기준값이 없는데.
So right now we don't have any standards to recognize IP or intangible assets as collateral. I'm sure that you've thought a lot about how to resolve this issue.
해소 방안에 대한 부분들이 좀 있으면.
Do you have any ideas or do you have any solutions in works?
Thanks for the question. The international financial regulations has been brought up many times, especially in our engagement with the banks. I think that to be honest, the Singapore government will not be able to move international regulations unilaterally. It will take, the international community to come together to work through some of these issues. I would say that I do see that there are some movements, say in the UK by the UK FRC, the Financial Regulatory Commission, the FRC in the UK, and some of the international bodies, the standard-setting bodies, to really explore how intangible assets can be better recognized in the financial regulatory system. So there are efforts, but I do think that it would take time. And Singapore, while we certainly want to support, and we are taking some steps to try and help our enterprises and our companies to bridge the gap, I think we are probably not able to unilaterally move some of these international banking regulations. But certainly it is a pain point that our banks, when we speak to the banks, it's a pain point that the banks have raised, and we say that we'll try and work around and find other solutions. Might there be other practical solutions or interventions that the government can take to actually support the use of IP as collateral? So, for instance, like the risk share to make IP more attractive as collateral. So, some of these other government interventions we can try to take, but international financial regulations quite difficult. Yes. Thanks. Thank you for your question.
네, 감사합니다. Probably the last question from me is going to 허수영 전무님. Yeah. So,
Mr.
허수영 전무님, she
Ms.
mentioned
허수영.
about the contents IP finance, and one of the big challenges as well for the contents industry, the valuation. Yeah. And we do the contents, the 한국 콘텐츠진흥원 does do the valuation, contents valuation. But there's such a different variety of products. 다른 그 저작권의 콘텐츠에 대해서
When it comes
그런 걸 적용하는 데서
to
챌린징한 이슈가 있으실 것 같은데.
I'm sure that there are challenges associated with applying valuation standards across the board.
네, 사실 이제 콘텐츠 산업이라고 해도 각 분야별로 워낙 그 산업적인
When it comes to the content industry, by sector and by revenue generation model, it varies greatly. So content valuation method can vary greatly depending on the sector and revenue generation model. That's why COCA also applies different standards depending on the situation. From investor point of view, the most basic criteria when it comes to valuation is can IP be used for business purposes? How can we utilize IP to meet consumer need or demand?
적용을 해서 수익을 발생시킬
How
것인가?
can we put a price on this IP?
계속적으로
And
매출을
can we
성장할 수 있는
generate continuous revenue? So these are the fundamental questions that investors always ask. And based on these questions, we try to put a value on an enterprise.
이 비즈니스가 어떻게 이루어지는지를 먼저 이해하고
It's important to understand how business is done in each sector and how revenue is generated.
많이 그 성공한 기업들의 그 사례와 비교를 해서
And we also compare to existing references, successful references, if there's any successful fundraising cases
자본시장에서 그 시장 기업 가치가
or
나오는 유사 기업들의 사례를
similar
많이
enterprises
분석을
in the
합니다.
IPO
그걸 통해서
market.
이제 유사
So
기업을
based on these
찾아서
reference points, we analyze our data and then we put a value on it.
만들어내는 혁신 기업의 경우는
And or when it comes to very innovative companies like trailblazers in the market, we move on to the negotiation phase.
리스트로서 이 기업의 미래에 이제 베팅하는
So
형태로
from as a venture capitalist, you're more or less betting on the future of the enterprise.
사실 그 정량 기업의 재무제표를 평가하는 게 거의 의미가 없어요. 특히 IP 콘텐츠 IP 기업의 경우는
When it comes to content IP firms, just looking at the balance sheet doesn't mean anything. So most essentially, we look at the capability and creativity of the team involved. And how much emphasis do you want to put on the vision of the team? And how can you convince the investor of your vision? How can your value be recognized by investors? And what is the value that financial institutions and investors recognize of your firm? So those are some of the common criteria that we look at when evaluating content firms. And also, as I said, it's important to have a general understanding of each sector, and we add data in there, and also obviously venture capitalists will have some experience, and these things are mixed together when it comes to valuation. Thank you very much. I think valuation is the biggest challenge. Not only patents, copyrights, trademarks, ensuring consistency across the board is a challenge. I think we need more data, more case studies, and we will have to fine-tune it down the road. Any other questions?
네, 안녕하세요. 손인호 변리사라고 합니다.
Hello, I'm patent attorney Son. So, in the field, well, my question goes to Mr. Bursell.
IP 금융의
So,
자금을 조달하는 방법이 오늘 이제 다양한
we have discussed various ways for IP finance, and when we engage in an M&A deal or make an equity investment, valuation on the patent portfolio and due diligence on asset requires a lot of manpower. And I think you mentioned in your presentation that I think this is a factor increasing transaction cost, as you mentioned. And to reduce time and cost for IP due diligence, do you think there's a good way, any good practice that you can share?
Yeah, merger and acquisition activity is an area that I think it's one of a number of kind of special purposes where I think the needs are a little bit different from the kind of financings that I've been describing. But I think if we look a few years into the future, I do anticipate that particularly I think artificial intelligence will start to play more of a role on areas like landscaping in particular. I mean, it's already in use. I think the difficulty, the thing that's been holding it back and why this is quite such a resource-intensive business at the moment, is, well, firstly, it's this asymmetry point. It's not knowing what you don't know, if you see what I mean, and knowing where to look. But also, artificial intelligence is quite difficult to explain. And therefore, it's difficult to have confidence that it's actually come up with the right information. I do think that that is something that will change over time. If I use an example from our own experience, we have used artificial intelligence, in fact, neural network modeling and machine learning techniques in order to understand more about the characteristics that make patterns weaker or stronger. But we don't use it in our online valuation tools simply because when a lender comes to me and says, why is it that value? If I were overly reliant on the AI, I wouldn't actually be able to tell them. So I think that whole area of explainable AI is probably the thing more than anything else that's going to ultimately result in some opportunity for cost saving. I think that there's an interesting wider point here which came up at the WIPO discussion the other day, which is where is IP valuation at the moment on the axis between art and science? And it's a really hard one to answer because I think of what Professor Choi was saying on the fact that there is this mixture of things that you definitely can quantify and things that you can't so much. My own view is that it is moving progressively and inevitably towards being much more of a science, much less of an opinion. But for that to happen, you've got to be able to get really good quality technological methods of doing the qualitative part of the assessment. I hope I'm not massively overcomplicating it, but I think that's where the challenge lies and the opportunity lies. And when we can find ways of doing that and then explaining what it's actually done, then I think we'll be able to see much more routine analysis of intellectual property and its value and its quality across a whole range of different transactions where it currently is very expensive.
네, AI를 통한 밸류에이션이라는 게 며칠 전에
AI-based valuation was a discussion item in WIPO. Its role in reducing transaction cost, and at the same time, the issue of raising reliability. Korea is also developing an AI-based valuation model, so I think it's a key area.
Yes, I have a question. And it's open to everyone in the room today. What has been your country's or organization's experience when it comes to the impact that the rising interest rate environment has on IP financing? From our experience in Canada, the need for IP financing is still there. If not, the need is even greater because of the lack of financing options for entrepreneurs. However, with higher interest rates, companies or borrowers are being discouraged from borrowing because they have to create an even more compelling business case to borrow money. The other thing as well is that with some companies, they would rather cut their costs and save cash than it is to go out and borrow. So it becomes a vicious cycle because they stop investment. And it will, in the long run, impact their ability to grow. So I'm curious, in your various jurisdictions, are you seeing less demand for IP financing because of interest rates?
네, 아마도 지금 세계 경제에서
Yes, I think in the global economy, rate hikes is a big issue, and there are expectations that will not drop soon. And in this new environment, IP finance faces a big challenge. So I think some of you here could answer this. Maybe Mr. Choi?
네, 안 그래도 답변 준비하고 있었습니다.
I was actually preparing to answer the question.
대한 어떤 자금 조달 측면에서
From IP finance perspective,
투자 사이드에 대한 부분들을 양분해서 좀 볼 수가.
there's a loans and there's investment, two pillars.
오른 부분에 대한
With the
부분들은
rise in interest rates,
대출 사이드에서 대출을 받는 부분의 측면에서 그러면 이게
from the loan side,
대출보다 조금 더 싼 금리로 제공받을 수 있을 것이냐에 대한 부분들이
I guess the question boils down to whether we can give IP loans at a cheaper interest
담보에 대한
rate.
부분들을 그 다른 부동산 담보만큼에 대한 어떤 그 아까 말씀하신 어떤 LTV라던가 아니면 여기에 대한 그
When it comes to collateral,
뭐 조건은 아니지만 그래도 정규 담보화를 한 부분에 대한 부분들은 이 가상 금리, 그러니까 금리를 산정하는 부분에
when it comes to regular collateral, we have some benefits that we can provide in terms of interest rate. So IP finance collateral, if possible, amid a rising interest rate, we may be a little safe from that. And also, when it comes to investment trends,
축소되는 부분들, 왜냐하면 실질적으로 저희도 자금 조달을 해야 되는데 그 투자자들도
increasing rising interest rate may lead to contraction in investment.
LP들이 결국 금융
Because limited partners are mostly financial institutions, but they're unwilling to or less willing to invest.
저희 뭐 투자를 그러니까 저희 그 비상장기업에 대한 투자보다는 다른 부분에 대한 투자가 훨씬 더 유리하기 때문에
Because it's so much more advantageous to invest in other areas rather than technology or IP, for example.
기술 기반 기업들 과거에는 뭐냐면
But in Korea, in the
기업들에
past,
대한 부분들을 볼 때
when we look at enterprises, we look at balance sheet because that was the core of the enterprise, and we are still using that. But these days, we are trying to add the aspect of technology or potential to look at long-term business potential. So when it comes to IP investment, as long as there's trust in IP valuation and as long as we can expand the use case of IP valuation, I think investments will be so much easier to attract, not just in the technology itself, but IP portfolios too. I think we definitely have a great potential there. Thank you so much, Mr. Che, Dr. Che, for the answer. Regarding this, I also had a thought. Startups and enterprises in certain sectors are going through a really hard time because they are having a hard time to run next round of funding. Then mid-stage startups. I think biosector would be a primary example because recently there has been a contraction in investment in that sector. So IPs and intangible assets that those companies have in biosector, maybe we can raise that finance. Because for their survival, liquidity is very important. So IP finance can really be a savior for the companies to elongate their lifespan in these sectors.
Mr. Barroso, do you want to give some comments on that? It seems to me that the contraction in the availability of equity funding and the reduction in M&A in the UK has definitely boosted demand for the IP-backed lending, but I think it's boosted it in a very specific space, which is among those companies that might consider equity anyway or might otherwise have done so. This provides an alternative route that they probably didn't even know was available to them previously. Certainly my impression is that the HSBC product that I have been describing has done better than it would have done if that contraction hadn't happened. But the point about interest rates, I think, is a very important, a very germane one, especially if you want to have some kind of risk mitigation strategy that is paid for in some way. normally on the tangible collateral that you're describing, obviously you have the benefit through regulation of being able to use secured assets, and therefore that can have a reducing effect on the interest rates, and we don't have the benefit of that with IP-based lending anywhere in the world. As far as I know, the regulations just don't allow it. One of the ways in which guarantees can work is that they provide the safety net, but then do they start raising the cost of capital through the extra 1 to 2% or 2.5% premium that has to be charged? This is where the insurance development I was talking about in the US is potentially very interesting. If there is, I mean, technically the word's arbitrage, isn't it? If there's a difference in terms of the reduction that you're able to obtain through the insurance in the interest rate you have to charge, there's still a net benefit after you've paid the insurance premium, then you've got something that's potentially extremely interesting. If there isn't and the insurance is going to cost a lot more, then it's going to be a much harder thing to sell, I think. But the short answer is, I think the financiers are telling me at the moment it's been positive, but of course it really does depend on what the long-term trajectory is. And if it gets too expensive, I think you're absolutely right, firms will choose not to grow. And that's the worst possible outcome as far as I can see.
네, 아주 현실적이고 실적인 질문들이었던 것 같습니다. 혹시 또 추가적인 질문이 있으신가요?
Any other questions? Thank you for your very insightful answer. If no more questions,
오늘 세션을 이렇게 정리를 할 수
I think we can wrap up the session. We have heard from a lot of you today, and thank you for staying with us for such long hours. So we have countries where IP finance and IP market have matured, and other countries that not so much. But I think we all agree that we have growing interest globally about IP finance, and we heard from WIPO about the importance of IP finance and from other speakers as well. Thank you so much for staying with us until the very end. And thank you so much for coming from afar and for your time to attend this forum. Thank you so much.
네, 여러분 토론에 수고해 주신 7분께 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
A big round of applause for our 7 panelists. Thank you very much.
for your active discussion. And thank you very much. 네, 감사합니다. 이 오늘 이 포럼을 통해서 이 날로 비중이 커져가는 이 지식재산의 중요성과 이 가치를
So it was a meaningful opportunity to discuss the importance of IP and trend of IP finance in Korea and abroad, as well as the way forward. I hope the forum contributed to strengthening global cooperation and creating a more sound financial ecosystem for IP-related businesses. Thank you again for your participation, and we will now close the International Forum on IP Finance. I hope to see you again next year.
네, 대단히 감사합니다. 지금까지 진행의 아나운서 김선우였습니다. 여러분.
Thank you so much, everyone. I have been Kim Sonu.
가시는